I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us.
觉特别好吧，因为我很久没打比赛了嘛，然后重回赛场，然后赢下比赛的感觉就是特别爽。就是队伍上有一些调整嘛 ，EDG， 因为就是毕竟我们圣地亚哥失利了嘛，相当于，然后队伍上需要有一些调整，然后我就成了替补，我自己就是自愿下放到替补之后，然后他们就是第一赛段打得特别好，所以就基本上我没有这个机会再上场，然后我不想当替补的话，就只能回到 Nova 嘛。
我是在那个休赛期的时候选择离开 EDG 之后呢，我本来是想休息一段时间的，但是收到了老东家的召唤，就是 Nova 的管理层去找到我，然后他们可能在上半年打得比较挣扎，成绩不是很好，然后可能我更了解队伍，然后就把我叫回来了，然后我也愿意帮老东家分担吧。
其实感觉那段时间挺痛苦的，打不上比赛，突然感觉人生没有意义了。然后就每天就练练枪呗，然后找人聊聊天呗，那怎么办呢？我想打比赛呀。
差不多，基本上是一个放松，然后给自己充电的一个时间，然后有去看所有的比赛，然后去学习一些现在的打法呀这些东西，然后为后边的这个做准备。
对于我来讲，就是我每天跟他们一起打训练赛嘛，然后跟他们经历那么多比赛，就是，他们的个人操作确实是全中国最好的，然后也是能跟世界赛的选手是能碰上，甚至于领先于他们的，所以就是我每天就是，吸收了很多这种操作的经验，然后我也在。就是能看懂他们一些操作是因为什么，然后因为我之前一直在 Nova， 我说实话就是我看不到这些操作，然后我过去之后能看到这些操作，然后并且学了用在我身上，然后并且那个奥特曼的教练他的一些执教的一些风格也是跟24K 特别不一样的嘛，我也需要特别的去理解他说的一些东西。
其实以前跟太平洋赛区，然后包括别的就是其他地区的队伍有打很多训练赛，但都是以对手的这种方式去了解对面嘛。那可能到了EDG之后，两个这个教练去合作之后，有感受到更多的在那个赛区打的一些东西，然后去综合了一下吧，然后看到一些不一样的画面。对，
就是光和一泽在我们离开这段时间就是成长很多了吧，他们也能作为一个就在场上能独当一面的那种存在了，然后现在又加入了2位新选手，就是感觉整体融合的特别好，活力很足。
我刚执教这2个选手的时候，因为这2个新的选手都是我自己去开发出来的，然后我把他们叫过来的。那当时他们可能更多的在场上做的工作是自己的事情，那现在经过这半年的时间，我觉得他们可以替队伍承担很多东西，然后可以帮助队伍在场上做一些比较冷静的一些判断，然后我挺替他们开心的吧。然后当 CB 回来，然后再加上我们的 Swaggy 和秋天，然后我们这个队伍感觉，每一项都是我喜欢的样子，对，非常开心。从我的看法来讲，就是我执教队伍其实风格不是特别的单一的，就是包括我们的话，以前会打一些双哨的体系嘛，那是根据整个队伍选手的个人的技术风格去制定的。那么现在这5个人的情况又变了，我们场上可能声音更多，然后包括我们的决斗位 Swaggy 也发挥非常的夸张，会每场贡献非常多的击杀，所以我们会可能给他倾斜更多的团队资源，并且我们会尝试打法更加激进，更加有统治性，对，然后就是根据选手去适应当下的版本去改变一些战术。
其实如果照团队性来讲，我觉得现在的 Nova 是不如25年的 Nova 的。虽然说25年我们没有赢得什么比赛，但现在我们就是个人能力更加突出一点，然后就是更有侵略性了一点了吧。
虽然我当时离开了 Nova， 就是我有一直关注 Nova 的比赛。那可能 Nova 在整个上半年的比赛里表现得特别挣扎，我觉得我们的选手是有能力的，但是他们没有找到赢比赛的感觉。然后我觉得在进化者比赛的这个过程中，然后我很开心选手能找到赢比赛的方式和那种享受比赛的感觉，所以我觉得这个是对我们第2赛段帮助最大的。 然后我也希望我们队员在未来的第2赛段能尽情在舞台上展示自己。其实我有在这个比赛之前，我有去考虑过我们的阵容，因为可能在上次的伦敦比赛世界赛上，维斯的效果会更好吧，可能上维斯的队伍赢得更多。但是对于我们队来讲，我们一直去做了一个就是围绕凯宙的一个防守体系。那我们通过凯宙的信息拿的获取比较快的情况，我们可以有一些比如回防、一些轮转、一些 rotate， 就我们会做的会比维斯快一点。那维斯可能是一个更好的主点的防守者，但是凯宙不一样，凯宙就是会让我们提前拿到信息，我们提前拿到信息，我们提前轮转，我们就可以提前去主动的去做一些事情，可以做一些 trap， 就是去战斗这种。那我想要打出我们自己队伍不一样的风格。
就是 Carol 的话，其实我的那个位置可以稍微灵活一点，不管是防守还是进攻。但是 Lotus 感觉我防守有一点死板，这有可能也是因为我没有太多经验嘛。但是我在比赛中，在防守的后6分其实找到了一些感觉，然后给队伍下了一些特别临场的一些 call， 特别有针对性的 call， 其实挺好的。然后。其实我也挺喜欢维斯的。谁说你开始想？其实你能看到，其实我玩凯宙就是我站不起来，在台上站不起来，但是我玩 Phoenix 我可以站起来，因为我玩凯宙能发挥的那种场次太少，场面太少了。但是玩 Phoenix 我可能杀2个我就想站起来，但是我只要一站，其实队伍的氛围就挺好，士气挺好的。就是不关于第2把，就算第2把那个我们 eco 的局输了，就算那把输了，其实我感觉后面我也能发挥好，我也能就经常会站起来鼓舞士气的。
我觉得他们可能现在对于他们来讲是一个蜜月期，也就是说新的选手加入会给他们产生一些不一样的化学反应。但是我觉得我们队伍可能更有实力，我也很相信我的队员在场上能发挥得很好。当然我们也会去做很充分的准备，在比赛之前要做非常好的 ban pick， 然后我们会在下场比赛发挥得更好。
Set the world on fire.
It's an extra early start today for VCT China. So we here at Project Horizon are bringing you all of the action across 3 matches today. We have a couple more coming up for you that I've forgotten immediately, which is very bad hosting. But right now, I do know what game we've got on, and it's Nova versus JDG. Zobi, this one is maybe one that people will look at as a bit more towards the lower end of the table, but I think there's plenty to surprise and excite us in store.
Yeah, I think like in the greater scheme of things, these aren't the teams that you're seeing consistently at the global level, right, by any means. But I think in terms of comparing them to each other, I think they would be, it's going to be super entertaining and like fun Valorant to watch, which is what everyone's here for at the end of the day, is a good show. And also, I do feel like these 2 teams have a lot to prove. For JDG, they haven't gotten a win yet, looking at the standings. And for Nova, I feel like they're in the same bubble for me now as Wolves, where we were like, whoa, they're so back. And then they proceeded to lose their next 2 matches. And now it's a question mark for Nova if the same thing is going to happen to them or not.
Yeah, I would say the key difference there is that Wolves then played against Billy and All Gamers, who are 2 teams that we know to be very good. Now, we have Nova coming up against a JDG side who have lost their first 2 games, and let's face it, are looking quite a bit weaker since the loss of Stu. He departed the team at the end of last split, and it does feel like JDG are struggling to get back to that sort of ground that they were performing at before, you know, those solid 5th, 6th performances, just trying to push towards, you know, qualifying to international events. The interesting thing here for me is that potentially we have like a rock, paper, scissors situation going on. Like, you had Nova beat FPX, FPX beat JDG, so, you know, maybe JDG can beat Nova here today and we complete the set.
Yeah, and then that'll get dicey when we get towards the seeding matches, right? Because reminder, nobody's eliminated when it is the final stage of franchising, right? The stakes are higher than ever. You know, you have champions at home in Shanghai. Like, there's a lot on the line, and I think the super schedule day is going to be spicy in that regard as well, because we do have TYL versus FPX, which to me, aside from EDG, feels like it's going to be determining who's kind of the top of the top. And also, I've heard that if TYL wins versus FPX, TYL playoffs are already secured, right? While certain teams are only playing their second match of the group stage.
Yeah, for sure. Like you say, Nova have only played that 1 game, but it was a win against FPX. Like you're saying, this is a tough format to try and fight through. You need to get to the top 2 of the group to secure playoffs. Any further than that, and you're fighting through the play-ins, where the CN national teams will also be coming in, those tier 2 squads, to try and make that fight to champions. So let's turn tail and talk about our rosters, our contingents taking to the stage today. Nova Esports up first here, Zobi, and what we might have spent pretty much the entire pre-game trying to say autumn in Chinese, this is a squad that's very, very exciting, and not just that player.
Absolutely. I mean, they were just, the only adjective I have to describe it, giddy after their win versus FPX. Again, like, you look at this group and it's like FPX is that team to beat if you want to be in that playoffs contention, right? Because obviously you have now TYL and you have EDG at the top, which are going to be those hard ones to beat, but then beating FPX so early on is huge for them. And I mean, talking with that team, right, I feel like with the return of both CB and 24K, they've learned so much from how their teammates, their prior teammates, have grown and owned their own development, even winning the Evo series, and then it's just given them so much more confidence on the stage, and they are owning it. And I think they will against JDG as well, because this is a roster that also went through some changes, Charlotte, but aren't nearly reaping the same rewards.
Yeah, it still feels like they're trying to find their identity with their star player, Stu, moving on to, well, I'd say pastures new, but we don't really know where he's at the moment. But I mean, yeah, it feels like Crown Fisher still trying to find his feet here. Berlin coming in from FPX as well. It does feel like there's yet more time needed to fit these puzzle pieces together. And I guess that's what the play-ins is used for as well, right? It's not over. Even if you come at the bottom of the group, you still have another chance. That's different from other stages, and it might just be what JDG need.
Absolutely, and if there's one thing I guess that JDG might be able to rely upon today, it could be the pistol percentages, 3 times what it is for Nova. But I gotta talk about Swagzor, or Swaggy as the players on his own team call him. They've talked about how much this player has electrified their squad. And an interesting perspective from CB as well was that he actually thought that even though Nova in 2025 didn't win anything, they were more team-centric in their calling, versus now it's very individualized, and probably because of Swagzor. And also they're figuring out ways to set him up, so he really is the star for the squad that they're trying to let shine through everything, and are now trying to let him shine through the skirmish for seeding and for map veto advantage.
Yeah, and the map veto is something that's really, really interesting. Well, interesting, infuriating from a JDG point of view, perhaps, coming into this game as Swagzor takes on Crown Fisher, like you say, for that map veto advantage, because JDG have perma-banned Breeze so far this year. Stage 1, they banned it 9 times in their 9 games. They banned it against TYL in their first game as well, but then instead of having this permaban, they pick it against FPX. Surely they've got something planned. They lose 13-8. Not necessarily that close of a game. So like, why? Why did they why did they bring out the Breeze? Clearly there was some sort of plan that went wrong, but now that throws the entirety out of question. Summit is going to be the first one to go, as with Haven, but Breeze makes it through to that decider this time. Map 3, sorry, if we require it in this series, but Split and Lotus coming up before then.
I'm actually really excited, I think, to see Split because it's been floated actually as a map 3 for both of these teams. Obviously, we saw that 8-13 loss as well for JDG versus TYL, so we'll get to see some early stage versus mid stage kind of developments now for that squad to see if things have started to settle in place now that they have official reps versus the theory reps, because a lot of these teams have talked about like improvements being how do we translate what is in practice into the server, into the stage, and I do think that's something, especially when you have a new squad, that you do need to focus on. As for Lotus, I mean, I think I'm gonna be looking towards Nova and this Killjoy once again. It was the talk of that interview, right? It being so anti-characteristic, not just for VCT China, but for professional play overall. But they're making it work, and especially with CB, who the last time he played it, that was his first time in over a year.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like we're going to fairly neutral ground, apart from that decider map that does scare me. That does have me a little bit worried, because I mean, from Nova, they also tend to ban the Breeze. I mean, I guess it's not the worst thing in the world, you know, 0-1 on it last stage, have only banned it this stage, but I don't know, like, I still have more confidence in the Nova Esports Breeze than JDG, but also maybe that's just because we saw Swagsaw absolutely frying last time out, particularly on the Neon as well, and I feel like that's exactly what you need on that map.
I'm more interested, I think, because we haven't seen enough. I mean, we haven't seen like the spice of life variety that like fully what is in that spice cabinet for Nova, because they have so many players that can play so many different roles, right? CB can flex from the Killjoy to the Phoenix, and I'm wondering who would be that double duelist on Breeze alongside them, assuming that's what they would go for. I think that's right up their alley. And would they run then like a Jet Neon, or would they pull out the Phoenix once again for CB? There's a lot of question marks if we make it that far, but it's prediction time. Do we think we're even going to make it that far, Charlotte?
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like JDG probably need a 2-0, but I'm more leaning to that scoreline going in favor of their opposition. We're yet to see JDG pick up a map so far in this stage, and it's not like they've been playing against fantastic teams. Obviously, TYL are the one team that are still unbeaten throughout more than one game. Obviously, Nova are 1-0, but TYL with a 3-0 record. But then FPX as well feel like they're a team that's sort of going through it a little bit with some of those former JDG players as well. They did a little bit of a switcheroo. That just makes me a little bit nervous, I guess, for JDG's chances. Like we say, they've got more time with the play-ins, but it does feel like we're leaning towards a Nova win here.
Yeah, I think I also am. I think they're just kind of riding the high of what victory feels like during the off-season, and now coming into their first match as well, which was up against a really tough opponent. And like we mentioned, they still have TYL and EDG against them versus, again, when we were comparing them to Wolves, they went right into higher level teams and when they found their losses. But all in all, I think I am excited. And I do think them starting off on maps that they floated and that they get the Lotus pick as well means that they're going to be prepared really for this entire map pool. So aside from winning, right, just the skirmish, I feel like they win the veto process as well. And yeah, I do think that Nova's gonna be the louder one, the more energetic one on the stage as well. So the mind games are gonna be in full swing for a squad like JDG, who are already kind of maybe doubting their abilities to get a map on the board. Like, they haven't even gotten to double digits against any opponent.
Yeah, that is the main concern for me. We're going to have to see a big step up in performance from JDG, but for Nova Esports, who take to the stage, this is an opportunity to ride momentum for the first time in 2026. Follow up a win with a second. It would set the bar. It would be so good for them, because 2-0, you're already starting to creep up the rankings. But we'll just have to wait and see what awaits us. They are... Is that a bat he's got?
It doesn't look like one. But I was more like the skateboard and coming up with analogies of them skating their way into the playoffs or something along those lines if they continue on this growth arc. But yeah, this team I think is one to me that like could throw some upsets in there just because they have the firepower talent. And you mentioned comparing that as well to JDG, and that's what Crown Fisher was supposed to be for their squad, but they're struggling to get him online. And I think that's where this team is continuing to impress me. And as well, I think 24K during his time away and during his time with EDG learned a lot about how to be a hands-off coach as well to a certain degree and figure out what the team wants to do and understand that they want a win just as bad as the org. But this is the team that stands against them in a second win here in Changsha during the group stage. JDG, a team who also has brought back reunited, right, players. And for me, that's why you in Berlin as this duo that when I talked to Berlin, was just so excited to be playing against him, talked about how much he had matured and grown into a confident player on stage as well, who could hold his own, and we need to see those kind of players come online today.
Yeah, definitely. Players that we've seen be massive parts of squads going to internationals in the past, right? Berlin on FPX back in the day, you know, Masters Shanghai, sorry, obviously Champ Shanghai coming later this year, but a return to that stage perhaps where we could see some similar antics, crazy TP plays like we know and love, and YU as well, of course, going to Toronto with Wolves and lighting up the stage, their third place finish. But again, feels like things haven't quite fallen into place yet. It's their third game of groups and time is starting to run dry. We've got a condensed schedule here for VCT China, just 3 weeks to get the entirety of groups and the seeding matches done before we move on to Chengdu. So JDG, Nova Esports taking to the stage, and again it feels like we're looking towards a Nova victory here. What is the win condition for JDG?
What is the win condition for JDG? Well, they get to revisit maps they've already played and ones that they have floated, so they have to have a very concrete game plan and counter. I would argue to Nova, who we've already talked about. They are a very get the information, be okay giving up sites, and play rotates and retakes, so you know that they're going to be coordinated. You know they're going to be setting up swags, or so also maybe just having a player come online when you have both Crown Fisher and G capable of pulling out an operator to shut down that electric style entry. That's another option. And as well, I really do want to see Berlin settling down because he's not on the IGL role anymore, right? And so this is usually where you can play for yourself a little bit more. You can frag out, even if he still is on flashes or he still is on the Sova. We've seen plenty fragging out.
Yeah, I mean, I do really want to see a good performance from Crown Fisher. I'm starting to feel a little bit bad for him. Obviously, there's big shoes to fill coming in to replace Stu of all players. But you can't really let that weigh on your mind too much. And I just need to see more of like a stage presence from him, and I feel like just one map where he can really get going and we'll start to see him unlocked. When you look at the other side, we saw Swagzor, who, I mean, we were hyping up the entirety of stage 1, didn't really see it until, you know, potentially even that Wolves match towards the end, but came out flying in their first game. And it does feel like that's the sort of thing we need from Crown Fisher, to just have a good performance and really light that spark.
Well, we are getting ready to head into map number 1 of Split, and we talked about learning from the past and adjusting accordingly. Gone is the double Senti composition that JDG was running. I kept seeing some teams running that on this map and on Sunset, and I was kind of frowning upon it. I just don't think it had enough hold power for what you were sacrificing. And all in all, I think the double duelist, where we just mentioned that you need both of these players absolutely frying to shut down Swagzor, is the perfect formula and the perfect anti coming into this map. And on the flip side, I feel like I haven't seen the deadlock in a minute, but when I do see it on Split, I do enjoy what I see. And we've already talked about how this team is all for not as strong of site anchors and stronger information gathering. And I think this is going to also bolster just the post plans a little bit as well on that attack side. And you'll also see see some really nice grab net combos when you didn't want to sacrifice like a Fade versus a Sky choice, but you can still now have those combos with the Raze nade.
Yeah, for sure. It's well, an adaptation from last week, right, for JDG, because they played Split in their opener against TYL. So always a good sign to see those changes being made, and it does show as well that the 24K and Onbush have been like making sure that they keep things fresh, keep iterating. You can tell that. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong team there, but I mean, either way, the coaches are keeping things fresh. Bale, especially, he's a coach that we know likes to win for the JDG side. So I don't know. It's just, it feels like a good sign to me to see them actually making sure that they make these changes, not just keeping things static, particularly with how little time there is between each game.
Absolutely, not just between each game, but left, like you mentioned, in the group stage, right? Teams are already 1 win away from punching their ticket to playoffs, right? Like, time is running out if you don't want to face those playing teams, which are going to be unpredictable, right? There's going to be some cracked gamers coming up from Tier 2 that might just have a career-level game, and suddenly you find yourself facing elimination. But speaking of finding yourself facing something, Charlotte, oh, look at this B-main exchange!
Yeah, they're certainly facing each other, already jumping in, but it's a double kill from Swagsaw to open play. The paint shells get job done. JDG immediately spurned and burned away from that B main push. Have to try and find other avenues elsewhere.
This is exactly what we mentioned that the Deadlock could bring to the table. Fighting a little bit forward, making sure you could hold space and force these rotations out early and then follow them, track them, right? 3 players here to receive this rotate back into a main. JDG's pistol's been read like a book, and this was something I highlighted. 63 versus, what was it, 23% between these two teams on pistols, right? This should be JDG's ballpark, and all I'm seeing are strikes.
Guang very nearly finding something through the smoke as well. Jakura's actually planting the spike here. I mean, Azir and Guang have him surrounded, but at the very least there's some objective play coming in for JDG, which is more than you might expect. The defuse already coming in. Just a bizarre round on all counts, but one that Nova will be very happy to claim.
Absolutely, and just the way in which they do as well, just the confidence of fighting a little bit forward, even though it is a pistol round, and getting that full impact, like we mentioned, of that grab net nade combination so early on. Again, something that I think if you're not used to playing, you're gonna have to watch out for if you're JDG. And yeah, I think it could have been cleaner in terms of not letting the spike plant go down for JDG, but I don't think they expected like someone to be all in the side smoke, just sticking it through the dark cover when they hadn't fully cleared out back sight. So a little oversight, but Nova still get the round secured, get the buy up, those Bulldogs in kind, and I'm more surprised to see those players are going to be steadfast anchors like your Astra and your Viper not having weapons, because eco rounds like to be pretty rush death ball heavy, but we'll see if that's where JDG want to head, considering we're having a pretty splintered look for an eco.
Split was the map that was going to be played as a decider when these two teams faced each other last in Evo Act 2. That was a 2-0 to Nova over there. Close Lotus, very dominant Pearl, but now we get a continuation of that series, if you like, on the actual VCT stage though. 826 days since these two organizations faced up. The roster's obviously looking very different since that exchange.
Yeah, that's probably, I'll say CB was probably on the roster then. No, I'm joking. Him coming back, just not. It's
Minus
been so
CB
long since
CB,
he was with Nova. Exactly.
Special.
Exactly. The CN equivalent, but this has been an interesting look for the anti from Nova, like we mentioned. Just Wrong playing a disconnected mid-hold, and they just give up all that space and get run down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very nice start from Crownfisher. Swagsaw now under pressure. The Nebula actually making sure that he can keep himself alive. Azir, though, just a ghost. There was a little bit of a half-buy coming in from Nova, and they've been punished for that. Now a 4 versus 2. Autumn trying to make those first steps forwards, finds the opening pick onto YU, but that Trailblazer forces him back and away. Heals can come in from CB, however. and the players still start swinging. JDG wants to make sure they complete this round, but Autumn fighting through means it's left up to CB. The first kill is clean, second one not quite there, but Jay on such low HP still wins it out. The Bandit to the skull of CB shuts him down, and a thrifty round comes in.
Wow, Bandit buff in full effect there to shut down those Bulldogs in that weaker buy. And honestly, I think Nova, with how they position themselves defensively, just kind of understated how important mid control is, and number two, put too much kind of pressure, I would argue, on Swagazor, since you didn't have two Bulldogs there. It was just him and a Ghost for support, and they know that they messed up. You can hear it in the post-round comms. And yeah, now for the next round, no real changes, it feels like, aside from Swagazor playing a side, group probably for early contact off the Sky Flash, and it's just going to be JDG now on patrol, on edge, looking where an eco strap might come through from Nova, and it looks like it is brewing, right? Look at this, regroup vent could see a joint fight here off the net nade.
Doesn't catch on to anyone, but the paint shells come through regardless for that combination. Extremity pressure towards the A site as well. YU just dealing with that Trailblazer, making sure that Nova are kept in the dark. But they are still guessing correctly.
And here it is, the full effect of 4 players here. Berlin, what do you do when this Trailblazer spots it out? You just are still diving in with Crown Fisher.
Oh, they didn't spot him. The Trailblazer didn't spot him. It's enabled a couple of kills to come in, but advantage still in the hands of JDG until Swagazor gets involved. The follow-up would have been everything, but now it is just CB. Another 1-on-2 situation, another B-site retake attempt for him. This time the spike's not been planted, but it's the same story in the end. JDG find the round win.
Yeah, a little close for comfort again, because they were running into that gamble stack without full information off of that Skydog. But yeah, the better weapons at the end of the day get it done. I think the Bandit was trying to get a second one for Azir and just could not connect, and that's ultimately when frag started kind of translating back into JDG's favor. And yeah, I mean, a Phantom and an Outlaw versus no shield in that Bandit would have been a difficult one for CB to pull through. But JDG now looking confident, not overcomplicating, no default this time. It is just testing out the A waters, and that's exactly where the deadlock is. Full anchoring, double sensors on the site.
Get the feeling that these defending players are going to be under a lot of pressure. Swagazor making that risky journey towards the defender side spawn.
That's
Doesn't get
Showstopper.
punished. Oh, Paranoia is absolutely massive though. He does have a Showstopper, utilizes it now, but Berlin has found 2.
Oh, but Azir has flipped into B main. Now the question mark is, will JDG, will G, who's the primary entry now, fully clear it out, or will Swagazor pose enough of a distraction?
Boombot coming in as well. It feels like JDG not necessarily aware of this just yet, but they are checking for it. You can tell there isn't necessarily the most amount of information towards mid either. Swagazor, his attention's diverted, and now he's dead in the ground. It's just the IGL Autumn left to try and clutch, and YU's wrapping up behind him. It's a tricky situation to try and tackle, and there's just no way through.
Yeah, and head coach Nova's side for 24K said just he knew the chemistry was going to grow on this JDG side, and that's exactly what this round was a full example of, right? G baiting for Berlin, they get the kills and vents, they have the full pivot, and even here there's no util, it was just triple swing behind pillar and take those heaven exchanges, and that's how JDG are getting up to 3 on their map pick, and money is reset once again on the Nova side. No timeout taken just yet. Maybe they trust in the eco call, but they cannot lose another rifle round.
Yeah, it does feel like we're approaching timeout territory. 24K. I mean, if I was in his shoes, I'd be wanting to have a chat with the team right now. They are about to take contact here. Nice opener. Goes untraded for now.
Whoa.
Overdrive. Sounds like it's being popped there, but with so much util there forced away from the fight. And Nova do just have a clean one-man up.
Yeah, it's, again, the power of that grab net denying, what was it, a relay bolt and a saturate. Yeah, you threw the nade in as well, but that got some chip damage off on a player like Crown Fisher. Ooh, now those sheriffs will put a little bit more work, and you get recontact, and that's what I was trying to figure out is, did they pivot off of that kill? And don't think he's really gotten the answer he was looking for.
Now, YU is, at the very least, again, drawing some bodies towards that B site. He's standing up in heaven now, making that rotation over. Meanwhile, Crownfish is in the site, unaware of CP's position. Shot in the side of the head, and Swagsort makes sure that Shay meets a similar fate. It's a triple from CB, and now he's pushing for more. YU, at the very least, can take that double. Nova, it's not just one for them quite yet, but with only 4 seconds remaining, YU doesn't have a chance, and he will opt to save the rifle.
I was worried for a second there. I was like, Nova, you're having too much fun. I know it's nearly secured, but all in all, like you mentioned, Thrifty confirmed, disaster avoided for the time being. And honestly, it was the fact that they didn't really get... They don't have a utility counter the deadlock in my mind, right? Like, yeah, you can dash up and over, but then Crown Fisher's alone, doesn't full clear the site, and then the net's coming out to fragment him away from the pack, from the crowd, and that's what we just praised JDG for in the prior round, was their team play and coordination in these first few rounds. They were able to find, and now that's been shut down, they're like, let's run it back, and they've called the bluff, the deadlock. Not here for the rifle round, and these Seekers should let them onto the site pretty easily.
Again, the information here, Swagsort, still a problem to be reckoned with. It does only take one before being felled. It's the IGL of JDG to make sure that things don't get too out of hand. Now the spike goes down on the site. Nova do have their work cut out for them.
Yeah. Oh, Swagsort, it's hard. And this is a beautiful bait and switch setup as well, here to keep main control between G and J Kuro.
Oh, just fighting in the kills are pretty clean. Autumn, at the very least, does take down Crown Fisher, punished for overstepping his boundaries. The time's already too far gone. Feels like Autumn is planning to get out of there as they're following suit. Not tied up just yet. JDG keep themselves in the lead now, 4-2.
And I'm curious if we would get the timeout here or not, because again, it's these rifle rounds that are now starting to elude them just a touch on the Nova Esports side. And honestly, Swagsort, I did like the little jiggle, but I think he too hard committed to that early ramps fight, right? There was no one to support just yet. CB wasn't that far behind, was ready probably to pair up, to group up, and there is in fact the timeout coming through. And I feel like it's going to be again minimalistic, because JDG right now are excelling more so at the fundamentals of again some of these team fights. And when Nova's util, yeah, decimates that, they come apart at these teams, but Nova, it's just been, I think, them getting numbers in the right place at the right time, so credit there to Autumn then on the calling and on the rotations, but yeah, something else in the team synergy to miss.
Yeah, it does feel like there's problems to work through. That's exactly why 24K will be having a chat. And this is maybe what we were talking about, Sobi, in terms of the Wolves situation coming in for Nova. Obviously, we've only seen 6 rounds. So, yeah, I suppose the first quarter's gone. Let's take a hydration break and jump back into it.
You can't just say take a hydration break and then not give me a second to drink my water, surely. Give me a sec.
Sorry. You know, the
right, hydration
World
complete
Cup
and timeout complete. And we are back in. So let's see what the switch-ups look like here defensively. I'm still seeing maybe some more passiveness on that A side of the map, so some retake potential maybe is what they discussed, what that game plan looks like, and also maybe keeping Swagsort alive in the late round, right? Playing that off angle from B Heaven, letting the anchors do their job like Wong in mid.
Well, at least he's got one. But yeah, it doesn't feel like it's maybe the exchange you're looking for. That Viper utility completely gone. But
For Waylo, maybe.
yeah,
It's
I
worth
mean,
it.
that's true. The ult there is available for Crown Fisher. But again, having a rough time of things right now. Tale of misery continues for the JDG
Yeah.
duelist.
JDG out of their time out have slowed things down. I think they're understanding they need to ban out a lot of this util. Again, the paint shells. Again, the deadlock net. The ult, even like we just saw. And now it's a lot easier to get into the site unless Swagster can live by his own rifle.
Yeah, he found a double there. It's absolutely massive. And Azir sprays down to himself. That Nebula blocking the way. Just absolutely clean.
Yeah, it's a bit late, I think, because Swagster are going to refall in, but the refrags come through. And I think we flash back then to that second round that they lost. And it's like they were expecting Swagster to do so much as a silent anchor on his own. And we needed, again, one of those controllers or the deadlock to be playing alongside him. That's exactly what we were able to see that round for Azir to cap it off. They finally get a rifle round through. One round now from tying things up. And if they win this next round as well, I don't think the money to buy is going to be that great on the JDG side to maintain their lead. Coming into this next round. It's like they're trying to keep where Swagzor is pretty unpredictable. Because we mentioned in the pre-show that was one of the win conditions, is just shutting him down. In particular for the Nova squad right now, when Nova have said that they plan around setting him up. And that's kind of what I'm seeing here. They're also keeping the deadlock alive for other players to play off of Autumn's utility, which I do like. It gives them a bit more time to stare at the mini-map, right? To make the calls.
Always love staring at the minimap. Nods of approval from my co-caster there. JDG look to make their way towards the site. So much utility coming in. CB to find the first, but Crown Fisher's in, taking one. CB a double to make sure that things stay in Nova's favor. A man to the good right now. JDG have cancelled their push, now re-wrapping towards ramp.
And what did we just say? Deadlock sets other players up for fragability. And that's exactly what that wall did, and CB is the one reacting off of it. So now you're hopefully going to keep Autumn tucked here, maybe against his own will, and let CB continue to frag out, or you can set up a fake flash out, and hopefully they don't clear out Cubby.
Yeah. Hopefully. Problem is, look at the time, yeah. Into red time we go. JDG now just making that drop down, and Autumn strikes, takes down Jakuro. Spike now abandoned in no man's land. Yeah, there's just no time for this. YU gonna have to try and brawl it out himself. CB did just enough there to stall the time. And that is a tied up scoreline, 4-4.
Yeah, these death balls for JDG just do not work. If they go from a slow start where they banned a bunch of utility and then go for a late round death ball, they're going to find a lot better odds. We've already seen that conversion pan out. Here it was so early. They had the wall, they had the net, they had so many flashes, and obviously cutting noise and re-hitting didn't really work out when they didn't flush much out to begin with. So now, as we mentioned, their money is not great. Yeah, you have a few here rifles and the Viper's pit, but doesn't really help you too much out on the attack side unless you can pull all these rotations over with Crown Fisher on the full stop fake up ramp. But look at this regroup. I love this. Swagzor looking like they want to re-clear it almost immediately, and they do.
It does feel like that with just Crown Fisher there and not really going forwards too much, there's not a lot to really sell the fake.
Well,
stalled out in mid, that's going to be information.
The deadlock is right place, right time every time, it feels like, for Autumn here. Net gets confirmation. I think you heard 2 minimum, and now CB should get a timing past the Trailblazer.
Oh, he's certainly been cheeky with it, but Shay jumping in. That's the power of the Bucky. Azir doing his damnedest backside to try and hold on, but now he's stunned up, getting swung from multiple angles. They still haven't cleared out one. He's causing problems. A big double, make it 3 to save things for Nova.
Where if you're Azir, you're like, oh, how dare you bait me like this, and then they get the 3K and you're like, oh, never mind, do it all the time if you're going to clutch out around like that. And that was the communication, that crossfire just not going cleared after honestly some really effective quick scaling from JDG using this broken buy to get numbers and space. But yep, wow. just needing to shut down now momentum almost, it feels like, with this timeout now that Nova has fully seized the lead back. And this is not the first time as well, Charlotte, that we've seen them have a slow start in that FPX match on Lotus, which I want to say, and I will fact check myself right now, okay, that was their pick. And so that's where I'm like, if they can have a slow start there and come back from an 0-4, I think they're within their means to be able to continue where they've left off here. And once the side swap happens, that's when you need to be just a bit careful.
Yeah. Worries, problems, etc. I feel a little bit like there's yet more twists in this tale. Like, potentially this story isn't over. Obviously, Nova Esports with 3 in a row, but considering the start of this game, we've seen how quickly those tides can turn. Though no Harbor on side, so I guess that makes it a little bit more difficult. But heading into round 10, JDG now. Let's see what they have cooked up in their timeout.
Well, I think they realized how quickly they can get Crown Fisher up ramps, and as long as they find the tempo before the re-clear, they can continue pushing on forward. CB, though, quick to it. Thinking they would punish the pre-fire on the closer angle, but snappy with it. And now further confirmation that that wasn't the fake like it was on the eco. Don't think it's spotted out, Joe, but now with the close confirmation, and Swagazor could just send a rocket into the corner if he really wanted to, but the paint still can get the job done. Oh, the stun, though, and the Seekers. Oh.
At the very least, they've caught the escape, and the spike drops down. Now, in a very difficult position to try and retrieve that. Jakuro nowhere near his ultimate either, so it's not like you can even rely on that bit of utility to get you through.
Yeah, it's like at this point they're playing do a deathmatch on the B side, take numbers as you rotate through A, get into unpredictable positions, and you hope that you can survive until you regroup with him.
That does feel like a little bit of BM to try and chuck down the sonic sensor. You do get called out for it regardless. This did still go off.
Still went off.
But post-mortem, so a little bit of a struggle. Doesn't think really matters in the end. Nova still claim the 6th round. The kills come in. It's an even half at least.
Yeah, and I think we saw it from the barrier drop, and it continued into the late round, right? It feels like Nova out of their timeout, out of JDG's timeout, decided we're gonna be a bit more gung-ho in taking these fights, being more proactive, right? You had an early net nade combo ready on B main if presence was made, much like the pistol round, and then you saw how gun-ho they were about the Seeker showstopper combo to re-clear ramps, which they've been re-clearing ramps pretty steadily, and we talked about that go-getter mentality. It is back and being punished by YU.
Can only get one, but I mean, at the very least, it's damage and it's Autumn taken out of the round. Can still call from the grave, but it makes things a little bit more difficult.
Ooh.
What does make things easier for JDG, though, would not be Nova finding these kills, which they do. That site execute just a little bit miscued, I think.
Yeah, and again, we mentioned how previously it was like, okay, Zir falls and Guan goes for solo 3k anchor. There it was uplifting utility, ping-ponging off of each other, and you're pushing them towards now these very primed side anchors. Again, the players that CB wanted to return and play alongside, who have, again, grown with Nova, that were scouted by 24k. And yeah, right now, they're the ones that honestly are, I think, adding that stability element on top of the explosiveness. And speaking of explosiveness, Swagzor, the operator, right at the end of the half.
Could get flashed off of the angle, though. Oh, a leg shot coming in, but he's got Azir to back him up. The Odin rings true. It means that he can survive. Get out with another attempt at letting that sniper rifle sing. Azir, a second kill. Problem is, there's players on the site. Now comes Swagzor to find his impact. And it's a triple from Azir, leaving YU in a 1-on-5. the most unlikely of clutch situations to prevent an 8-4 half from his opposition. Caught up by the grab net as well. Spotted out, shut down. A full house from the players we've seen on the B site pretty much the entire half long. And it means that at the switch, it's Nova who find themselves with an advantage of 4.
And again, this round, it's like someone's full blind out, someone has their back. Someone's nearsighted, someone has their back. And yeah, this round just showcasing what right now Nova have kind of righted really, really quickly after their first time out of the half. And yeah, this is the time to be showboating a bit, to be smiling ear to ear, because this isn't even your map pick. 8-4. And I'm glad they actually did get tested early in the half and make that bounce back, because it shows that they have that adaptability factor that they're going to need as they go up against bigger and better opponents when, again, their game plan is tested and pushed. And I don't know, for JDG, it's difficult when we mentioned already a very packed schedule, and then you're altering the composition fundamentals, right? And that's another thing, is we mentioned how this composition, right, the double dive, the waylay, the neon, it's meant to get into those deep lines, find Swagzor and eliminating him. And they were doing that the first 2 rounds because Swagzor was a bit too much out on the X skirts, right? And what did he do? He took a few steps back. He was part of the reclear committee. And ooh, wow, they were definitely more effective in those back lines.
Yeah. I do feel like, you know, some incorrect choices being made there in the pick cam as well. Which map do you like the looks of better? Pearl v Summit. I mean, clearly it's got to be Summit, right? That map's beautiful. But listen, people like it under the down where it's better, down where it's wetter under the seat. Swagzor though, he's having a pretty good time here on Split. Doesn't need to worry about Pearl. 100% cast through that first half, finding impact in every single round. And 6 in a row from his team to cap things off. They're heading into the second passage of play with, well, a lot of momentum.
JDG, though, might not have proven it this series just yet, but do have that pistol history behind them. Or maybe they can just eco in the second round again, but for the time being, Nova, just the way in which they're approaching this A split, are also fast and furious, and Gong has hopefully communicated they have full control over B main. Now it's up to Nova to adjust. And click corners.
Yeah, that's a problem. Autumn taken down, but Nova still answering back with 2 of their own. Crownfisher taken out by Swagzor. Battle of the Duelists goes one way, and it's towards Nova, as it so often has throughout the map so far. Is he on that overwatch towards the flank? Doesn't necessarily find his mark, and it does give JDG a way back through. Especially looking at the HP bars on Nova's side. 22 health for CB, exactly double that for Swagzor, but still not a lot to play with. There is a chance, but they do have to get moving here. Time gonna continue to be a factor as the spike ticks away, and Swagzor just closes it up with a quad. Just, why not? You know, just frag, kill him.
Yeah, I was a bit worried when he outpaced the initial flash from CB and got pinged down low, but I think he had a really good understanding of what that retake, that 2v3 was going to look like when they still had YU online, when they still had that toxic screen online, and they were going to get all that space for free, and he says, not on my watch. Swings through it unexpectedly, takes a second pistol for Nova here on Split, and I mean, the next round, it's just, okay, we're still going with the 2-3 buy. And they said, okay, the Bulldogs aren't enough. We've understood that, guys. Let's get a Phantom in the picture for Swagzor.
Yeah, why not? And then it means that when you do lose the second round, it's even more upsetting.
We'll cross the bridge when we get there. We'll burn that bridge when we get there, economically speaking. And that's why they're on pure defensive, right? They're risk minimalizing here. Right? Dog leads the way, and Swagzor should scale behind it, and I will say, JDG are doing a good job concealing their whereabouts, concealing this stack, and much like how the last half went, they are about to fight right into it.
Oh, I'm scared. I've got that funny feeling again where it just feels like things are gonna go wrong, but oh, it's all gone wrong for JDG. Oh, I mean, they were well set up to take those fights, but the execution was far from superb.
And why did the ghosts take the majority of those kills is the real question, but all in all, looks like Nova have all the answers down to where Berlin is approaching from, and they want to funnel these towards Swagzor. They want to get that showstopper online in the next round or two to snowball this, to close out effectively, to save their energy for the next few matches in this packed schedule. And right now they're on track for it with how fast they were able to get into the site, and that feels like a major oversight as well. Util investment-wise misunderstand the speed in which Nova were scaling, and yeah, it's too early for a timeout, obviously, because this is your first rifle round, but look at that buy, it scares me. You look at the 10-4 scoreline, that's scary.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you, though. It does feel like approaching timeout territory in only the second round, which is never a good sign. But hey, still chances to come back from this. Nova were down 4-2. And now they're up 10-4. So that is 8 in a row. Still chance for JDG to find similar success themselves. At the moment, they're doing a good job of stalling Nova as they try and head in towards B.
This is interesting. 4 players here preparing for a refight, actually.
Oh, and Swagzor's up close with them behind the box. He's found so much value. First kill there. Looking to take more, but not checking his corners. YU with that kill. JDG still completely unaware. YU getting involved from Heaven, dipping away. A 2-on-2 now.
Yeah,
Nova do have side control.
A bit worried because Berlin's on the other side of Heaven for YU to get this heal. You could hope the radius is large enough on a stairs regroup. And there it is.
A little bit of extra something to get themselves back into it. Kwon, good for the first transfer. Unfortunately, a little bit lacking, but Azir swings round the pillar to completely nail them. 11-4 now, and this Nova train just keeps on going.
That's where, again, sometimes Nova even, they understand it themselves. It's the individual performance that's setting them apart in this early stage where they're just swinging, re-swinging, winning those engagements. And I will say here, I think that refight was overcooked from JDG as well, right? There was no real depth to it. There was no util communicated, no paranoia to set it up. And I think that's where the disappointment from the coaching staff comes in. It's like, it's okay if you have these ideas to re-clear to refight, but when Nova did it in their half, there was always a flash behind it. There was always a nade, a net, something. Here, I think all we saw was the refract, and that's twofold. One, I think the Omen was under quick fire from Nova, and two, I think they already used that relay bolt on the choke from the initial show of force from Nova. And this is interesting. Berlin actually stepping in. Maybe doing some assistance in the calling here to maybe get them back on track. Again, he was the IGL for FPX for a while, so maybe helping Jay Kuro right the drowning ship, the sinking ship. And 11-4, he just lost the bonus to a clutch. You definitely are going under.
Yeah. Not to be too doomer about it, but it's not looking good, is it?
Hey, there's lifeboats on boats for a reason. They just need to get on one and sail back to land. They'll be good.
Marshall and Judge. That's what JDG are hinging their efforts on here. And in fact, the Marshall goes away. It is just that shotgun. Still a little bit of an investment when you consider the fact that you lose this. That's your one final chance of the buy round. It's the captain inside of the smoke here, looking to get cheeky with that Judge instead.
Look at what's happened though on the other side of the map. Jay and Crawfish cleared all of sewers. The only concern here is everything but the kitchen sink has been thrown into clearing out this Judge on the choke. That one weapon you mentioned.
Okay, yep, has finally been spotted, cleared, checked away. And the kills come in. Swagzor, another triple kill for him. Feels like he's farming those up at the minute. The judge did not find its value. Shay's Bandit does. Nice little tap there, but now his position's known, and he's trying to fight into the stack. Guang shuts him down. Nova take 12 very early on here on Split.
That's an unfortunate one, because from a macros perspective, that round on the eco was gorgeous from JDG, right? While your duelists are clearing out the other side of the map, you have a judge on the one choke that's trying to force them back into those rotations so they can maybe catch them with util out, with their knife out, something along those lines, and they just re-execute. And even then, the reflood from heaven was supported, the saturate. I can't tell if Swagster just disrespected it or effectively dodged it, but still getting that multi-kill is criminal. This is what I mentioned about the momentum quickly that Nova can avalanche. How many rounds was that in a row? It was over 8.
10.
Yeah, that's crazy.
In a row.
Crazy. About to be 11, it feels like. I mean, yeah, you have the Operator and the Seekers, but look at all the mid space gotten within seconds of the round starting. They are primed for a B split here.
And such deep control towards Vent as well. Swagsaw cutting off any rotations. You're looking towards Jay as well. If he wants to try and take those fights with that operator, it's going to be tough. Jakuro, though, has a Vandal, and he's put it to good use. CB going down. Initiator utility removed from Nova. That does make things all the more difficult, but Swagsaw just decides to take them with his gun out instead. Spots the barrel. YU going down. Berlin trying to fight back in, but no dice. Jakuro a second on the site. The captain coming up big, but now he's shut down. It's a 2-on-2. Berlin gets involved. Now the spike being planted. He finds the second. In the 1 versus 1, Guang would have to get the clutch. A 1-on-2 situation, cut down to half as Jay looking to send the stun on round. Going round the side, spotted, looking for the pre-fire. Now the slide, going round the sides! But Guang shuts him down. It's as easy as that for Nova. 13-4. Split goes their way.
They have a new routine, Charlotte, that we need to try like virtually. We need to do like the autumn and the swags or a little like high five. And I mean, yeah, just the confidence in some of those refights. And honestly, before Swagster got shut down in the last round, he looks like he was going through like a dance routine, just the motions, right? And every single mark was hitting. Just understanding exactly what those positions were going to look like on the JDG side. But yeah, I mean, just looking back at that matchup, right? It's like, yeah, JDG got off to a decent start because they disrupted the money with that second round Thrifty win. But that's really the only strong takeaway they had, aside from some of the clean team fights that were letting them at least get onto sites, but then not close it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the worrying thing, really, for me, is that it should have been worse for them, right? You shouldn't be winning your second round Thrifty, so, you know, a 13-4 being the, like, best case scenario is not a good sign. Swagsaw, though, double kill from up on Rafters, which we saw a hefty amount. I got a 3k from Rafters in ranked last night, so, you know, I'm feeling some affinity with Swagsaw, but he's probably doing it at a bit of a higher level than my ranked games.
Yeah, and again, it wasn't just Swagsaw either, right? Like, he was doing great on the openings, and especially once he got over the attack half, but these side anchors between Azir and between Guang as well got them out of some really tricky situations when, you know, Swaggy was taken out of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, a comprehensive performance from Nova all around, but it was those site anchors, like you're saying, particularly on this B side, that it just felt inevitable, really. So many frags for Swagsaw and so much impact. So let's hear how they did it with the team comms coming up.
加油 ！Oh yeah！ 一样啊，兴奋一点，兴奋一点，兄弟们！我可以给你烟的。没，就我 A have， 可以开连子吗 ？A 有，没连子，给连子去，再打一了，开连子，没连子，我一给烟了，我一给烟了，发点一个，被震了，我起连子了，起连子了。一滴血，他没被奶，一滴血。我杀。哦，喂，拿一滴血，不是一滴血吗？拿1 HP，有枪吗？哪里有枪 ？A 有 ，A 有，不错。 Nice, good job. Nice. Let's go, boys. 开起帘子了，能上甲板了。我要去爆点了。B 打 B 了，2个。Nice. How many? Nice. Let's go. Let's go. You're so good.
And yeah, I think you could be given one guess and guess who the MVP was for that match and maintain the 100% cast across the board. And Charlotte, I said we were gonna do it. We gotta do the swags or and the autumn really fast. Ready. The swags or autumn. We gotta get ready. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. You were late. But anyways, if anybody was not late, it was Swagzor to the party. And honestly, if you look back at those listen-ins, I love how Autumn was also facilitator to make sure that Swagzor was getting the right information, like how many were there. And I also think I heard him like being a big translator as well in the server. So that was kind of cool to listen in just a little bit. But where's the control amount? There isn't one. Is the big impact stat there, to say the least.
Wow. I even throughout all the time we've been doing this, I've never seen a completely maxed out hexagon. There's always been one of the stats.
It was probably an EDG. It was probably EDG.
Yeah, I've always seen it. There's like one of the stats where it's just like a little bit down, but that is an insane performance. Like we said, 100% cast, either getting a kill or an assist, or surviving, or at the very least his death being traded. But I mean, let's be honest, I don't think there are any situations where that eventuality occurred. In every single round, this guy was showing up. 25 kills across the map as well.
And a very short map at that.
Yeah, 17 rounds. I mean, it is ridiculous what he was doing to this team. So, I mean, listen, he might be the greatest player of all time. And maybe I'm overreacting.
You gotta wait until you get to the global stage, right? I think people have compared Swagzor farming in CN to like Vukashu, and I want to see if that is true or not. And that would require, again, Nova making a full run for first or second. But yeah, 418 is crazy. He literally saw like Vukashu get week 1 like MVP, and he's like, I'm gonna do that for week 2. Like that's the kind of performance and numbers he has been putting up. And again, you look at the rest of the team, and I would not have guessed that Autumn was 6-12. Again, the usual he was having was so imperative for their success. But again, it also came down to the confidence, like we mentioned. Look at the first bloods, 11-6. And honestly, like I had to look back at that, but I would say I don't think like the majority either came from Swagzor, actually. Like I feel like a lot of the times it was some of those side anchors, like Guangwei's. I think I got a decent number of them when there was the mid hold or the side hold, and if Swagzor found them, they were like more from re-clears as well. It wasn't like them fighting on the outskirts. So all in all, yeah, very, very well-rounded split for them to be proud of, considering it was a map 3 they floated in their matchup during FPX, and now shown what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, for Nova as well, you can take solace in the fact that that's your opponent's map pick. JDG wanted to take us to split. They might have been misguided about that, but now they have to try and stay alive on Nova's pick of Lotus coming up.
gotta make a move to me, baby, move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Welcome back. It was a pretty rapid start to the day that we've had here over at VCT China. Obviously, co-stream brought to you by Project Horizon. Still Charlotte and Zobi with you for this one. A 13-4 coming in, map 1 for Nova, and that was JDG's pick of Split. Now we head to Lotus. This should be Nova's playground. This should be a 2-0, and we're looking at the comps as well, Zobi. There's one thing that's very much prominent in our minds.
Absolutely, and that's the KJ that 24K and CB have stood behind, right? It allows for a quicker info gathering, quicker rotations, and we saw the rotations and the setups for these reclears were everything for Nova on Split, and I think that's going to be a factor that translates to them starting out in the defense for Lotus yet again. But I do want to put some hope over in the JDG corner, because for Split, right, they fundamentally altered their composition and it did not work. And we saw as well that for Nova, Split was there, kind of like float map, we haven't showed it, and that's exactly what Lotus now is going to be for JDG. So they haven't necessarily tried what they've applied in practice, so there's not as much, I would say, to fix the theory just yet. Now, when we get into the game, they might have to fix things on the fly, but what did I say when I saw them change their split comp? I said, wow, I'm happy they got rid of the double senti. And what do we see yet again? The double senti. I mean, I guess they're going back to the fundamental that they had prior.
Yeah, it's interesting because for JDG, the most recent comp they played in Stage 1 didn't have the double Sentinel in it. I'm looking at this here. Neon Rays, Fade, Omen, Vice. So swapping out the Neon for the Chamber on Jay, he's someone that plays both of those agents, but I guess, you know, in the current patch, Neon taking that slight nerf, maybe just a little bit more of a comfort situation coming in, but it does mean that those rotations through this fairly wide map, being 3 sites, are going to be a little bit more difficult on that defense side.
Yeah. To go now into Lotus, map 2, where again, Nova are trying to prove everybody wrong. And maybe the FPX win wasn't a fluke, that they are in fact a team on a tangential growth arc towards playoffs, towards a global. And JDG looking for that first win of the stage amidst new players joining the fray. And this is something I was worried about. Nova, look at the confidence on this C-Mount fight. This is what comes after you winning map 1.
So close up. Prowler does catch.
Cleared so much already.
Just forced away, but yeah, so much control taken. You would expect that Nova are anticipating that rubble pressure.
Oh, I want them to kind of pivot back, right? Your Vice should have communicated that they cleared out all of B main. Instead, they're just going to do it the old-fashioned way. Take out one of the anchors on site and speed up.
Yeah, looking to head forwards, but the problem is that Swagsaw is waiting. He's been quite the thorn in the side so far. But now there is that pivot going towards B, and instead, actually, they go for the tap, and then Turntail would run towards the C site. In the 3-on-3, they will be able to get the spike planted here.
I don't know how I feel about the additional time. If especially that Haunt comes back on for Autumn.
Yeah, it does feel like some questions to be raised, but maybe feeling a bit more comfortable. That comfort quickly taken away, though, by CB. A double kill with the Bandit, Jakuro. He is behind them. I don't know if they're aware of that fact right now.
That's a side smoke. It's supposed to make him think that he was trying to isolate fights in Ben.
That's the classic. There's the first kill. Now the information's given over. Haunt comes back in. Right click is absolutely perfect. And now time becomes an issue. Forced to reload, but he's already done enough. Coming in with the clutch round 1. Goodness me.
Wow. Just, you can see on Nova's faces, realize that round was stolen away. And JDG, right? They're the ones down a map, not even celebrating. Was an incredible clutch of a round, right? Like, that was, whew. That's what you want from your leader 4-0, stepping up, forcing up the Phantom on top of that. Swagzorn and Marshall, though, is a dangerous game for that reason right there.
Yeah, brilliant pick to open things up. Jay instantly removed. An agent that is maybe primarily focused on getting kills in the chamber. Not allowed to do so in these opening 2 rounds. Jumping in though, Brown Fisher does. Answers back, Guang falls. Swagsaw inside the smoke is playing a dangerous game. So Spike gets planted here on B. Oh, Swagsaw, oh my god, he's taking that fight. It's brazen as anything. But he still gets it done. On low HP now, but he has bought a bit of time for the rest of Nova to come on in. Oh dear, the door not opened up, and it's here! Still fights to kill, Swagsaw on for a third. It's carnage on the B site, and Nova answer right back.
Like, that shouldn't be happening. And it's the fact that that paranoia is utilized so late when they were about to reflip and try and swarm that sniper rifle up close. And I mean, I respect, I think, the close fight from Crown Fisher, but that right click was lethal, and so were the shots coming through the revolving door. I mean, what a round. And that was after some really nice compiling util to get them into the B site for JDG, but yeah, I think they just spread themselves a bit too thin in that post plant.
Hello!
I mean, yeah, valid.
We said it was gonna be entertaining, bro. We said that was gonna be the series in a nutshell. We didn't say it was gonna be like the most predictable or the deepest, but it is going to be a fun one. So buckle up, because it is just getting started. Round 3. Back to fist fight for A main, and Guang once again has to anchor.
Being called upon under pressure, so many bodies fighting their way forward. Swagsaw maybe only good for clicking heads. He's whiffed on the horn.
Not again.
Oh no. Chikuro sat in the corner, finds the kill. Still no for doing a good job at keeping things contained.
What?
So it is just the captain. The CB finds a triple elsewhere. I'm lost. Sobi, I'm lost. Help me.
I just don't know how CB gets a triple there. And that's after I feel like JDG Kudo like JDG got into such a good position, right? We just talked about how Nova like to early rotate off of information from ZB, and they put someone in a perfect position to punish off of that. But no, it's just the Killjoy setup and the refight off of it that sets CB up unexpectedly, and the cleanup crew sweeps on through for the lurks. So yeah, the double prong lurk not the go-to when you have Jay and JDG together. Maybe also not the pack off the way to go when you're having issues getting onto sites, but it would punish these early exchanges. But can you punish a bazooka? I don't think so.
Immediately just completely deleted. Might have even been a chance there for a double kill. JDG just spaced enough apart that that isn't a possibility. So only one casualty in the opening stages. I guess you can say that's a positive. I'm not too sure.
Well, I mean, you've already lost their entry, and Nova have since given up their forward lines of pressure since they got what they came for. The only silver lining here would be as she can get CB on an over swing, but he's just waiting for contact again to play the swarms, play the alarm button. If anybody's going to contact, it's going to be Swagzor instead.
Every time I see Swagzor gearing up to take a fight, I get nervous for JDG. The Boombot comes in, trying to get a little bit of information. Paint shells at the ready as well. And timed perfectly, actually, to try and deny this space. Two players already in, however, CB has spotted them both, can only find one. Berlin on that re-aggression towards the site does mean that it's a 2 versus 3. Jay can get in, plant the spike here. An extension of play into the round. Berlin from main as well, getting involved. Jay just peeking into that. Guang should know that there's an operator around and available on the site for JDG, but instead peeking into the angle. And the micro flick from Jay is just divine.
That's just a question mark of a round for Nova, right? Like, you have perfect choke util, right, with that paint shell. You have the swarm grenade minefield, and you're not clearing the right spaces out. You got the opening kill as well, and then honestly, Autumn here also just overfights and hands numbers back to JDG. So yeah, I feel like the poking and prodding there, just picking one off the top after another for JDG worked out.
You gotta jiggle the up in that position. You know that there's that sniper rifle. And twice now we've seen Nova struggle on those C retakes. A key win condition potentially for JDG. Jay overstaying is welcome. The Haunt reveals, but gets a shot away, and the headshot onto Swagzor. It's very clean. Death is traded though by Autumn, and now here comes that C pressure once more. CB in a lot of trouble. He just has to get away from this.
Yeah, destroyed a lot of util in the process, so it'll be a lot easier to get into this site on the retake ideally. That's why they're flipping the site on the JDG side.
Why, you a brilliant kill. Jakuro pushing forwards. It's a triple from the captain. He's already found double digits in the kill department, and he's dragged JDG into a lead here early on of Lotus.
And I think we need a timeout, not necessarily for Nova to discuss things, just to stop the train right now that is JDG. The way they're winning these rounds is now so quick, right? Just launching into these sites, the pivots are effective, and I think Nova are over-fighting at this present moment. I'm hoping that's maybe? What, yeah, 24K is pointing out. Yeah, it feels like it could be, right? Like, after you win the second round, right, you're, like, on your feet, like, hello, like, you're shouting at them. That can get to your head just a touch, and hubris befalls the best. So, Nova need to get themselves into check, need to be careful, because right now they're looking like they're in the same position that, they themselves were over on Split, right? Like, coming back, trying to... Sorry, it's like the opposite, right? Where JDG had won the Thrifty and then just kind of snowballed, lost the rest of the half, and now Nova's the same way. So, looks like they're getting some effective communication through, though, for this timeout. Just trying to sort through what's been going wrong, what the game plan is, how to support... well, Swagzor, because he's also in the discussion. There it is, CB just hyping up the squad. He actually talked about that a lot, like that this is something he wanted to do for the team. And he says it's harder to do on the kill toy because he has to stay locked in. He has to make those opportunities and be that hard anchor, but for now, it's an eco. Anything goes.
Anything egos. Haha.
The ego with the eco, we'll find out. I mean, there's 3 players already pushed up from B with a trap off the paranoia, but JDG, target A, they are correct, and now it's what do you do if you're Nova for this retake?
I mean, potentially already you're looking at a die to spike angle.
Yeah.
But something makes me think that Nova are gonna try and fight this. Already sees nades coming in towards drop. No one there, but it does mean that Nova can take that space for themselves. With the wall up, it forces JDG back, spams through the toxic screen though, still result in the opening pick. Wise Flash doesn't really do much, and despite Azir finding a kill on the site, it's still all JDG all day. As the frags rain in, and CB is now looking at a 1-on-4 situation. Bit too difficult to get this one done. He's just gonna go down to the detonation.
Yeah, but the right players found the right kills for JDG, namely YU, and that Steel Garden coming back online is going to be huge. It's going to set them up for what again has been these really, really early team fights and team executions. And I do maybe just want to see Nova play a standard Lotus kind of start. You know, send Swagzor deep into a wall, a root, and see what they would be able to hold on that side of the map. But instead, it's similar to Split. Put your double anchors on one site and get aggro on the other. And this time it's Mound once again, but the operator here, 4G, is gonna get all of the opportunity. Just saying, if he can work around this one way.
Yeah, crucial dark cover to get him away from that angle. Azir still is in the firing line towards Arch, so refreshes that smoke.
This is such predictable pathing now. Nova followed a few rounds, right? They start with the aggro C, they hit the revolving door, and they let Swagzor rotate through off the Prowler and stack A, because they think it's enough pressure to flush these players out from C-side. And JDG have now called the bluff. Azir in hot water, forced to take the TP away after already investing the paranoia as well. They are burning so much util that they won't have for the retake. But JDG are less than a minute left, and I'm a little bit worried that Jay Kudo is calling the wrong regroup here in the late round.
Yeah, I assume heard one of these players rotate away, but still 2 Nova bodies in residence. There goes the Razor Vines, but they're a little too close. CB's got the lockdown. Yeah, it feels like you kind of have to, but instead they're committing towards Tree for now.
20
with the
seconds.
spike. Hello. Maybe, Berlin, you want to get out of the radius of that. And they're going back in towards the A site here. Off the back of the Steel Garden to try and get things done. Swagzor backside still has his rifle available. And so does CB. He's mowed them all down for a triple. It's just Berlin left and he cannot stand. The ultimate invested, but JDG all full of flawless to get back into things from Nova.
Oh, and CB was lying to me in our interview saying, oh, the KJ, I don't frag out and I don't get my moments. Then what is this? I mean, it's your own alarm bot setting up for the 3K after you applied the time pressure with your lockdown. And again, I think Jay Kudrow just kind of dropped the ball on that call just a little bit. The mid-round call to go back towards C to call the bluff on the Mound fight and the Prowler being made reclear was correct. And that was information given to you by your lurk players, by Je and by YU. So that's when you're gonna look back at the VOD review and be like, oh, man, what could have been? And now, could have been is Nova trying to tie things up 4-4. They have your own op to use against you.
Jakira is already in rubble though, and I don't think Nova are aware of this. Swagzor falls early. Sniper rifle decimated. Autumn meets a similar fate. On that double kill. Ridiculous work from the IGL.
He's like, I'm making up for the last round one way or another. Fragging out, setting up now for what would be a good A late end, but 10 HP. I'm surprised that Azir and Guang don't try to punish it a bit earlier before the rotates come through, before the stacks come through. Now you're going to be great fighting the whole team.
Feels difficult, but Guang has found a kill. Azir as well. Gets things done for him, and a second kill before the showstopper can be taken down.
This is so winnable for CB. For the ops holding the line.
Yeah, through the smoke, pushing through despite the 10 health. Jakuro has completely saved the round there for JDG.
Wow. Way too close for comforts. And yeah, Jakuro punishing that aggression when we just asked for them to get deep on the A line. I don't know. I feel like if I'm having Swagstore on the operator, I do just want him on the Jiggle A line. Oh, closer to site, or can I just not? Let's just not put him on the op at all, Loki. I don't think it fits his style, his character, and how they're playing around with Lotus. And hey, you just won that round. We're taking the timeout. I think they're worried about the side swap just a little bit here.
Yeah.
And knowing that the slow start, right? Like a 6-6 wouldn't be enough. And I think they're not really getting that padding economically that they're probably seeking out in rounds that, again, shouldn't be this close. So now...
Yeah, I mean, they are certainly too close for comfort in the previous round. Considering the start, you get a big opener from Jakuro to take down 2 towards that A main space, but...
Can't hope for that every round, right?
Yeah, you
like
can't.
either Swagster's gonna be online, is gonna get the first blood, like he's done a few rounds already this map, or again, it's gonna be you calling into really sites that you don't really know what lies beyond the veil, because I'm not really seeing too much deep util either out of Berlin here. I mean, this round, maybe they could just go some orb farming, maybe get a Nightfall online. That could be huge for a side exit, because again, JDG, these side decks have been the cleanest aspect if CB gets taken down early, right? And we'll see if that's the case. It looks like Nova want to fight for this orb.
Certainly pushing forward. Swagsaw immediately spotted, but Azir's been able to take down Crownfisher actually from that main space. It's a double kill from YU. But Autumn answers back in early skirmish. Leads us even 3-on-3.
I'm surprised once again that Autumn is staying so long. It reminds me of the round where he retook prematurely. This would give numbers right back to Nova, but he's the agile. He wants the answers for his team, and he's gonna get them one way or another.
Yep. And he's found that there's at least Berlin over here. Might have spotted the second on that double up, but now Nova forced to stretch their resources even thinner. Guang over here, CB still towards his setup on A, just in case that Nightfall is a fake. Spike should be confirmation that it isn't.
And that's a frustrating round again, right? It's these late decisions where we kind of peel off, like you mentioned, that spreading themselves a bit too thin after they get what they came for. And maybe it was concerns about the Nightfall there just a bit, but I wouldn't have come online until post-plant if Autumn didn't give that kill to Berlin. So it's like, I don't know, but we'll see how this 2v3 goes.
Yeah, we shall. Dark cover in the way makes things a little bit more difficult. One's just going to have to try and take the fights himself. Now CB getting involved, but it's the operator to get things done. A crisp, clean headshot from Jay means JDG are double their opponent's score.
Yeah, let the pressure get to him a little bit in that clutch. It felt like on the brink of brilliance, and just, yeah, operator's not gonna really be taken away there, but yeah, it's, again, I think number one, they did a great job handling this one way. YU coming online, we mentioned that was one of those players from the global stage we wanted to have be the it factor, but it's when it was down to that 3v3, and again, Autumn looking for those answers. Yeah, it's a cause for frustration, 100%. And that's JDG now sitting pretty at 6. And Nova just trying to tie at best for halftime.
I mean, even still, a tied score probably wouldn't be the end of the world for them, right? You're looking for...
I mean, they get the eco here.
Yeah, you're looking for more rounds than just 6 on the attacking side if you're JDG, particularly with this composition.
Alright. This is the first time we're getting pretty steady retaliation from Nova on the A main front, and they are winning the gauge, and somehow
Okay, that's an interesting one, but still pressure coming through. And that's where JDG finally steady the ship.
There's no trip on the flank. Or, no, yeah, no, there wasn't. It's on Blue Room here. And so that would open the door now for weapon recovery for CB if they don't get back on the main line. And that's not what they're going to do. I'm a bit worried if the transfer is here because JKuro is so low HP.
Yeah, just 40 points of health to his name. There is the upgrade collected. Feel like maybe shooting the trip is a little bit of a danger. And 2 players swing him. CP not quite good enough to take them both down in that spot.
Again, laser focused, the damage control there just enough. I like the investment of the showstopper. I'm all for eco ults when you get those opening kills, and that's exactly what Guan did, and that's what they did with the paint shell as well. But again, it was these unsupported refights there where you kind of were a bit, again, too committed positionally and couldn't get out. So for now, this is the buy round though for Nova. They're looking to go towards that 7-5 half, which would also be super respectable.
Yeah.
And look at the read this round. They have never started with 3 players on B. And the one round they do is when JDG also had 3 in pillars. What are we doing? You're a killjoy, CB. What are we doing?
Oh, this is some sketchy gameplay, I'll be honest.
It's like faking what they've done prior with like the Prowler with the revolving door to set swags were up on the rotate. And now it's going to force a lot of util out on the reclear, and CB has just gotten safe passage back onto the safe line.
Yeah. Horn, I don't think, spotted him. But the shots should be enough to at least confirm the position.
Okay.
There's someone hanging about, and with the turret contact, you expect it to be the Killjoy. A couple players in residence to assist as well.
This is interesting. It's like the last time where JKuro called them back to A, and we said they should have ended C. Now it's the opposite case, right? The conditioning was opposite, where they wanted them to go towards the stacked C side because they have the op on A.
Yeah, that turret's going to be able to take contact again. There it is. Information coming over. There goes the snake bite. Yet more delay, but TP into the smoke. JKuro in trouble. Guang has found a double himself. Inside, finding 4! That's incredible form from him. And now pushing for more. He wants to take the ace. Shane not giving him that opportunity. Wanting to save the operator. Nova, no, this round is done in their favor. What a moment from the Viper.
What hurts is they know that they can't risk hunting him down because they need the weapons for the last round of the half. They knew they had to keep that ground clean, and because of Long, they do. And that was after I was a bit worried because the snake bite and the swarm grenades, there was a lack of communication, but utilizing JDG's own site lurk smoke to isolate those fights, to play around and fight into the Killjoy utility was just brilliant. And again, we talked about how it's these side anchors that are making the difference for Nova. It happened on Split, and even with CB switching from the Initiator to the Sentinel now, it is happening here on Lotus.
Swagsaw now posted up on this line with the operator. It's Sniper v Sniper. It's the defense that comes up on top in that exchange.
Yeah, JDG, they look like they're getting sloppy at the end of the half, right? They've never scaled that fast on the A space.
Oh, hello. Autumn's also spotted a couple towards B main. The C's does well,
Thanks
actually.
for the thorns, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, again, that C's is really big. It stops that forward progress that maybe JDG were looking for.
This is where I mentioned that Nova have faltered. When they've gotten the numbers and then they try to get reconfirmation as to where JDG is heading instead of trusting in the util cycling. And this round feels like they finally have it fixed, and it's partially because, yeah, that safety net of the lockdown.
And there it is. We saw CB practically win a round for his side with this ultimate. This time, exchange of ultimate abilities, but I mean, I don't think it matters. So much action on the B site, so many kills coming in for Nova. and I think it was a paint shells actually to secure Swagzor's third. Crownfisher doesn't really have time for this clutch. A kill, at least. But, I mean, nothing more past that. 7-5 the scoreline at the break. I mean, I don't know how to feel about that half overall.
I don't like it, especially how it ended, right? They were getting sloppy, making mistakes like that. And then secondary, either Crownfisher wasn't communicative enough or they weren't all on the same page on the final call, right? Like, why are they still pivoting B when Crownfisher is cleared that, hey, A is vacant. I'm in position to destroy the lockdown. We can end on this site. And yeah, instead they get crunched by the players who are already kind of waiting on B, waiting for that late pivot. And yeah, that's how Swagzor got the 2 additional kills on the round. So yeah, I mean, 5-7 when Nova have already been doing a pretty decent job on the pistols. It's not that great. And it's also, I don't know. I mean, Nova also didn't get the side choice site because this was their map pick. So now they could be entering into their stronger half for all we know.
Yeah, maybe we could.
Was when they started swapped in FPX game, if I remember correctly. I'm gonna go double check that.
I mean, you also look at JDG picking to start on the attack. You feel like maybe that's where they feel more confident? But I don't know. Obviously, we've seen some teams in the past. I think Fnatic were doing it in 2022, where you pick your weaker side and get it out of the way and give yourself that comeback momentum if you need it. It's a way of doing it. I mean, stressed me out every time I watch them. It feels like if you're a JDG fan, that's what you're going to be hoping is at play.
I'm getting that answer as well on Lotus.
There we go, calculating. Beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, boop.
Well, it's more like buffering, because it always sucks when, like, you know, like the little symbols and they're all just like elimination or detonation. You're like, I don't know what side then that they played on or started on. But I want to say that they started on the defense, and then they get attacked. They win 7 in a row.
Yeah, oh, so it actually was a 7-5 attack side to FPX. So we're basically repeating history here. The problem is that it hasn't repeated itself in that regard, as the kills come through for JDG. That Seabound fight goes extraordinarily in their favor.
And wow. I feel like we're just seeing, like, Jid just, like, clutch the craziest situations for the team at the most random moments, and that is a big one for sure. Denies that momentum shift that we mentioned Nova is known for now on this map, in this stage in particular. Get that strong buy up here, and if somehow with 5 classics and a dream, Nova get another 50 on the board, I do not know what we would say.
Oh, sees nades coming in. Is it? Just about stays alive. He's able to avoid the haunt as well. Problem is they do know that he's hanging about in rubble, and with Guang falling towards the attacker side spawn, it makes even the thought of rotations just that little bit scarier.
Alright. Wall triggered. YU keeps the thorns while re-clearing, and has to pop them on the secondary follow-up here, but a quick revolving door play away from Crownfisher's sight on B.
Oh, he's looking to find the impact, even with the molly at his feet. Gets 2. The second kill was ridiculous, and he's going in for more. Not quite the 4th, but he might have done enough. I'm surprised Autumn finds 2 in that spot. But in the end, it's just momentary.
And some gun shuffling later to minimize the losses. It is not a pretty picture on that second round for JDG, but all in all, I think we're starting to see the shapings of what this half defensively is going to look like. Really nice combo util to set each individual player up on their sight hold, and then a sniper rifle on the extremity as well to try and, again, funnel these players towards those stacked util sites. Because right now it's like chamber on one lane, and then it's split vice util on the other two. And it's a nice look in theory, but I'm a bit worried if Nova realize it, that they can just default it out. But look at this. Anti-eco. Anything goes, including Berlin forcing up a Phantom, and including 3 players ready on the C mound reactivity.
Watching towards this space, I do worry for Nova that in the first 35 seconds of this round have passed by without much incident, but Swaxor puts an end to that. Jakiro will fall towards Mound, and JDG are forced to cede some of that space towards the C sites.
Oh, but again, this is the entire idea. They want you to be fighting into YU and into Crown Fisher. And there's 45 seconds left, and once again, Nova are left to plan B, C, and D. Like, they scramble.
Yeah. Scrambling. CB has found a very nice deep position, though, towards the defensive side spawn. Yeah, surely Jay has absolutely no idea about that. It's a player rotating away from the A site, so Nova should feel fairly confident, and now they do, getting this plant down.
I said plans B, C, and D. It was more like plans CB, and he delivers. And he said he lives for these kind of moments, these impact plays.
Oh, there's the impact. Trying to escape away, finding second, and please don't give Crown Fisher individual ones.
He's one off the showstopper.
Yeah.
Like, either way, the damage for longevity for the next few rounds has kind of been squandered just a bit. And I really like this position, right? Even if he can't win the round, he's looking to do damage, and there's no way they're going to be looking behind them on this root hold. Oh. Or we're going to peekaboo it. Sure, why not?
That is some unreal awareness. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, finally taken down. A decent round, but it did feel like Nova were just banking on winning their ones in key spots, which they did. We've seen throughout the first half that they can't always rely on that.
Yeah. We'll see if JDG can patch up some of those holes in CB's been able to slip on through, but they're keeping it close. We just need that breakthrough moment, or we need Swaxor to heat up, and we just haven't had that yet. And again, that's the difficulties of like what happens when Nova's individual performance breaks down. Can they have that effective level of calling come through from Autumn? Right now, oh. AJ Molly, not quite sure where it lands, but presence confirmed. JDG in very Stark-like rotation mode. Very avoidant as well, with a deep rendezvous for Jin. Stickle line for YU.
Creeping forwards. This really is that power spot.
Alright, we're ulting it
Jay.
A. Right? That has to be the idea.
I mean, it's got to be. Oh, Jay somehow caught out by Guang. The judge in the smoke, though, still good for a kill. Only one. Azir shuts him down. Now there's a showstopper in response. Swaxor's found no impact. Maybe Crown Fisher will get some with his. No, absolutely not. Swaxor still on site. CB finds the kill. It's just bedlam. I don't know what I'm seeing. The spike. I'm not even sure where the spike is. It's down in tree. JDG, get a card down. What?
It's just the scare tactics of the showstopper, I guess, right? We mentioned how it was going to have a lasting impact, the fact that Crownfisher was able to pick up a few of those additional kills on what otherwise was a clean Nova round. This is exactly what happens. I thought the idea there was that Swagzor can get the silent wrap and maybe get the 2-piece that would open up the site, but when this kill doesn't go his way, the entire exec falls flat, and you see the forced refight into the site between Guang and CB, and it just does not work out. So JDG get up to double digits. The money for Nova's resets, and we'll probably be getting a timeout in the next round if this eco does not go Nova's way.
Jay. Very nearly died to the off angle from Azir. 57 HP remaining. Oh no, Berlin. He's got a judge up close. He's taken down a double. Now Crownfisher steps up to the plate. Paranoia probably connects. Yeah, it does. Azir shut down. Swagzor, at the very least, is able to get something done with his Sheriff, but 24 HP and a 2-on-3 with inferior weapons.
Honestly,
this feels quite difficult.
Yeah, if they didn't have the judge, it was a different weapon that had been dropped at their feet, like a Guardian. I could see them getting some legs back on this, since every single player for JDG is alone. Now that they have the double duo confirmed, they're rotating immediately, and that window of opportunity has quickly been slammed in their face by JDG's own IGL.
Another big round from Jake Euro, making sure that things don't get out of hand towards that A site. But just it feels sloppy. Feels like we're in the mud
20-9
right now.
20-9 for Jay Kudo right now.
Crazy work.
Crownfisher's also warming up off of, again, the victory 2 rounds ago. And yeah, if I'm surprised that Nova did not take the timeout here, because you lose this, you're broke again. We're seeing Breeze, which you already mentioned is a big wild card for both of these teams. And Nova at least are still taking some paciness to this exec.
Paciness is being quickly slowed. Oh, Jay gets a catch on Swagzor. He was a little bit too ambitious there.
How does CB respond to this? There's 3 players in his spawn.
Oh my god, so there are. CB, oh, hello. He knows that there's multiple players, could only take down one of them. And that, I feel like, does put the cat amongst the pigeons as Shay finds a second towards the A site.
Ooh. And Azir, who just reached 1,000 kills, is looking for the ones that would break this round wide open. And he might just have position revealed, but some stability found as the refights on site, unfortunately, will not go their way. Ugh.
What are they doing?
Don't know, Charlotte. I don't know.
Knife out into the site. What do you mean? What is going on? What is that? And Swagzor as well earlier on in the round, playing just a little bit before.
This is too late, 24K. This is too late. You needed it for the previous buy run. They still have CB there, KJ lurking when there's an exec util package waiting for you, right? You have the lockdown. You get a nightfall off of 1 orb away from Autumn, right? There's just not intention behind the resources available right now. And yeah, it does prove that it is a lot of individuals. Yeah.
Because again, Swagzor going just before that wall actually comes up, he puts himself out in the open. Those small margins of just missing those timings, and you know, some fairly big margins of peeking 2 players with your knife out. It just feels like it's coming apart for Nova right now. The Wolves effect in play.
Well, 6 rounds needed to get to overtime to try and close this out on a 2-0 fashion, but we got 3 series today. Why not start the first one off with 3 maps? It would answer a lot of questions about Nova and the role flexibility that they're going to pull out on that map. It would let us see what JDG has cleaned up since they picked into their instaban of Breeze versus FPX in the last series. And I mean, Better than I thought it would be when you already have 3 ultimates for Nova, but still. Just the way JDG are playing. Look at this.
CB left alone to try and counter those pushes towards the spawn, which we know have been certainly heavier bodied.
Whoa.
It's Guang. Hello, he's found a second in that spot. Unbelievable to, at the very least, give his team a chance.
They've got to know the site's been flipped. Question is if both are coming from spawn, though.
3-on-2 Swagsaw. First player on this angle. Dark cover comes up. Boombot following up. And still slowly creeping forwards. Going to play that wrap at the perfect opportunity. Here comes the horn. Azir on that Overwatch. Swagsaw getting involved. He's joined his teammates backside. And it is enough to, at the very least, stave off Breeze for one more round. But JDG still have 5 more chances to win their first map of stage 2.
No more showmanship on the stage either. It is just laser focus here. And yeah, the second shot from going there was kind of crazy. But while hit by the knife hole too, it's like, whew. 5 now needed. Money's semi-corrected here. It still has to settle in on Autumn, but they still have CB in this ultimate, which I think they're finally planning around here. My guess is they're just going to pop it in the cubby here in front B and see what it does to disrupt the positions. But JDG already look like they're countering it. A few steps ahead. If they win this kill off the showstopper, they would have had a flank play. But Guang is going to run for a 4th and now the 8th, perhaps. Face, hello?
How on earth has Guang done that?
Last time his ace got denied by G running away, and we're in the same exact position, Charlotte.
Yeah, looking to save the operator. As Nova make their way towards the A site. I mean, that is unbelievable from Guang. These past couple of rounds, he has been absolutely stellar. Like you mentioned earlier, in the half as well. Similar situation occurring. Nova this time are hunting this operator
He's gonna wait
down.
and just stare at him. He's gonna try and give it to Guang this time, right? Ah, no, they're locked in. They know.
They're playing to the win conditions, and they know that you can't really afford to lose too many more bodies.
And he was one off showstopper, right?
Yeah.
Or he's close to it, if not already having it now locked in. Like, look at this.
On earth.
Wait.
Dodges the flash, and then 2 more. It's disjointed from JDG, but those
It's the toxic screen, too.
are so clean.
I never thought about the toxic screen being, right, a lurk player's own shield as well, in that regard. And it shows why people are like, you're messing up if you're not choosing Viper on this map, right, compositionally speaking, and maybe proving it one step at a time here if Nova make this comeback up against a Viper-less JDG composition.
Look at how many ultimates are on side for the side of Nova. Just the Nightfall a few points away. All others.
Look how low they are after the opening engagement.
Yeah.
Berlin and Jay. And that, their silver lining is that they didn't use the paranoia to re-clear tree just yet.
Tell me why I'm still worried, though. Like,
I am a bit too, because this fake ain't really faking.
yeah, we've seen half the round pretty much.
And half the
Pass
util basically
already.
from Nova too.
Yeah, they do still have those ultimates to play off of, but triggering the Vice Wall towards C and J. Oh, the Headhunter hitting its mark. But now here comes the Flood towards the C site. Nova
They're gonna use Steel Garden.
should have control.
Kind of crazy to invest it into this, but this is the kind of round it's designed for.
Viper's Pit from Guang. Just to try and secure that control, but Jiguro takes down CB. This is dangerous. This is scary. You've got to invest so much more. It's a 1 versus 1! Crownfisher in the clutch gets JDG the win. We're going all the way.
wow! You satchel all over the showstopper explosion radius.
What?
That's a headshot on the Swagster who's trying to stabilize.
With a sheriff!
And then my other question is, where was the support for Guang? I know he can get multi-kills on his own, we just saw in the previous round, but still, he should have at least one bodyguard when that pit is everything on the retake choke. I mean, it felt like he was doing everything. He had the Viper's orb on Waterfall, he had the pit in CT, like... Again, it feels like it's very individualistic, and I mean, oh, what a shot!
What is that?
In a second?
Craziness to end out the map here of Lotus. But, I mean, plenty of questions, raised for the side of Nova from that very first round, I think. It was that C site that has caused them problems all map long. And, you know, maybe we start to bring up some reservations about the Killjoy when, you know, it's not necessarily that global utility. We saw those rotations being a little bit slower than maybe we would have liked to see. And I think it's because you don't have that security, that peace of mind to go, I can leave this site and my setup will still be active. It causes just that little bit more of a fractious moment. And despite some of these hero plays that we saw coming out from Nova, looking at this, two incredible 4Ks from Guang, there just wasn't enough in this for Nova to get over the line.
I don't know, it's also just to think about Swagster and the form he was in on this map as well, and it was nowhere comparative to Split. The KJ, I think they found workarounds for it on their defensive half. Honestly, it was their attack half that had more issues.
这另一个 ED 血，这另一个，这另一个，
他要那个。 黑了，
这个
哎，那个台阶出来了，台阶出来了，3个 A， 3个 A 全在，3个 A， 加了没 ED， 我这去死，我这去死，可以啊，可以啊，可以。这边接一个，2楼一个，那边接到了，穿了，哎呦，该穿到你了，我这去气到行吗？可以，加了没 ED， 他没烟，哎呀没烟，那我们就，我可以加一下 water， 加了没 ED， 那我们直接走，好吧？我闪的，我埋在进去，屁股我没有道具哦，我跟他玩 C 到了，我跟他玩 C 到了，等我进点啊。 玩近点，看到，别，你可以躲吗？你要叫他吗？左边那脚，左边那枪，杀了，杀了，我再两个，哎呀，我靠右边那个，两个，还好不抓你，他没看到我吧？他没，还清走眼，完了，进去了，没事，差不多，你很神秘，你超神秘，他不找你了，他以为你在 water， 没事。 有个底下，加油！你很神秘。Let's go！ 我们抢土，夸张哦！没给过。
Well, we have the MVP, and yeah, pretty much expected. It's the IGL, it's the captain, it's J Kuro. With a brilliant performance. Not quite what we saw from Swagster on map 1, but still just as measured, just as impactful when it came to that fragging department. Incredible stuff.
And he was, in fact, quite sneaky, as this team was saying in some of these moments, right? And I feel like this is a perfect example of that trade-off that comes between, yeah, the calls maybe were shaky at times, but it's because he was off doing fragging like this, finding these multi-kills that just kind of forced the call to be correct, basically. It's like if the situation doesn't match, he was going to mold it to, essentially. And that is something that's really hard to understate in the server, the impact that it was going to have. And it bought enough time as well for other players to heat up, like Crown Fisher as well. And G was kind of consistent throughout. Same with YU and Berlin. And on the flip side, again, it's crazy to see that Swagster still ended up the MVP, but it didn't feel like it in the server impact-wise.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. You know, ACS doesn't necessarily tell the entire story, doesn't paint the whole picture. But for me, that was a worrying map for Nova. It's one they picked. It's one that they haven't, I was going to say haven't lost on this stage. You know, they played one game, but now they've lost it. And yeah, it feels like it should have been more even. You look at the first kills, 10 to 11, but there was just something missing here.
Called spike plants, right?
Yeah.
When they got the spike plant down, they were fine, but it was just them getting snuffed out so early on, getting caught off guard by these aggro fights, and it's crazy that we're still looking at the map comparison there for Swagsort once again.
Talking about Swagsort having maybe less impact, we saw that 100% cast on map 1, just 2/3 of the rounds here. When you look at the map average as well of 75%, that is lower than the majority of players in the server.
Well, with that, though, we tied the series up 1-1. We told you that this was going to be a back and forth fight. We told you that it was going to have some silly, some fun, some entertaining moments. And
definitely
I think
silly.
it's delivered in that regard, right? 2 aces already denied alone. I hope Guang gets one by the end of this. And I feel be on the alert probably again, I would hope, going into a map like Breeze. But do you think it's worse off this map for Nova or for JDG?
Well, I would have said that JDG needed to close it in too, but after that Lotus performance, I'm a little less sure. Still plenty of questions that we have, and they will be answered in map 3 of Breeze, but we are going to have to wait for that. So let's go to a break, and when we come back, it is that decider, so stick around.
I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you as they always used to do. When I'm falling for good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. I've been choking on emotions. I've been strangled by my thoughts. 'Cause the longer I stay awake, the further I am from you. When I'm falling for good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent.
Well, welcome back to the series, everyone. Still Charlotte and Zobi with you here for Nova versus JDG. Breeze already with the agent select coming in. Lotus was an interesting map. I want to see somewhere between our first two, Zobi. You know? Like, more exciting, like, more action, maybe, than Split, closer than Split.
I don't know.
Less mistakes that made me want to tear my hair out than Lotus.
Let's look at it. I mean, it's the same Breeze comp, right, that JDG played versus FPX. So they get to work on the same thing instead of just switching identities, switching fundamentals, foundations like they did on Split after their loss. So that's good. Secondary, though, we get the CB Phoenix, which I am so excited to see alongside Swagzord. It'll alleviate, in my mind, some of that pressure, right? And CB, if I'm not mistaken, was actually the one that fragged up a Storm on that Sunset win as well. Was a bit of 16 and 10 versus Swagzord was 18 and 13. So they were both like a double threat in the server. And I feel like that could replicate here, but honestly, we've had such weird skews of momentum with Thrifties. Oh, that's a crazy stat line. I don't know where that stat's coming from, but I think it's honestly whoever's gonna who gets their foot in the door first.
Yeah, we've seen some shenanigans when it comes to not just pistol rounds, but the follow-ups afterwards. We'll see what happens there in a moment. For right now, Jay has found a double to open things up here on Breeze, and Jakiro starts where he left off as well from Lotus. 5v2 now for Nova. Oh, Autumn might have been able to get something done there in the corner, but not to be. While Guang, he had a couple aces denied. Let's see what you got here.
A bit tall of a task.
Yeah, well, it's a good start. Oh, hello. It's a very good start. 2 kills already found. Jakiro's low on health.
Oh, he's probably gonna Ashes Stars. No? Yeah, maybe. There it is. Finally placed down. He's just gonna be that insurance policy.
Yeah, coming from mid as well. Just sat back behind tunnel to make sure that he isn't spotted. And now Wyu has that visual confirmation. Goes for the jump spot again. And this is where you really have to be worried about Jakiro. Worried about the time. It's just a little too far gone. We'll see what kills he can get. Just 3 on this occasion. JDG find another pistol round.
Yeah, and it is clearly off his that situation, right? Like, warmed up so much. Especially Sheriff after what we saw in the chamber last map, and now here is denying these aggro style plays off barrier drop that honestly worked on Split for Nova quite a few times. So their game plan already out the gate isn't working. This is not going to be a fun time or a fun map, but we'll see how it keeps up.
Yeah. For one of these teams, it will be a first win on Breeze. Ooh, okay, Crownfisher under a lot of pressure early on, though. Nova wanting to find some sort of statement after losing the pistol.
This is finally reason in the server, right? The number of times we saw a team waltz into the gamble stack on Nika this series, and this round is the exception. A well-placed pivot, but it's once again into Gong. We'll see what he can do. Yet again.
Yeah, let's have a look. Berlin. Making sure that the site is clear. They only need to worry about coming from arches and tunnel. Wyu planting. Berlin getting taken down though. Guan still finding the impact to 0 as well. It's going wrong again, Zobi. I wanted to see less mistakes from either team than on Lotus. Feels like it's the same story. Jay looking to save things in and out of this cove.
Bro.
It's so darn silly on the site. Jakiro will have to clutch. First kill's clean, second one not there. Another thrifty round. Oh, hello. Make sure you do actually defuse.
And I'm starting to understand how this composition's going to work, Charlotte. Walls upon walls upon walls, right?
Yeah.
You have a Viper wall, you have a Phoenix wall, and you have a Harbor wall. And that's what allowed them to get such consistent pressure on that spike. And sorry, a Neon wall, thank you!
Yeah, I was about to make a joke and go, haha, Silver wall, and then realize, hang on, Neon's also there.
It's, Sova has walls, like wall hacks, you know? But it's also the fact that they utilize that window of the nebulas to cross over and stack into wall as well, right? So fast, and then just pop out one after another and close the distance so fast after they already had flipped the site and kind of put themselves in the position to be victimized so early on. So yeah, money reset, but they're kind of disrespecting on the JDG side with the Spectres and Stingers.
Ooh, under pressure. Surely we don't see another eco round. Surely we don't see another team win when they shouldn't. Azir is doing his darndest to make sure that doesn't happen.
What?
A triple kill on the site. Make it 4. The Guardian taps them away. He's looking crispy.
Yeah, and he's like, give me more, right? How many 4Ks non-aces are we going to have? And this was impressive, and it's gonna hopefully show that JDG need to respect some of the harbor util just a touch more. But that's already the lead snatched back. That's already the reckoning and the run it back. And with a full eco after the disrespectful previous round, I'm just gonna see another death ball B side. Don't really expect, unless they get a kill or two, to see that overdrive come in, but that's where the sheriffs and the bandits are. A nice recipe.
Oh, Shay taking a lot of damage early on. That outlaw to the
Whoa.
body. CB does go down, but it's only the run it back, so still able to get back into the fight. And here's the outlaw to completely shut things down. Doesn't seem like the nerf is in effect just yet. And either way, it's another round for Nova.
And I know it's a bit early to be concerned, but I feel like JDG are looking too short-term right now. From the second round force up to the third round overdrive investment, without much bearings on the round just yet, it's not really showcasing that they would be able to have a respectable half, right? Unless they win this rifle round. And in this rifle round, right, you have the Reckoning, you have the Pit, and you're still quite a ways off from some big picture ultimates, right? Unless Berlin gets an order from the plants, I don't really count the Cosmic Divide. And even then, Nova are playing so forward that they're trying to prevent you from using these ults altogether.
Early fights possibility towards the B main space, but Nova just fall away. 2 players instead looking to try and tackle Berlin in mid, perhaps.
Flash the wall, just hard swinging.
1 for 1, I guess you will take that.
And look at that, I love that Azir just backs out, right? Knows that ult's gonna be huge for the refight to stop the rotate from coming through, and now the novelty factor for Swag, so we're in this op, is gonna further ideally steer them clear of this A site.
I've given up trying to expect what these teams are gonna do.
Timing is crazy, and now they're gonna backpedal into mid door.
Does
My
feel like
guess here is Swagzor gets a line on mid door, and then they're gonna harbor ult.
It does feel like JDG are still maybe with a lack of ideas here. Oh, okay. Swagzor does get one.
15 seconds.
Oh, there's the hub. No, not the harbor ult.
Waiting for the retake. I like it.
Let's get Zobi a correct prediction on this one. Okay, well, Guang just shoots Jay the old-fashioned way. Crown Fisher, there's his getting involved. 2 kills in this round, first 2 of the map, but maybe that's all you need to find the impact. Forced to wait for the snake fight, but that's ridiculous! In the clutch, he shuts them both down.
Oh, and Crown Fisher on his feet in this series, that feels like a rarity. That feels like they're finally in some confidence. And at this point, it's just who can frag out better. I do feel like there was some really nice mind melding into this round, though, just to touch, at least when it came down to the retake game, right? She's pushing forward, knows that that reckoning's coming, and that's why Gong's holding for it, but it's just this moment where he shouldn't be getting this multi-kill, and I mean, it's not the fault of Nova. Like, they were 3-2-1 swinging that. He's just too clean on it. So 3-2, the must-win rifle round comes to fruition, but we talked about long-term. Nova has that stability right now. The operators back out. The rifles are back out. You still have that reckoning and that overdrive. So as long as they don't start losing in an avalanche fashion, there's gonna be a way back in.
Yeah, that there is. Maybe there's a way for Swagzor to find this opening kill with the operator.
There's no way Jay Kudo would commit to it. No way.
Surely not.
At least not alone. And that's where I think everyone's simultaneously backpedaling. It looks like they want to frame it for some sort of ace splits, and eyes are drawn to Autumn. Oh.
Crownfisher, hello. He does take down Autumn. Swagzor still on the same in space. Recall smoke.
Overdrive.
Not down, and yeah, Jay jumping
Can't hesitate.
Takes him out. 4v3 for JDG, but Crownfisher is on very low HP. And now he's dead. Thought he might have been able to get that one. Somehow CB stayed alive.
Oh, why he's behind. Wrong though. And I can't tell if he didn't spot him, if he was playing the trigger discipline, but knife fell! It's too late, the window's gone, but not the opportunity to get the kill. 5 HP left to his name. Here comes the wall, but the Hunter's Fury's gonna connect, or did it miss the first paint?
Oh dear. Oh dear. 2 charges, I think, missed by the ultimate there.
Did it? Or did it just... Oh. Yeah, thank you for the replay. We're gonna need it.
I'm gonna need that, but I'm pretty sure 2 of those missed. There's one.
That one missed.
Oh no, that second one hit, but it's just not in time.
Oh dear.
And we'll wait for our beautiful translation team to translate that one, because I feel like it's going to be entertaining. But let's see if the next round is just as much. JDG. And we mentioned them never having that stability money-wise. A Bulldog, the Blades, going to be the results. But they're just on the side already. It's been given up by Nova, and this backside fight now pinged out.
Oh, Hans goes in. Curveball round the side. Yeah, Jay in trouble. Crownfisher, though, with the knife, only good for 1. CB now looking to press forwards for more as Guang gets involved for a second. Berlin now left alone to try and stand. Guang will fall. Relay bolt doesn't connect, but, well, the shorty does from Swagzor. Sliding round. Feels like Nova starting to establish a little bit of control onto this map now.
Yeah, I think their strength right now is looking like some of these retakes. You know, warranting no Crownfisher 3K comes out of the left field. And Guang as well, just insane right now mechanically. The entire series has been the flashiest in that regard. And we're not the only ones running out of energy here. Now looking a little distraught here, being down 3 rounds, utilizing that first time out here. And we've seen the death balls, we've seen the slow defaults, we've seen why you also get some really nice flank timings. And what do you go back to? I want to say they're going to be on a full eco this round, right? I mean, maybe they have a cure rifle for Crownfisher, or it's hard to call.
I'm not
sure.
sure.
Remember where we left off. Like, if someone's buying a Bulldog, they're probably broke.
To pay
and then
attention.
Yeah.
To the econ, I'll be honest.
So if it's an eco round, I'm expecting some sort of mid-door rush or some sort of elbow rush. We saw the elbow rush with the overdrive that one round, and it obliterated it, countered, head-on red by Nova. But also, something that I hope the coaching staff has an answer to is obviously you don't play against a 4-wall composition comp like every day, right? And I think they had the start of the correct answer, which was fighting super aggro into backside space, like they did on the A exec, and might be why they're heading back to A yet again. It's just now there's not as many. I don't want them to give up the space after they get spiked down, basically, like they did last time when they had to rely upon the Hunter's Fury. And this round, it's still both duelists with those rifles, so we were right about it being maybe 1-2 could afford, but otherwise. It's again Nova, same protocol: give, play, retake, and JDG are just gonna let them for the time being. Let's get into position.
爆能器已部署。
Waiting for those nebulae to fall on the site. Oh, Swagsaw maybe should have been good for that. Here comes the overdrive though, trying to go round. The shock dart stops him dead in his tracks. Why you? He's at least good for that one. Shay caught out in the open, somehow gets the transfer. I mean, this is Bedlam once more. Guang, he's so often been the hero that his team has needed. He's looking to do it again, just 6 HP to his name. Now Autumn getting involved.
There's no time.
No time left on this. He's got to dip away. Maybe looking for the fight. Hello, get out of there alive. Thank you.
The scoop of the operator. That's why maybe double backed. But that is crazy. It's just a simple timeout and they get that 30 through. And we mentioned how we thought they were onto something with this aggro style A fights. It's just you need to get proper layering in the timing of the swings, I guess, and that's where shit can pop off a little bit. Gong gets a little whiffy and so everything's falling apart. Also good timing and challenging the recon. So just kind of like all the stars aligning to get them that kickstart to the system when we otherwise mentioned they were trailing economically. If they can win this next round, I think they'll be pretty righted for a good remainder of the half. Ooh. It's not a good omen towards that, I will say, though. Right, drone not even going into the mid-door smoke. A judge posted on the close angle.
There's no omen being played right now.
Why I said it's a bad omen.
Haha. Oh dear. Well, you know, the puns are terrible as they often are, but well, the kill from Swagsaw is pretty good. Headshot with the operator.
I mean, Zhe had the outlaw and he had 25 HP, and this is what happens when you don't have a full shield.
Oh, Azir could find massive value though. He's potentially being expected, but not enough to actually get taken down. Storm Surge comes on in, stuns upon stuns. And the judge is doing its job absolutely perfectly. Overdrive being used just to take down that run it back, but actually JDG have found kills on the site here. All of a sudden it's a 2-on-2, but Swagsaw jumping in for 3. An unbelievable display from him to get Nova on 6.
Hey, that's not the jumping like in the air high fives. We don't want it. Because that's reserved for when you're winning dominantly. But Swagsaw, I mean, complete countered that overdrive. But it looked like it was going to be what fixed the round, right? After this brilliant ping pong between the operator and the judge, and really oppressive harbor util, and yeah, just fully understood what that sequencing was going to look like. And it's back to Split where he just expects the movement of the enemy players and just looks like he's dancing around them. So 6-3 here, Nova. First safety net and looking to weave it even sturdier.
You can tell that Nova have an awareness of the angles on this map. Swagsaw prepared for that opportunity. And the Blaze Wall deals damage to Berlin, takes him out of the drone before it can get any information towards the A site. Problem is, JDG have rotated correctly here. They're going into the weaker side. But you still got Guang here, so is it really the weaker side? I'm not too sure.
Big asterisks on that one, and he's about to get challenged multiple times, even trying to deny the spike plant altogether.
Oh, blimey. Yeah, well, Spike does go down at the very least, and Shay does take him out. A 1-on-4, made a 1-on-3. Still no upgrade in hand, though.
You want CB in position for this, and time is starting to tick down, and okay. He gets a bit antsy on them closing in on his position, and yeah, it was questionable for a second. The entry feels like it's always favored JDG on this B side, but it's these retakes. I cannot wait to see Nova's retake percentage win or lose this map.
It's gonna be high. It's definitely gonna be high. Yeah.
Wow.
What a shot.
How's that? This is like through the legs on the person behind him. Like, sure.
Yeah, very
which was needed, or they wouldn't have gotten the spike plant. Yeah.
I mean, a good attempt, but no pulled, punches pulled on the second attempt. Clean headshot again with that sniper rifle.
Wow. JDG. By cleaning B. So we want to feign some mid-door presence off the get-go with the drone, with the recon. Not gonna really sway Nova by any means.
Feels like that they're waiting to go aggressively, and well, go aggressively they do. CB caught out front sight. Bit of a different look here from Nova, perhaps a little bit insecure in their positions, which is not something I'm used to saying. Now they have to try and fight through a 5-on-2 now. Crownfish on 10 HP, but a Viper's Pit in the way makes it very, very difficult indeed. Oh, okay, good start from Swagsaw. Again, Crownfish is low, so it is slightly winnable, but time becomes an issue. Not entirely sure
Little orb ninja defuse at the last second, that would be funny.
where Asir is looking. Why use Fallen? Hello, that's the Viper's Pit down. Now on the Cove, but just before it hardens, he's taken out. And Swagsaw's saving the operator on the other side of the map.
I mean, all things considered, Reckoning online, one off from the overdrive. For losing round, it definitely is going to put some strain on this last round and a half for the side of JDG. But otherwise, yeah, it feels like both teams are just playing their win conditions to a T. And it's now who can fix the problems faster, right? And I feel like JDG finally was able to hold on during that post because of the Viper's Pit. They're not going to have a Viper's Pit every day. And I also think Nova slipped up just a little bit, playing a bit too deeply committed towards those chokes on these side anchors when they usually play a little bit of the deeper sight lines or the refloods. So, right, the only player that can get away with anchor sights is Guang at this point. And that's why they have completely departed from that idea. Giving up side holds altogether, it's like a party in mid, and they are right behind tracking this JDG exec through mid doors onto A. The only player that could disrupt it, honestly, is Jay Kudo.
Oh, Jay, oh my gosh, he's getting aggressive, pushing up, finding the second. Swagsaw jumps into him. Jay Kudo springs up in mid for a double of his own. Autumn left to stand against the full complement of JDG. And somehow, it doesn't feel earned. JDG are only 2 rounds behind at the half.
Another 7-5 half. Wow. Another chance for a pistol to immediately tie things up. And I don't know, I do feel like towards the end of a half, it just feels like things get sloppy from both of these teams at times. And this time it was Nova, right? Soft clearing that corner in mid, right? Not expecting Jid to have pushed up, even though they've done it the last few times they've gone A. And they had plenty of time where you didn't know they're pacing through mid doors. So, chance though, hopefully to get on the same page going into the next half where, once again, we've seen Nova trail, we've seen the side swap, and we've seen them come alive. JDG, the one that's really, really unexpected in that regard, right? They just got done with their double duelist attack half, right, Charlotte? And they're trailing 5-7. So I think some of the players that really need to step up that we've been seeing too much from that in this next half are going to be Berlin with some of that info. And it's going to be, honestly, YU has also been having a pretty quiet map.
Yeah, it does feel like YU's maybe been having a bit of a quieter series throughout. And, yeah, you know, well, we have the little bit of downtime. Seems like everyone in the CN crowd wants to rank up instead of just playing for fun. I would argue that you can do both at the same time.
Depends on your lobbies for sure.
Yeah, that's true. And we have the translation from our little pop-off earlier from Nova Esports. Are you even a pro player?
So CBS that, yeah. After sticking on the spike with the Mist Hunter's Furies.
Yeah. Jay, though, he's having a decent time, to be fair. 436 ACS. Leading the lobby in that statistic, but still trailing in rounds.
For ace night, we haven't seen very many aces either. I just want to put that out there, Charlotte.
That's true. Guang had 2 4Ks on Lotus.
Yeah, Zeus had a 4K too, right? This map?
Yes, that's true.
Like, so many people have had 4Ks. So I think Swagster had one on Split. It's like...
Yeah.
Not ace night anymore, it's 4K night.
The controller players have been showing up, really, for Nova, but, I mean, cut down here. You're looking at those controller players to convert a 2-on-5 if they want to win the pistol round here. Guang's got us going.
Them refighting into A is a choice here. When you know that's where Xi and Crown Fisher were.
Oh, there's another kill. At this point, just go B.
Why are we playing divided? Hey, you heard the third.
Just go B. I mean, if there's 2 agents that you want in a post plant, it's Harbor Viper, right?
I have to see where that wall was committed, and it was... Can't really see it just yet to know
where
the proper end was. I think it was because the wall was there. That's why they wanted to end there for the Viper, but... Pretty good containment there out of JDG, and we finally get a pistol that would right the ship for the trailing team right out the gate. And aside from the typical buy-up from Swagzer with the Marshall, it is Bulldogs and a Judge. We've seen what the shotgun from Jay can do. I remember some little flashbacks from Split. But the time being, just looking for any early points they can, looking for a scope battle that he believes he can win.
Trying to win it, for sure. Only damage dealt to Swagsaw, though, so perhaps some misplaced confidence. Meanwhile, Nova going for this A hit again.
Really nice recon timing as well. Confirms one of the duelists is full committed. Now you know the second is. Now the rotations can be completed.
Planting the spike. Still got to be worried about this Judge from doors, especially with Guang still hanging about towards mid. That's a potential problem that Nova have to try and surpass, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, because right now the kills are happening on the site itself. Jay with that Judge bursting round brings things into the favor of Nova, a 4-on-2 situation, and the defuse starting to come on in. Guang so far away, CB not really able to have any sort of impact. And you don't even really look at this and say that JDG took too many casualties. 3 bringing their Bulldogs forwards. And they tie us up 7-7.
All right. Rifle round now holds the hopes and dreams of re-exerting a lead for Nova. And I don't know, this post plant was just really messy out of Nova. And just the refight positionings when it's not really for the spike plant position. I don't even know who it was that got cat out mid-pyramid. And those are things that they have to clean up fast once rifles are in hand. And we compare this to Lotus, where they weren't even getting onto sites. I guess then it's a level of improvement in that regard. And we'll see if they can keep it up, at least getting into those post plants. But for the time being... Okay. Talked about the shotgun. This time it's a Bucky.
This time, Nova moving away from it. But it is a stronger side towards A, just looking in terms of the man count.
Well, rescaling here is also dangerous. We'll look towards Autumn for sure to see what this drone spots out. Or if Jay Kudo can find the timing into his nebula. Nope. But do you cancel? What do you do to get him out? You just disrespect him with the relay bolt, I guess. And you're sliding into Berlin as the solo anchor here. Quickly rejoined by Crown Fisher. But they tag team and they slide through. And unfortunately, the trades are all favoring Nova. Until only one brave soldier remains. IU with the bandit.
Look at the health bars, so Swagsaw 27, Autumn 46. Guang is the only one who remains at
Why is he so far away?
a healthy standard, and yeah, he's quite a way away from this. But okay, Swagzor takes the timing. Why you will fall. Nova regain the lead, but again, I felt that there was something in the water there.
Yeah, I was a bit worried, I think, until the backside fights went their way. And, yeah. I do think the slow start in that exec, and they dotted all their I's, they crossed all their T's, and those kind of mistakes that were what we were seeing slip through as the first half came to a close, so those are the kind of things that we needed to do that check-in on pretty regularly for Nova. But for the time being, look at this. Xi and Crown Fisher scaling down mid. Question mark is, do we get a Hydra and do we get a Dart? How does Autumn prepare them for this engagement? Pretty well.
Yeah, brilliantly, in fact. He's found a double himself. Swagzor also nets a brace. Jakiro looking to provide some disruption. Potentially just save this rifle, get that one kill, but it's making its way towards the B site. Swagzor waiting to complete the full house. Potentially he's looked away at the wrong moment.
Wow.
But the retake is definitely not on.
Yeah, just saving. And it's really funny because we're saying, no, but you gotta figure out these post plants. You gotta figure out these post plants. There is no post plants if you kill the entire enemy team. Long's looking for that final kill to charge up this Viper's pit, but he's been heard. He's been dealt with. Jay Kudro, an MVP last map, knows he can hold his own with the rifle, and the rest of the players say we have had enough. That's all we can afford. Right? Look at that. Guan I don't think can rebuy to the next. Swagster at least has the overdrive, and Autumn can repurchase. What are you gonna do coming to this next?
I hope that some teammates can drop, I guess. We'll see what happens for Nova. Because again, like you say, I think committed too many bodies towards that hunt of the rifle. They got Jakiro a fair bit closer to the Cosmic Divide as well.
Okay. I like the Outlaw idea, actually. They recognize the economic situation on the flip side. Even Crown Fisher, their hero rifle has a light shield.
Here comes the overdrive. Hunter's Fury as well from the attack inside. Nova looking to overwhelm and overrun this B site. Run it back. Clears the space. Jay is still in backside though, yet to be cleared. And can try and get away. Spams through the wall means he's down to 63.
He waits for Jakura at least, and it's kind of a bait here with the runaway to maybe veil him to cross.
Oh, what a shot from Jay. He's spotted that last player as well, going for the slide. 24 HP in a 1 versus 1. But the spike isn't down. It's isolated on an island towards the site itself. Now Swagzor starts to get curious. Or Jay, sorry. But it's CB to land the kills, the 3k for him. And a sense of normalcy restored.
Again, CB knows how to come in clutch. And I was a bit concerned. I'm like, why aren't we planting yet? Right? We're out with the spike. The double walls have done their job. And I guess they were just so worried about just consistent pressure that you do have a Zir get kind of pigeonholed into that front sight corner. But double digits reached nonetheless. Since it's hit these rifle rounds, Nova have this attack side figured out with their own double duelist with this quad wall setup. And unfortunately with the novelty of the operator coming out for Crown Fisher, it is on the opposite side of the map. The best it's gonna do is find the lurk player and Huang, and even then he's crossed over, and look at the ults execing into B.
Oh, Jay again dancing around the pillar, looking to try and find impact. It's lessened this time, and the overdrive ripped away before he can really find any use. 2 versus 3 now as Berlin has started to try and fight one back. Aldrin coming in, gets a little bit of information. But again, time ticking and Nova a man to the good.
I don't think they popped the blades because it kind of feels like this is a half commitment. Seeing what Berlin gets, he might still save the operator. Time not on their side. This kill against Autumn will determine everything, and it has been found. So now gun swap. Crown Fisher's fully committed to the cause.
Yeah, that he is. Cloudburst comes in, tap on the spike, looking to try and draw out some of this pressure, looking to draw out some of these players, but CB's going for the wrap around. It's a little bit laboured, but still lands the shot. And now Crown Fisher has zero chance at getting the round win. Nova are up to 11.
And I know CB says he's not the biggest fan of the Senti, but he has that internal clock down to a T. He has that mindfulness where he's like, I'm not just gonna take care of the player I see, I'm playing for the cinch pin, the win. And that wrap timing was perfection. And I did like this versus when previously they just kind of were happy with the space that front sight the walls gave. Here they wait for them to come down, they fight past them into back sight, and yeah, this timeout definitely needed because we should be coming into not the best eco, which would mean that JDG need a really good thrifty plan, or they are gonna have to play for 5 in a row. There's no time to be fidgety for sure when it's honestly a win that feels like it could have been in your grasp for your first one of the group stage. And for Nova, again, 2 rounds away from proving that their first win against FPX wasn't a fluke, that they are here to play in this group.
I will say that Bale doesn't look as frustrated as the first time out. I think maybe some of the mistakes made a bit more reasonable. But 4 rounds in a row from Nova have certainly set themselves up for a commanding position to take the series. Just 2 rounds away. But look at this performance from Jay. 27 and 14.
Now has the hero operator coming into this round. Believe that was probably the Blade Storms getting popped as well from Crown Fisher to supplement the economy with this full shield and classic. And that does make the economic situation look a bit better with the double buckies on the chokes, and especially the deep line that they've gotten Jian to, but Nova are playing so cautious this round. Usually they come into the round with the perfect counter. Here this was pure info gathering, pure just like bunker down and see what happens, and yeah, mess around you'll find out, as Azir just did.
That's not quite the phrase as I remember it, but
it's the PG version.
Yeah. Moving swiftly. Do you want to say the other one?
No.
Okay.
I'm not fancy. I don't get one for broadcast, sorry.
That's true. Well, Jakiro has got one. He's found a kill. Crown Fisher as well with the Blade Storm, and YU also with the Bucky. JDG working this to perfection. A team ace to come on through. And,
is that 2 eco round timeouts converted for JDG? I think it is.
Possibly.
And they're doing great on that frontier, for sure. And it partially comes off the blades, and just I think just whew. We talked about dotting all of their I's, crossing other T's. Nova this time did not, right? It's those shotguns that they're just so unawares of because it's so weird to get them so prominently on breeze, right? Longest sidelines, and they're finding this much leverage from them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw on Lotus as well that shotguns did catch Nova out a fair amount of the time. Right now, though, going in, taking the bank on the fact that they wouldn't have shotguns this time around, and it's working out for them. A 3-player advantage in this round number 20. Blink and you miss it stuff. And Guang's taken down Jay. An operator felled. And YU left in an impossible situation. Should be 12. Not quite a flawless, but good enough to get the job done.
You see that kind of sigh of relief. Lock in for one final call to hopefully put this to rest. Again, with this now, like, win, lose, win, lose. I'm not quite sure what the money's going to look like for JDG coming into this last round.
Decent.
Okay, it's decent actually. Yeah,
Taking some
it's
sacrifices in regards to economy, utility. Sorry. Getting my merds fuddled.
One last death ball looks like the approach for Nova, aside from the Guang Lurk, which has just been ever present. Oh my gosh, look at this wall tech.
The reckoning. Guang's taken down Jay on the other side. Jakiro getting just burnt alive by the hot hands, trying to play inside his smoke. That is red. At least the shock darts can do something. Berlin bringing something back. Guang's low on HP. Suddenly, JDG in with a chance.
He's on the flank of his lifetime though. Guang is going to help that the team can buy so much time. That's why Swagazar starts off with the relay bull.
Yeah, delay is the name of the game here. Crownfisher trying to fight his way through the cove. Whoa! Oh my god, the shot's ridiculous with that operator. Now Guang, he's gonna have to be called upon because here's the Viper's Pit from YU to try and get something done, but I don't think he's aware of the positioning of this Viper. Snakebite comes in, so he'll be aware of it now. The counter spam comes in. YU's got plenty of time to defuse. We're not done just yet here on Breathe. JDG, stay alive.
Yeah, just overcooked just a touch. Again, I feel like Guang, even I would argue YU, I feel like the Viper's been so out of touch with the rest of the team in terms of timing, in terms of plant positions for the vast majority of this map. And this is a criminal shot, first and foremost, from Crownfisher. Without that, Swagazar would have bought enough time for Guang 100%. And yeah, I think that's where we're having 24K step right back in. First time out, actually, of the map, which crazy to think of, actually.
At this point, you might as well use it to make sure that you're not wasting them.
Yeah.
You still have another, if you wish to, in the back pocket.
Fun spot to be in as a coach, though. Just one plan, one idea. Honestly, I think if Nova just went B like every single round till overtime, with how they've had some multi-kill stack up towards that site, I think they would be just fine. And curious to see if the B approach is in fact what gets called following this from 24K or not. That's where I think that's where the team plays like the cleanest. I think that's where also they found the most impact off of their walls, right? Because they can get such deep control. And it can allow them to fragment the site and break up some of those really tough angles one at a time. But let's see if that is in fact the goal. I mean, Guang knows now that they're scaling pretty aggressively into B main as well from these solo lurks. And no, it's just A. It's A again. No. And now look at Jay. Look confident to fight off of Berlin. They're gonna probably get on a deep line here.
Yeah, and Shay creeping ever closer to big 3-0. Early info gathered, taps the orb, but Swagazar sliding in takes him down. Doppelganger removed from action. It does feel like that maybe this could be all she wrote for JDG. Berlin, the lone player standing on the site, now cut down. The Swagazar nets himself a brace in the opening exchanges. Now a Viper's Pit. Just continue some of the front side space. YU domes his ear through it. But, I mean, still, you've got to try and fight through this. YU's doing all he can, but it's not enough. Crownfisher fighting in with an operator, and there's no way through. Awesome nets a hat trick as a full house secures the game for Nova Esports. 2-1. They made us worry. They made us sweat. But in the end, they get it done.
Yeah, JDG come out of the timeout just with an idea to fight both A and B main at the same time. And I mean, Guang avoids it, communicates it. They counter the light side and just get into a really strong post plant where they invest those ultimates and get that one final round through. JDG, that win still eludes them. The chances of turning around this group stage growing slimmer, and the probability of falling into play-ins only grows. And we saw some improvements, definitely to Breeze, I would say, comparatively to that FPX match. And for Nova, I mean, the debut of then 2 new maps, right, between Split and Breeze in this stage itself, and how they're approaching it with their compositional flexibility. And it's looking pretty good. And I think they have a lot to review and a lot they can improve upon as well. And I think they're showcasing that even if Swagstore has a bad map, they can stick it out as well. And other players like Azir, like Guang, can come alive. And I do think, to me, Guang is their secret weapon. Like, it's crazy the multi-kills he was able to find.
A lot of impact. Not quite the 30 bomb from Jay on in the meantime, but hey, you know, he's still had a lot of impact here. For the side of Nova, though, like you're saying, Zobi, it's squeaky bum time, I think, is the way I'd phrase it.
Well, we'll see if they can definitely clean up their act before the next game, before the top opponents, as we mentioned, with TYL and EDG soon on their hit lists. But we're going to throw it down to the stage for that post-match interview, along with one of our amazing translators.
让我们再次恭喜 Nova 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们是请到了1-2选手来接受我们的采访。Hello， 一泽。
Hello。
恭喜你们赢下本场比赛的胜利，也是拿下了一个2连胜。新赛季的 Nova 感觉有一个完全不同的面貌。
How do you feel the cooperation and chemistry of the team is right now with CB returning? He says it's been going well. CB returning means that Chote can have less pressure with IGLing as well, and he himself can also have less pressure in the game. How did you guys fight against the chamber op on the other side for map 1? Says they really wanted to anti-strat that specifically, but they didn't do it super well today. They decided to focus on playing their own game well instead. Both teams got a lot of ecos today, but you guys seem to be the more steady team. You guys won Evolution Cup recently, losing 2 maps and then winning the next 3. Has that made you guys have more confidence and allow you guys to have a better mental? Since the team as a whole has had a good mental since then, even when they're falling behind, they can remember that they got a victory after such a loss in the beginning. Do you think there's been a change in the mental of the team as a whole? He says their mental is strong, but for map 2 it was a little bit off, so they hope they can continue to improve in that, like, in that way. Are you happy to be in Changsha right now? He says yes. Have you given any recommendations to the team for foods in Changsha? And he says that he's suggested that everyone go get the rice noodles. Do you have anything to say to the fans and the people in your hometown right now? He says he hopes everyone in this beautiful city can eat well and play well and have a happy experience watching VCT. That's the end of the interview. They're going to take a picture and then it'll be time for the prize draw.
Wow. And you can just tell that the sentiments are echoed between the entire team of what the mental looks like, what the energy looks like. And I will say that in particular for this squad, you could tell that map 2 the vibes weren't there. They weren't standing. They weren't like making jokes as much, right? 110%. And that comment about Evo as well. It's just every single teammate is perpetuated, and Coach 24K put it really well. They have a taste of victory. They know what it's like now, and that confidence is what fuels them because they want to feel it again. And they're going to feel it after every single match that gets them closer and closer to a Cinderella run to their first champions in their own backyard of Shanghai. But looking at what made this possible, I mean, look at this last map. Every player honestly locked in and had their rounds, Charlotte, 100%.
Oh, for sure. And while it did get scrappy at times, I think Nova, at the end of the day, were the clear team that you were looking at to win this, right? Like, obviously they had a few moments, like this 1v3 from Crownfisher early on in the game, but it always just felt like that Nova were gonna be good for it, that they had that momentum with them, and you can really tell the difference of when they're playing with these vibes compared to when they're playing without them. And yeah 7-5 half, maybe a little bit sketchy, but after the switch, they looked so damn good.
Yeah, and honestly, for the Breeze itself, I do feel like their macro was always in the right place. It was small mistakes, micro, that would stack up, right? Not clearing corners, not having close util, not expecting positions from the enemy team. And those are things that, again, a VOD can quickly fix. But, yeah, all in all, they were able to keep a cool head on their shoulders and really let the vibes carry them towards closing out this series.
Yeah, a solid win. 2 in a row now in Azir's hometown of Changsha. So let's listen to how they did it in the team comms.
B要绕。对吧 ？rushing OT。你慢一点。auto 而且慢一点，知道吗？得拜。Behind you。我慢一点。running。two。包点。逼近了。连赛，打压不？不，偷脑！喂，对，one more，还有一个滴，别过 ，Q 赛，Q 赛，不好意思，我架右边呢，我包点水，来 ，Let's go Swaggy， 我这大招不疯狂，够疯狂吧？他们全都想架我的大招，然后屁股的人打了。
And I think we're starting to see as well, just number one, Swagzor is always the MVP. No, I'm joking. For Nova. Yeah. Gosh, we got Swaggy by the end of the series. But those team comms, that one was a little bit different because it shows that the pertinent comms, like even CB was communicating English, like about like where one of the last players was, right? Like it definitely shows how they're developing. And I feel like this has been now, like we went from like 1 to 2 teams, like having like a very globalized roster. Like it feels like almost like so many of the teams do in VCT China. And it's been such an interesting, just like constructive environment where they are trying to, I think, elevate each other to an international stage, calling wise and just like stylistically. And I mean, whew, we're talking about people popping off in the VCT China region. Swagzor's name definitely needs to be in discussion.
Yeah, for sure. At the very least, now that we're seeing him at his full potential, right? What we were talking about when he first joined Nova Esports last stage, you know, the player that we saw subbing in for Kozi at the start of the year for Enterprise Esports, and we were saying this guy is next up. He is one of those players that we should be looking out for, and yeah, stage 1 he didn't really show it. Now having found that confidence, which I think confidence is a big storyline for a lot of teams coming into stage 2 of China. Swagzor's found his, and he is looking very, very clean. One thing that we need to look at in this map, well, a couple of things really. One is that retake rate. JDG only winning 5 of their 9 post-plant situations. But also look at the first kills. JDG up 12-10 in that regard, but they couldn't hold on to the rounds.
Yeah, there were just some really, I feel like it's like the ratio of like players and like how much damage they're getting per round was probably a lot higher on that side of Nova. And she, well, he had a great map. It did feel like that every player, when like one player heated up, another one was cooling off, right? You look at a player like Jake Hudo who like had a crazy map too, and then was just so silent, too focused maybe on the global support of the Astra role over on Breeze and lost that it factor. YU similarly. And we talked about the Vipers for both sides kind of having some issues navigating the timings just a little bit. And yeah, all in all, it seems like that JDG victory still leads them. Hey, they got a map win today.
First to stage 2.
Yeah.
They're now 60% of the way through their group stage of stage 2.
We don't need to focus on that. We don't need to focus on that.
It's improvement. Positive signs.
That's all we need to worry about.
Maybe they'll win a match by play-ins.
Yeah, and then they just win all the play-ins and they get to playoffs and they keep winning, right?
And then they go to champs and win champs, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So that works.
There we go. We've written the script. And that's exactly how it's going to play out. So basically, there's no need to watch the rest of the stage. There's no need to watch champions. We already know how it's going to end.
100%. But
Yep.
this is not the end of the day by any means, Charlotte. So we might have written the script for JDG, but there are other teams that still are writing their stories, right? It is a triple header day for, what do they call it, Ace Night? I think that's probably something special for the three best of 3 days.
Oh, true.
I think that's what that is. I think that's what that is.
I was just like, wow, a new sponsor. Awesome.
I think that's just what it is. Like, that's what I think. I was thinking like Super Day or something, but either way, we have some amazing aces of casters to take you through those series because it would be a very, very long one. And the next one's a banger, right? It's TYL, where they can punch their ticket to playoffs with a win already. So thank you so much for sticking with us through the first series of the day, and stick around for more VCT China action with Project Horizon.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my nothing could have prepared me for the high-stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemies. I road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets cause real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves of blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't release this until they feel the force of blood in. If you start shit, you be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and
Welcome back to the VCT China English coverage here on Project Horizon. My name is Akamas, and next to me there's the great Nobi, very early on from North America, and we're gonna have an absolute banger game coming up for us because TYL are facing up against FPX right now, the probably most competitive teams of that group besides EDG, and TYL on the other side. They beat EDG and this week. They look like one of the best teams in China right now. The Shufet edition turned them from a sleeper pick into an absolute contender.
Absolutely. Yeah, Shufet just being one of those players that is honestly like a rock for their team, just something they absolutely needed, and just kind of having that extra stability, I think, was a huge benefit for them, and clearly the results speak for themselves.
I mean, they're 3-0 in their group right now. They basically locked the playing tournament already, and if they win against FPX today, I am pretty sure they will lock playoffs. 4-0 and falling out of playoffs. This one will be a very hard feat to pull off, and a lot has to go against them. But in general, I think TYL, they have been on the verge of making an international event for both splits in this year. 5th to 6th place in Split 2, 6th place only losing to EDG in Split 1, and I think with the Shufet edition and a little bit of the deeper playbook, this team looks highly competitive, and I would be very disappointed if they are not making it to champs with that new edition.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think they're just, given what they've been showing, given their match history, given the fact that they did beat EDG, which is objectively and historically has been one of the top teams in the entire region for a while now, I think that's a really good sign for them. So as long as they continue the form that they seem to be in right now with that recent addition, clearly their formula is working, and I just think they need to kind of keep the same structure, more or less.
Yeah, and in general, what Shufet did wasn't like breaking off everything in that team. He did not have to get in there and be like, okay, we're just throwing the entire playbook out of the window and doing everything by ourselves and everything new, because like the current version of TYL is basically an improved version of the TYL in Split 2, because they play similar styles of comps, but they got a little bit deeper with other agents that they are slotting in. Especially their Sunset is something to look out for, because they basically just ran double duelists and tried to out-aim you on most of the maps. And I think in general, going into that split, Chufet just tried to giving a little bit more depth to their playbook, a little bit more depth to what they are capable of doing, and now they are less predictable compared to what they were doing in the first 2 splits of the year.
Yeah, I really do think that for TYL specifically, what I really want to see is these players that are like eating the duelists, really. Yeah. You know, if you take a look at their match against EDG, you had a lot of like excellent performances from Splash, especially on that last map, especially on Lotus, on that Raze. Excellent play there. And of course, that was just generally a stomp, which again, against EDG is no small feat. So that's really impressive. But even players like Slowly did an excellent job, just even on that controller and on that chamber. So I want to kind of continue to see that play. And it really just depends on what we're looking at comp-wise.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the comps, like in that EDG series alone, they played 3 different styles of gameplay. They played a double Sentinel comp on Sunset, they played a double Initiator comp on Breeze, and a double Duelist comp on Lotus, which are like 3 completely different identities for one team. And that's impressive, because they were building off of like basically running double Duelist for the entire second split, for the entire first split. And you know, all of this is a little bit difficult watching into the meta shifts, because double duelist was the meta in Split 1. We were not aware of what teams are capable of and showing different comps, because there has to be a lot of creativity working against the meta. Right now it's a little bit more open, it feels, and TYL really slotting into this one, showing off different identities, different styles, is an impressive feat, and I think Chufet has a lot to do with that.
Yeah, I agree. I think right now we're kind of in a meta, like you said, Split 1 was sort of the time in Valorant when it was super heavy leaning into the Neon, the Waylay, that sort of comp, just because those agents were the strongest at the time, and they are still very strong. And a double duelist comp is still, you know, largely what some people would consider the meta, but I think it's definitely calmed down a bit to the point where you can certainly have a really, really effective roster, even if you're not running that double duelist. And that's exactly what they did, like you said, on Sunset and Breeze, and I think it worked pretty well for them. Even the map that they lost, I feel like they still did fairly well. So, you know, I just want to continue to see that sort of structured play that I think CFAT brings to the team. And like you said, it doesn't even need to be anything that complicated. Structure is the biggest thing here. So long as that's the case, they're going to continue to have success. And, you know, obviously on the flip side of things, FPX have they've got to come in confident. They've got to say, hey, doesn't matter that y'all are 3-0, we are just as good. And they gotta, you know, show that really in the server.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of consistency, and we just got something from our translators, because the TYL principal was on the analyst desk in China and basically told the people, hey, they needed hero rounds to win certain maps before the Chufet edition. Now there's a little bit more depth to the playbook, a little more depth to what we were doing. And on the flip side, there's FPX, a team that basically needs heroics to win any sort of series for the entire year, it feels like. Like, ever since Legia joined the team from Germany over to China, it feels like FPX struggled to find some sort of rhythm. Also, the Kovac edition did not really help them develop those sort of rhythmic, those sort of rhythms, those sort of protocols to get into playoffs, to get into something more meaningful than like being the best of the non-playoff teams. And in general, the FPX year has been a disappointment up until now, and starting 2-1 in the current split, only losing to Nova, who for some reason are looking like a competitive team after a disaster of splits beforehand. You know, it looks a little bit better for FPX after having a rough year to go for.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think FPX still have a chance here. They're by no means out of contention, but again, it needs to be a situation where the script is sort of flipped. I think the expectation, like we kind of discussed before we went live here, was that honestly, TYL were more likely than not going to come out with a win here. However, I think out of all their matches, like, they can definitely come away with this one if they're confident. So that's what we're going to be looking for. They got to really kind of reestablish momentum. They lost against Nova. They won another match after that, and now they just want to kind of continue along. So.
And to bring this all into a little bit more of a perspective, currently TYL is the 5th place team in championship points going into this matchup, going into the season. Only behind DRG, All Gamers, XLG, and Edward Gaming. I mean, they have to beat one of those teams out in championship points or qualify via 1st or 2nd place in VCT China right now. On the flip side, FunPlus Phoenix, they are ranked number 7 in championship points, below Billy Gaming, who arguably did not have the greatest year on their side as well. I think in general they are a very different circumstances those two teams are in. TYL favorites to go to champs right now for me. With the form that they are showing for me right now, they are one of the big favorites for VCT China, and I think stopping them will be hard for most teams. If they can beat EDG, they can beat anyone.
Right. And that's the thing about this stage, and that's kind of the exciting part about stage 2, the structure of it. Just the fact that there are so many matches, definitely a lot more than you would generally expect than the normal cadence that we saw in stage 1. So it's definitely exciting to see, because the form of the team is going to matter a lot, and we know how fast form can change in this game. So it really is going to come down to whether or not TYL can maintain the form they're in now, and whether or not other teams kind of can end up catching up. Obviously, we know EDG lost their one and only game that they've played thus far this split. And so they do certainly have more time to catch up, but it's a form thing. They've got to just kind of get themselves into high gear. TYL certainly is in high gear, and like you said, currently they are the favorites to go to champions, and I think that is 100% the they are, out of every team in the region right now, the one that looks the strongest.
Yeah, the momentum is something to look out for. If you're falling out of pace during the end of the season, it can get problematic. It can get dicey for you if you are TYL. On the other side, like FPX, the pressure is so high. If you add someone like Kovac, who played for Vitality in VCT EMEA, if you add someone like Legia, who is an experienced coach in EMEA, you are supposed to go to champs. You're supposed to contend for wins in China, and right now they are very far off that position.
Right, and that's the thing. VCT China as a region is generally considered very top-heavy in the sense that you kind of know what teams you're expecting to go to these international events. EDG, one of those teams that you expect at every single international event, and so for there to be a little bit of a difference for folks who may not watch much of the region or something like that, and who see a newer team in an international event that kind of does something unexpected, that is awesome for the region as a whole. So it'll be exciting to see if that can if things can kind of change up. But looking at this skirmish here, it's an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, Splash had a lot of fun, I think. I think that's the main takeaway I'm getting from that. But in general, you said it. International teams doing well on an international stage, and which they're maybe not supposed to do well on, is something especially Shufat is experienced with. Their Masters Toronto run last year for Wolves created a lot of new Wolves fans who are very sad and disappointed right now. And I think in general, coming into this one, adding an IGL who already has international experience is so important for TYL if they are going to champs. Even if they would have stayed with Sword 9 and afterwards went to champs, this would be a difficult feat to pull off, because them coming into this one without international experience, always a rough one. But we're gonna have a small look at the map veto.
Yeah, looks like we are getting Ascent, Lotus, and Split, and that Lotus is scary for me, I'm not gonna lie, especially because of what we know TYL can do on that map. So I'm curious to see if we're gonna see the same comps. I'm curious to see how it's going to be approached from both teams, how FPX manages to deal with it. Of course, that is, generally one of the more attack-sided maps in the game, so FPX definitely going to choose attack on that map first and try to kind of get as many rounds as they can. But I mean, ultimately, let's see if TYL can do a little something, continue their win streak on that map.
I mean, we have not seen TYL play Ascent thus far, which is also interesting to me because, like in general, with the comp switches that TYL are doing, with the general shifts in their identity, I think there can be a lot of interesting things coming up out of this map, right? Ascent has so much options and possibilities in recent time. With the double Sentinel comps, you can also play a Phoenix and slot them into this one. I think in general, there's just so many options for them to play on Ascent. It could just be the GOAT comp, if we're gonna be honest. With them playing it on Breeze already, it can just be like, okay, let's play for comfort, let's try to go for what's tried and true and what worked in the past. That's an option for TYL for sure, but in general, there are a lot of options, a lot of possibilities how they can adjust into FunPlus Phoenix right now. And with them only having a win against JDG on that map, and JDG looking not very good right now, I think, you know, we should not overinterpret that Ascent pick from the side of FunPlus Phoenix. On the other hand, destruction again between TYL and EDG, 13-3 on their last outing against each other on Lotus.
And I mean, you know, look, TYL has only played Split once. They won on it and, you know, did a pretty good job. And they ran that double duelist comp. You know, they had that Jet, that Raze, they had the Sky, and it was a pretty standard comp. But ultimately, I think the fact that it's sort of a toss-up, and they seem to be leaning into both that single duelist and that double duelist, is actually quite interesting to me, because most teams will generally do one or the other and kind of stick to that on most maps. Where it kind of just seems that with this team, you don't really know what you're gonna get, right? So, you know, they may even change the comp on you. So I'm definitely curious to see how that ends up working out.
Yeah, in general, I think what's interesting, the more consistent map in the pool right now for TYL, there would be Sunset. They are pivoting into Lotus instead of Sunset, even though they played Sunset 3 times already and won every single one of those. And going into this game, pivoting your map that maybe brings you a little bit more momentum, maybe looked a little bit more dominant against EDG compared to your ace pick that brought you a lot of consistency in the past, is also something very, very interesting to me. Because it changes the perspective on the map pool for TYL a lot, because now you have 2 maps that you have to worry about going up against them.
Right. I mean, look, I think, of course, FPX on Ascent in general, I think they're going to try to probably lean more into I think they're probably going to try to lean into that Neon Jet combo, like the super hyper aggressive entries. And I think that largely worked out for them against JDG. I think that was huge for them. I think they're just going to continue to do that. They need that confidence. So long as they continue to do that on this map, they start out strong, especially with Ascent being the first map in the series right now. I think if they continue, if they start that way, they have a pretty good shot.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that the confidence is the most important and the biggest part for TYL right now. They're going in 3-0 into this matchup against FunPlus Phoenix, the big favorites out of that group alpha right now after beating EDG during the week. The comeback team from EWC destroyed by TYL right now. In general, I want to see, like, FPX has more to prove. Much more to prove than TYL, because TYL are the favorites right now.
Right. And in a way, honestly, I think the pressure is sort of off TYL, because even if they lose this match, let's just say they do, right? They have they have just, in general, more opportunities to make playoffs than, you know, they have. Look at CFAT over there. Look at him in the front. The radio. That right there is exactly what we were talking about earlier. How he is just like an utter personality. That's another personality that, you know, obviously you also said that there are a lot of Wolves fans who are a little bit disappointed that he was leaving. But honestly, a lot of the time fans are more, you know, loyal to players than teams, I feel. And so, you know, I think TYL in general is gonna gain a lot more fans just because Sufat is now on the team, and so that's definitely an interesting dynamic too. But in general, I do think, just in terms of you're mentioning pressure, I really do think the pressure is off TYL here, just because there is objectively less to prove. They put actions behind their words, so to speak.
Yeah, put money where your mouth is, right? Deliver on the promises that you are showing off right now. And I think TYL, that roster looks very, very promising ever since they added Sufat at the start of the split. I don't know. In general, I'm not very afraid for TYL right now, especially them going into international stages. FPX on the other side, a little bit more of a different story. When they added Kovac, I was pleasantly surprised about that, because he was one of the better players in the MEA, and I think that could have elevated them by a margin. But it did not click in any way right now, and they need to improve some more to deliver better results in the end. And as you already mentioned, a lot of the fans are more loyal to star players. Sadly for me, I am not. So, sometimes you're struggling for some of those things. But yeah, the TYL fan base will grow a lot, especially internationally, if they are seeing Sufat back on the big stages, because that was the player most popular on the Wolves team.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. But as we kind of get closer to getting into our agent select here, I mean, how do you think that TYL is going to actually approach this ascent map? Obviously, we haven't seen them on it before. Given the comp history on the other maps, how do you think they're going to approach this, just stylistically?
I think that's just going to be the gold comp. Yeah. Like, I think it's just going to be double initiator, maybe a Cypher instead of a Killjoy, but just tried and true old gold comp, the gold standard that you used to play on Ascent. I know, I think that would just make a lot of sense, considering they are basically running the same comp on Breeze right now.
Yeah, I think nowadays we're seeing a lot of different comps, though, which is very actually interesting. It makes Ascent a much cooler map to watch than it used to be, because we used to literally just only see the God comp, right? We used to see mirror comps all over the place. And, some would consider that a little bit boring, but
most boring decade in all of Valorant.
But in general, I think we're seeing a lot more different agents being played. We're seeing a lot more Waylay. We're seeing a lot more Phoenix. A lot more Phoenix. We're seeing a lot more Neon as well. Even beyond the nerfs, which is interesting to me. So I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a Neon or a Waylay, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Phoenix either. Someone just randomly pull out a Phoenix.
I would love to see a Phoenix, not gonna lie.
100%. Yeah, I mean, that agent right now is so strong.
Like, that would be peak, absolute peak. Like, give me a Phoenix for some of the for some of the TYL players. 100%. Give me a sort of aggressive playstyle, and both of those teams just running at each other.
Give me an ERV Phoenix. Let's see it.
Come on.
Give me that. What do we have?
I told you.
I mean,
told you.
You were right. You were right.
It's basically the same. Like, obviously, their Breeze comp is different because they are sorting in Viper and Astra instead of Omen and Killjoy, but it's the same sort of thought process behind those two comps, right? It's double initiator with sort of Sentinel agent and a second controller. Like, I don't know. It makes a lot of sense if they are playing that sort of style on Breeze, that they're gonna bring it to Ascent as well. And on the other side, I mean, I am worried about that FPX comp. I'm not gonna lie, because you're playing Neon and Jet, who are both agents that enjoy having a little bit more setup, and you basically have 0 agents to set up them.
Yeah, I agree, but it's also going to be a situation where if they can, default well enough and get enough information and get enough early picks, I think this comp, their comp is particularly going to rely a lot on first bloods. And just kind of getting kills without necessarily getting the info first, because if they can do that, then they'll just be up numbers, and they can, if they can play numbers well enough, they'll end up winning. So I think that's really going to be the actual win condition for them.
Yeah, but still, I'm missing. For me, what's missing is a little bit more of a flash setup agent or something that can bring some power to a team. Maybe Sky even sorting into a team comp. But we can yap a lot about team comps and about what the teams could or could not do, because TYL and FPX are showing up on the server once again. TYL could secure their 4-0 standing at the start of group stage already. On the flip side, FPX, they are still looking for regional success.
Let's get it started here, and we get into the beginning stages of round one. We've got a little bit of an A default here for FPX, looking to just kind of poke and prod at mid, just inserting Young towards Tiles, likely going to keep him there for, you know, probably until the mid to later stages of the round as they look to get info and more or less just go ahead and split the site. These players are sort of ready for it.
That's a fast one by Sage. Splash, able to trade this one out from the heavens. Scales already down, which is an important info tool. Over to the side of TYL. Two players splitting into gardens. We have a Chaos still up and running to secure that side once again.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, it's interesting because this flank is completely open right now. There's no trip for it at all. So the defenders really could, if they wanted to, just flank for free. Nothing right now, though, as they just entry right over into tree.
But Aya only gets one. Chalulu from the side, destroying them. The retake without any meaningful utility falls apart for the side of TYL right now. This is gonna be a rough one if they're approaching the retakes like this. No KO flashes to speak of. And Aya just immediately gets that first headshot. Both initiators in the heavens. Shut down by Chalulu, and yeah, missing a little bit of utility setup from TYL right now.
Yeah, it was interesting. I really would have loved to see a flank there, just given the fact that they knew the Cypher was on site. So they knew there was no mid lurk. They had actually even cleared mid out. So yeah, they had gotten that info. And so I think they would have done well to at least have a flank. It would have rewarded them very, very well. But just going forward, they have to, I think, just approach it a little bit more carefully and just kind of use the info they have.
And there's gonna be a little bit of a party here at the start of the round. Sage Rod, first frag for him. Kovac does two as well. Covers his teammate after the flash. A double for the IGL. Secures that round basically for FPX in the end. Chalulu in mid. Has to set up against the lurk.
Oh my god, absolutely diabolical that Cetra did not fall. Full blinded with the judge, but just good on Kovac to cover his teammate. As the split is, yeah, that's dangerous.
That was probably just gone. Scales running into it, some whiffs, and Chalulu secures that last frag. Yeah, it's diabolical that the judge does not fall to the ground, but the coverage from Kovac is an absolute insane microplay. Like, that awareness to swing off of your teammate, very, very strong by Kovac. That's the reason why they picked him up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, even just avoiding the flash, able to literally just spray and pray, and it completely punished the other team. So excellently played to not lose any weapons there. I think that's exactly what you want going into this bonus round, because now, as you can see, they've got a lot to play with here. They've got 3 rifles, they've got a bulldog, and they've got a judge to work with. So it's certainly doable to actually get this bonus round, and if they can, that's actually really important to snowball here going into the rest of this attack half for them.
I mean, it's basically full buy versus full buy if you do not count the Bulldog and the Judge. And both of those weapons are impactful on full buy rounds. So in general, FPX, they are not too worried. That's why they're playing such a slow default right now.
Yeah, they can more or less just do whatever they want. They, you know, that trip actually provides a lot of value because no one can push up too far without actually breaking it. And they have pretty good info, but the problem is there's no one mid. There's absolutely zero mid coverage right now. Every single person on this team is preparing to entry onto this A site, and there's only 2 defenders here. ERV readying the paranoia, trying to just stall it out, but here it comes.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a stronger utility setup, but they tried to double kill for him. ERV and Surly, they're not fast enough in their reactions. They had the paranoia in hand, everyone just flooding onto the site, and there are no chances that TYL is gonna retake that site. Saving weapons on B, while A belongs to FPX right now. That execute just comes too fast for both of the defenders.
Yeah, and it's to the point now where TYL literally can do nothing. They're not even going to go for the retake here. They're just going to choose to go ahead and save, head over towards B, and kind of just cut their losses here, and that's the smart decision. But ultimately, I think the situation just needs to turn into faster rotates and just being a little bit more proactive with the info they're gaining. I think they need to kind of just get a little bit more aggressive on these chokes and just kind of like, hey, like they even had Splash that round, push up B main. They had great info, but no one really did much in mid. And so there are more questions being asked than there probably should have been.
And in general, that GOAT comp was a very CT-sided comp back in the day because you gain so much information from that KO knife, from that Sova arrow, that you just can narrow down where the execute is going to happen, that you can reposition your defensive pieces over to the side where they are needed. And TYL are doing none of that right now. They're just very straightforward holding on to their defensive setups, and now it seems to be a very, very big mid-fight coming up. Splash just waiting for them to peek, but Kovac finds Scales.
Oh no, I mean, that's a rough one to start out with, lose Scales, because that ultimately, that is literally the flank watch, or that is the sentinel. And so they can pretty much just make their way whenever they want into the sentinel site. It doesn't even matter, but look at this.
Oh, Slowly gets one!
Whoa!
At least
How
one
has he even got
Slowly.
one?
From the corner, full blind, fully stunned. That's an overpeak by Splash. Over into Cubby, free Pilly Pill just waiting for him. And a 4-0 on the horizons for FPX. Basically unstoppable. Coming from the side of TYL. ERV has to do wonders there.
Absolutely, full mid control for FPX here, and really the only saving grace is going to be ERV with the judge, who can't do anything. And Sufat, as good as you are, I think it's time to cut your losses just a little bit here. Tries to go ahead and get that ult orb and maybe potentially find one, but there's a trip there. So doesn't want to give too much info. Doesn't want to telegraph his location. He's just going to go ahead and opt to save onto B. Try desperately to survive here as the rest of these players on FPX potentially hunt for this kill.
I mean, yeah, shutting down Shift, that would be impactful here for FPX, but you don't want to lose out on too many weapons yourself. You want to continue the snowball in the end. I think, yeah, you can send Aya onto the lurk, onto the fight against Sufat, but they're just charging the Santa's Fury in the end. Should hear all of the steps coming from main, but nobody's overpeaking this one. They're not trying to just get straight down by him.
Yeah.
FPX securing another round.
Yeah, and you want to know something? I really do think this is kind of what we were talking about before the game actually started, was that, like, this is literally FPX's win condition, was starting out confident and really going for these aggressive plays. And they're clearly doing that well enough on their attack for it to, you know, be up 0-4. So it's certainly working out for them. And that's actually going to prompt a TYL timeout here. And they're just going to go ahead and discuss what they need to do. I really do think it comes down to the fact that they need to fight the right chokes here. And they need to maintain, you know, control of more areas of the map. It's a map control issue more than anything else.
Yeah. I would agree to this one, because, like, in general, I am normally not too concerned about map rotations of FPX, but they are not using their utility well right now to figure out where FPX is going, right? TYL is just in their setups way too stoic to really contest the goals of FPX right now, and that's something to look out for. They need to be a little bit more flexible, a little bit more rotation heavy compared to what they were showing us right now, because currently they're just holding their setups. They are just trying to wait for what FPX is giving them, what FPX is doing, and a little bit more proactivity would be nice for them.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think they're just more or less sticking to their setups, and they really, the thing that they need to be doing is playing a little bit more reactionary. And so I think that's probably what is going to end up happening here. We have actually 1v3 right now towards A. So yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Splash and company are just waiting there for Kovac to drop down, and that's actually a big problem for FPX to start out, because now their smokes are gone.
And their only flash is gone as well. Splash gets that second kill. Aya down. Nobody on the A side. They have to execute B. There's no way around this. Running into the Killjoy setup, and it's over there as well. Satroid on the side at least gets scales. That's the important one. That's the big one. ERV and Spawn covered by Splash. No more kills to be found for FPX. Xiao Lulu just drops down and locks. Power position for him. Needs to get one at least out of that angle.
Splash saving them here. 3 on the round so far. Here comes the blind. He's got 4, and he's looking for the ace. He can't get it. Coconut. It's a 1v3.
The nice in this one. The 1v3 for Coconut. Needs to deliver to hold the flawless record for FPX right now. 0-5. Not possible because Shufet just closes out that round. 1-4 immediately off the timeout. A big splash into the faces of FPX. And 4 kills to go along with that.
And that right there is exactly what the doctor ordered for TYL. Splash, getting aggressive on those chokes, being prepared for these peaks. That's literally just pure ego peaks, in my personal opinion, from FPX. Yeah, look at them. They're at this point, you know, that it's pretty obvious that their confidence has not waned. They are 100% up. They're getting vocal in that seat, like they want it. So, you know, they're by no means out for the count, and that is the start of what they hope to be plenty more rounds.
And I mean, Splash going nuclear after the timeout is something to look out for. But in general, you can't rely on those ego peak life rounds coming out of Splash every single time. A little bit more consistency is needed from TYL in general.
Agreed, but this is another one of those aggressive peaks that I really am a fan of here, especially with that op. It's so strong on defense here, being able to set yourself up with that line, and killing the Cypher means you just killed the Lurk. So you know the hit is likely going towards A here, and that's exactly what seems to be happening.
Yeah, and they're announcing their presence. They're announcing their presence way ahead of time. Neon dropping back in there. Shifet just waiting for Kovac, and another 4K for Splash. 2 more kills for him. But what is Kovac doing? Porting into the backside without any regards. Shifet just waiting for that to shut him down. And I mean, there's the second time that Kovac just throws away the round.
Insane. I mean, you said you couldn't rely on Splash every round. I think you might be mistaken. 1 shot with the op, 2 shot, and 3 and 4. I mean, absolutely insane value there with that weapon. And you're absolutely right with Kovac. I'm not sure what the plan was there. I think it was rather ambitious, but oh no, don't do it.
Splash missed the timing. Both of them already in main. But I think at some point you have to move out of there. You don't want to run into the Killjoy setup. Splash on the backstep already, now able to spot the spike. And nobody is looking at him. Like, Splash has spike control of Norm. No spots the first player in the spawn. Goes onto the knife, whiffs everything. The shot of the Coconut whiffs as well. Slowly, at least gets one against Charlotte on the side. Spike control still firmly in the hands of TYL. The smoke setup strong there as well. Scales needs to get through this one, but does not watch out for Kovac. ERV might have a great timing there if he decides to use his flash. Gets a headshot into Kovac, but no spike control going forward. An absolute chaos of a situation. And it develops further because Aya is speaking into this one without regards as well. 2v2. Lead is gone again.
What in the world has this round devolved into? A 2v2 situation now? Door closed in tree, and it's down to Sufat and ERV, who has 33 health and a dream against an Odin in the hands of Satrod. And that right there is one of the scariest things that I think I have ever heard. It's a really terrifying sentence there. And yep, there goes the TP. He's down already.
Then that round ending with an Odin in the hands of a Neon is the most fitting thing I can imagine. Satroid, a 3K in the end. Absolute chaos devolving through the entirety of it. I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah, I have no words whatsoever because I don't know. Like, that's so bad. How in the world have they tossed that one away? They had such a crazy advantage. They had the spike. The spike was down. Complete control, and they threw it away out of their hands.
Like, sorry. I'm sorry. Back to reality, my friends. Kovac, another port. Aggressive into main control established onto the A side. Satroid, Koshmara's cosplay for the entirety of this. Right swung into the orb. Slash needs at least one, but whiffs, gets out of there slowly on the trade at least. Knows where the jet is right now. ERV, a port out in the open, but still gets another frag. Slowly with 3. ERV closes this one out. A wall in front of FPX as their ego gets destroyed.
Insane. I mean, that's exactly what they needed right there. To have rotates fast enough to be able to bolster up and prevent the site take before it's even happened. Like, you can see they're coming out here. They're not able to do a damn thing because there's 3 defenders here. They have an op. It's the strong side of the map for the defenders plus an op. You're not really doing much against that, unfortunately. It's so hard to actually entry into, and that's exactly what's been happening. Like, FPX haven't really been getting a ton of information. Even on the rounds that they establish mid control, they are not really keeping it all that well. So I really do think TYL can take advantage of that weakness and ultimately just kind of punish FPX for it.
Yeah, and all of a sudden that's a big go for FPX. Like, they played a lot of A-heavy rounds in the past few ones. That shock dart does not hit its target. But the drone, absolutely impactful. Satroid has to get onto the side, but there's an Odin facing up against him. Only a trade for scale. Satroid with 2 kills, but they heard that the Omen TP is there into the backside. Satroid, an absolute nightmare into the lines of TYL right now. 3 kills for him. Kovac respawns a smoke. 2 versus 4.
I mean, talk about a nightmare. That is a Neon running at you at full speed with an Odin. I'm not, that's terrifying. But slowly, and Splash, well, really just Splash now. Never mind, 0 people on the board. 6-3, the score line now. And honestly, what an attack half from FPX. The fact that they've even managed to guarantee themselves an equal score at the half is already a good thing for them, just given how defense-sided this map is. And look at Satroid here on this entry. The ability to just literally slide in there, get the kills with the Odin, with virtually no help, mind you. I just want that to be known. Like, there wasn't really anyone else that was prepared to trade immediately, and so that's the most impressive part there.
Sometimes you just have to be 2018 LeBron James.
Exactly.
Yeah, moving out of this. Has this very deep tripwire, not even possibility to take the ult orb. Or TYL at that stage. But still, FPX missing a lot of control, trying to move back into their spawn, trying to move into mid, developing something of a round. And possibly just preparing that beast burst.
And the thing that FPX have been generally doing over the past few rounds is just the death ball strat. They've been just putting all 5 towards one extremity. This is the round where they're actually splitting. So here comes the B split to both duelists over in market now. And that wall is really good to cut off some of these angles, even though this is the strong side of the map for TYL.
Satroid, it won't find Spearfed again, but an ultimate for Slowly, but just stop that development right in their tracks. Slowly gets shut down through the smoke. The Odin just too strong of a centerpiece for FPX right now, but Kovac dies into the middle of all of this. Numbers advantage suddenly dropped down. Slowly brought back by his teammate. Scales emerges from the side. 3 kills for him. Spike shut down on lane. Splash dashes. The distraction for ERV that they're needing. I goes down in main, and what a round! Set up by TYL with Kovac going down the mid. All the gates are just opening up. The Killjoy emerging from that site and shutting down everything FPX were building up to.
I mean, that's insane. What a solid defense there from TYL, understanding really, really well when they needed to take their fights, especially because of the fact that Slowly had popped the null command, and it really just prevented FPX from doing really much of anything in terms of the util department. So, I mean, they knew that, and they took their timing, and they took their fights really, really well that round. So credit to them. And here comes the really fast A hit, and there's already kills going TYL's way. There goes the op shot through the smoke.
And Sufat chimes in there with the ult as well. A little bit of question mark. Oh no! Does not spot the gap left into that smoke. The Swiss export dies onto Chinese ground. TYL shutting down that A approach once more. Aya and Coconut. Have you got it? Can you swipe in there and steal that round away from TYL?
Uh-oh. And yep, I was gonna say Ion, not a whole lot of HP, and Coconut doesn't matter. ERV has it in the bag, and someone's got to tell Kovac that there's a crossing hazard over there. There's a little bit of a hole in that smoke. Be careful. That op is utterly deadly in the hands of Splash.
That's such a small pixel.
Yep. But, I mean, at this level of play, it's all they need. That is all they need. Splash 12 and 6 right now, and once you get Splash going, especially with these op lines on the fence, it is so hard to really break those lines. You have to kind of just flush him out with info purely, and honestly, that's part of the problem with FPX's comp. There really isn't a whole lot of info to go around, so I really do think TYL kind of playing towards FPX's weakness here.
As again, deep mid control by Splash, and he does not get spotted by the cam. Right now, they are aware. Cam destroyed, Splash gets out of there. The most important part for me, looking at FPX right now, is that Satrol does not have the money to prolong the Koshmaros cosplay. Although not in his hands right now. Splash right in front of the smoke. Aya gets shot down, and now they're running into the Odin of Sufat. White Splash is destroying them from behind. 2 kills for him. Scales got its back. Numbers advantage for TYL secured.
There's only one on site. Here's the thing. This is the problem. Kovac is on the lurk, and Satron's the only one left on the site. The spike's not even down. And location revealed with the 0 point.
Surely they're not going from 0 and 4 to 6 and 6 at the halftime.
No shot.
All of a sudden, the pressure back onto FPX's shoulders because the momentum reigns in the TYL players' hands slowly. Closing out that round. 6 and 6 at the halftime. TYL secures something of a comfort zone. Yeah, it's still a CT-sided map, but I am intrigued on how that CT side is gonna look for FPX. They're not having any flashes, they're not having any bigger utility tools, and they solely rely on a Jet and Neon pushing out of mains and a Cypher holding down sides.
I mean, what I have. I guess one timeout was all that was needed for TYL to kind of bring it back and just go ahead and turn things around, and obviously worked out for them. After that timeout, FPX only managed to get 2 more rounds on the board. So yeah, I mean, what a half from both teams. That was honestly incredible. And now, I mean, regardless, like I said, it was still a good half from FPX, just given the fact that it is the attack side. So now that things are flipped around and they're on defense, I think the real win condition here again is going to be pushing up in those extremities and getting info that way. Once we start to get the ops online, the operators online for the defense, it's going to be a problem for TYL unless they specifically flush out that op. And I mean, realistically, they should know that. So, it should be a situation where they look to kind of gain info before anything else. But it's 100% a win condition here for FPX.
The Phoenix one is, by the way, FPX ever since they stood 4-0. And everyone looking at Odin with Odin and Neon's hands.
Yeah, it's insane to me. Satrod is a psychopath. If I see that in my ranked game, I'm crying inside. If I see a Neon running and sliding at me full blind with an Odin and killing me, I'm mad. I'm mad.
Oh, that's me, by the way.
I'm mad.
I am the Neon.
You're a menace. I play Neon, and I don't do that. You're a menace for that.
I try to be. The mental of ranked players is easy to break.
I'd be losing my mind.
That's the goal of all of this. What are you talking about? TYL, they're having another goal. They just want to go onto that B side. A tripwire onto the switch. Might just reveal. Splash, Coconut. Impact frag at that. The door is still not closed. So FPX has more than enough space to just reflood into the side. Aya and the backside has to get some important frags. Scales get Coconut. But that's all they're getting right now. Aya on a double kill. ERB shut down 3 for the Sentinel of FPX. 6-7. And FPX are starting their defense off strong.
I mean, that fast hit really didn't do much at all. They were 100% prepared for it. Honestly, I think the big thing was the fact that the crucial blunder here was that they actually had a player get flashed on the entry. Splash got flashed. So literally, he dashed into his own smoke, but because he was full blind, wasn't able to flip the switch and died before doing so. So I think that was the crucial blunder here. It was unfortunate that I believe Slowly was the one who flashed him. That's the type of little mistake that you can't be making, because it will result in, your entry falling early.
Those are like the big and costly mistakes. Over onto your side. Gates can destroy some utility at last. While it's a fast execute, probably onto the A side. Flash is set up. Same goes for the arrow. JDG has to go back, but Kovac remains unchecked at the boxes. 3 kills for him. JDG gets 1 for him as well. Now it's just Scales, slowly but surely walking into the hands of Aya. 3 kills in the first round. 1 to go in the end.
Yeah.
2-0 start for FPX.
What an entry, or what a hold rather, for the entirety of FPX. Kovac going insane, just keeping it nice and cool and collected there. Not allowing anyone to get up too far, being completely aware of the fact that ERV and company were coming out of the site. Here comes the bonus round. This is really the important thing, because if FPX can start to establish momentum on this defense half, that is going to be a big problem for TYL going forward.
And deep smoke for Kovac, trying to at least lure them into using utility to pressure that A main area. Scales is really the important player right now. They need to get some space. They need to secure something along the lines of that B side.
And it's going to prompt the rotation over towards B. No mid control for either team right now. That's a big thing, because really it's kind of just no man's land out there. But either way, it is going to be an entry right onto the site. Here comes the spam. The flash is good as well. Ion can't really do much about that. And Splash is just going to have free reign of the site.
Look at the positions of the TYL players. They are still very much stuck in main. Satrod does not get the kill yet. Shifet and Scales are trading back. Aya, the one holding it close. But ERV, the savior, shut down Kovac once more. Aya in a 1v2. Needs to be exceptional here. 5 bullets, but ERV says no. Shuts down that last attempt. And it's a little bit unlucky for Satrod if he gets that first frag a little bit faster. then it might be a little bit of a different outlook for FPX.
Yeah. I mean, those trades were so fast. I mean, you have to give credit to those players who are playing in lane. You saw Scales there swinging out of main, and then immediately after Scales died, Sufat swinging from lane. I mean, it was so quick, and that right there is exactly the way they needed to play. So credit to them, and they managed to get that bonus round. I mean, it's still a pretty decent round for FPX, just given how many players fell, but I mean, this is such a fast hit here.
Fast hit, but everyone rotated equally as fast. Slowly, one kill for the taking, but everyone on FPX shut down. Go onto the side, Satrot. The Menace with the Odin. Rotated there as well, splashed. Left alone on the side, Spike still in main, firmly in the hands of FPX. Take the gun to your hands, young man, but Kovac still will shut you down. We're inching closer to FPX, defeating the big favorites on the first map.
I mean, I think the big thing here was just simply the fact that they had an entry, but literally Ayang just sat there, took an excellent timing with that one-way cage and just sprayed everyone down on TYL. And that's a big problem because that is the gun round in the bag, and it's going to force TYL on another eco. Pretty much all pistols throughout the board for them, and of course a round where they are disadvantaged like no one's business. This is a really risky peek here, really risky hold in the smoke. You could get spammed. You got to be careful.
Especially against the Nico. Could have been such an easy overstep.
True. And this is exactly, look at this drone over towards B right now. It's actually not going to catch anyone. A little bit of a red herring here, just simply because no info gathered yet. There are 3 players, actually 4 right now. Never mind, there's a dart.
That arrow. Out of nowhere, there's an arrow flying into the faces of TYL. Now the jig is up. Information has been given over to the side of FPX. They spotted the knife, saw the jet going onto the side, but Coconut firmly holds the side. Satrot on the arrowhead, pressing mouse 1, waiting for the players to just run into that Odin spam. Again, a wall build up in front of the faces of TYL. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and they just have to execute themselves into the Odin spam. Satrot. That main area just belongs to him.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so rough. There's not really much they can do whatsoever. One shot there with the Outlaw, and it's being held completely. Xiaolala. I mean, is just, it's rough. There is absolutely nothing that they can do. But I think the main problem here, Akamask, is that honestly, it's the timing on the entry. You're seeing Splash go into the site when no one else is out. Like, look at this. There, like, it's. Do you see the dash over the site? And no one else is actually able to get out because all the rest of the defenders are just holding that main choke. Whereas, you know, you have just one player on the site ready to kill the duelist. And so that ultimately is your problem. No one's coming out with them. And so you're essentially just completely isolating fights on your own. Right? And that's a huge issue. So, you know, they need to solve that fundamental problem using this timeout here before FPX start to snowball enough to get themselves to match point.
Now that timeout really the saving grace on the last option TYL is having right now. And you have to find ways to deal with that Odin spam combined with the Cypher, because those are like the big side holds right now. For FPX, they are not really playing proactive. They're just, you know, having that Koshmaras cosplay on one side and your Cypher on the other side. One's holding most one and one is holding the setup, and all of a sudden there are no real execute possibilities for TYL.
Yeah, I really do think, and part of it is on Splash for, you know, just kind of needing to chill out a little bit more, waiting until the team is 100% ready to take the site. But this is where I will say having a double duelist comp makes this a little bit easier because you have another player ready to go in as fast as you are. And that makes it a lot more difficult for the defenders to hold. So that right there is the advantage that FPX's comp has when you're going ahead and trying to entry on these sites. But I mean, when it comes to TYL's comp, I feel like they need to default a little bit more.
And that's exactly what they're doing right now, right? It's a lot of heavy mid control right now. Them basically securing the entire space. Look how far behind FPX is playing right now, and that's sort of the story of their defensive half. Right? They were always just relying on that Cypher, relying on that Odin from their Neon. Playing very far back, but now the execute is going to the B side. The Neon once again ready to play on the side, waiting for TYL to execute into this one. Kovac finds one. Coconut does the same, but Scales crashing into the side. Coconut and Saytrot, the saviors. They're just once again bashing their heads into a wall built up by FPX. That defensive half. Absolute destruction by an FPX lineup that seemed out of it. No way Kovac gets that back.
That's insane.
No.
That's insane. And it's just devastating. It's completely devastating. At this point, the confidence is in full force for FPX, and it just kind of seems like they are the immovable object. Literally, all these players are doing is just sitting on sites, holding their positions, and it's working out completely for them. They're just literally avoiding the flashes and spamming the Odin, and there's absolutely no issue. Even Saytrod on this angle here with the Odin is a big problem.
Is a menace once again, but ERV all of a sudden ports in, finds a kill. That's the pace we were talking about. ERV on 2 kills. Coconut needs to be dealt with. Up there in the heavens, same goes to Chaolulu. 2 players holding that angle. Scales at the timing, but whiffs all of his shots. Coconut on 3, match point FPX.
I mean, FPX right now can't even manage to get into the site well enough to, you know, without being able to, you know, trade. I mean, look at this entry kill from Saytrod. Yes, ERV managed to get some good value there with that bandit, but I mean, that's really it. I mean, everyone else kind of just fell right away. Again, it's match point here. They don't have any other chances. They don't have any more room for mistakes. They need to go ahead, get their info, find the weak side of the map, find where the op is, and just avoid that area. I mean, obviously, like you can see right now, the op is actually on the strong side.
Yeah, and Splash, on the other hand, playing an op for himself. Kovac is just waiting for that peak to happen. Ready to contest. TYL slowly but surely creeping closer towards mid. Saytrot is the player they have to deal with, but Chifet, the timing! That's the spike! Just moves backwards with the spike! Nobody watching his back! Saytrot's dead! That's one of the net positives. ERV has ultimate as well, so they can pick up the spike. Kovac ported behind slowly. He dies as well. ERV on a late trade. Numbers back into the hands of FPX. Caught by ERV, porting into there as well, but back to the ground it goes. As the Ice brings into the Scales, has to do some heroics, and a 1 versus 4. But he gets encircled by Kovac. Everyone behind him, everyone ahead of him. Nowhere to go, and Kovac closes that round. FPX, they have a map win at last.
They've done it. They have achieved the win condition that I mentioned before the game started. Their confidence is at an all-time high, and they start out the gate strong on Ascent with that map win over TYL. And I mean, absolutely wonderfully played. That's the reason why they had that previous win. The only other time they played the map, you know, they played it so solidly. The way they played their attack side, honestly, I think is in large part what won them that map, because it was so solid. They played into, you know, to the strengths of their comp virtually perfectly, and they played to the weaknesses of TYL's perfectly as well, in my personal opinion. And TYL just wasn't able to actually do much, you know, just based on kind of their what they needed to do. I really, like I've mentioned throughout the entire half, they needed to default so much more on that attack side, and they just weren't able to do it. And don't get me wrong, there were really good shots. They were able to stabilize on that defense very, very well, but the attack just got away from them.
Oh yeah, for sure. In general, like those problems playing against the Cypher setup, playing against the Odin of Satrod, those were something to address over on the side of TYL right now, because those are mistakes that can't happen. You either have to ban Ascent or you have to work on playing against those pieces into a team comp, because having an Odin on your defensive side, that's a staple, and it was just not the Neon part of it that made it so difficult. Playing a solo playing that could be the same way, but we're listening into the team comps.
Smoking shot. I think Omen here. Maybe Killjoy. I don't know. Yeah, Killjoy. We can finish it. One aim in though. One aim in. I saw him. Yeah, carry him in. I saw her. Heaven. I got plan. Heaven. Jet and smoking heaven. Jet and Omen heaven. No blind. No care flash. Carry recon. Can we anti-flash and then? Okay, never mind. I flash for shot. Call Lion. I have flash. Wait. I aim this recon. Just care for flash. Okay, guys. H remaining. I'm gonna go. H retake. Never gen. Just call when they come out. One heaven. Bam. One heaven. Heaven, KO. Heaven. Nice! Let's go, guys. Let's go, bro. Nice.
Central.
Satrod, obviously the MVP of FunPlus Phoenix. I think we should start calling Kushmaras a Satrod cosplay, or not the other way around, because after what he was doing to FunPlus Phoenix in that game, it seemed like the Neon has become a new staple in VCT China, and like in general, Satrod delivering in those situations, showing off what he can do, and that VCT China, they can play that Neon Odin as well.
Yeah, look, again, that Neon Odin is absolutely, it was devastating, because in reality, TYL simply did not have an answer. And that's the big problem here. Just look at, like I said, in those rounds, all they had to do was literally just hold their position on the site, because they weren't even being cleared properly. And that's a big issue. So I think fundamentally, it wasn't even just the map. It was just simply the way they were getting their info before the site hits. And if they can, if TYL continues to make that fundamental mistake, they might end up seeing a 2-0, despite how strong their Lotus is.
I mean, they destroyed EDG 13-3 on that Lotus. Now playing up against FPX, who are considered the much weaker team, if we're gonna be honest. And if they lose Lotus, that would be an absolute VCT China moment, if we're gonna be honest, because, stuff like this happening there on a daily basis. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about the post-plan statistic, and that's also something to look out for. If you're having an Odin and a Cypher on your attack side and the spike goes down on the floor, holding that post-plant is insanely easy, because having the Odin walking into those sites extremely terrible, because the attack and defense are just flipping in those for you situations, and all of their round wins were post-plant situations for FPX on the attack side, and them showing off that they can play post-plant, that they can have a little bit of a deeper playbook than what we expected. I think in general, the favorites going into Lotus should still be TYL. Like, they are probably the best Lotus team in China right now. But with their showing on that first map, it could just be an off day for them.
I completely agree with you. And I mentioned the win condition for FPX being first bloods, and it was literally 6-14. Huge difference. And so they played into that extremely well. Kovac being a huge part of that with that 2.78 KDA. Excellent job on their part. I mean, they just simply... They knew exactly what they needed to do, and they achieved it so well. So, like you said, Lotus really is TYL's second chance here. They have this little break in between maps. They got to talk it out. Obviously, FPX here, I think that the saving grace for them is the fact that they're starting on attack. So clearly their attack side is good, like we just saw on Ascent. So if they can continue to maintain that structured play, playing to the strengths of whatever comp they choose to pick, I actually think they might have a legitimate shot here if it is an off day for TYL.
Yeah, I would completely agree with this one, but we will see what's gonna happen on that second map in a few minutes. Before that, we're having a short break. Get something to drink, stay hydrated. See you in a minute.
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on.
Welcome back. I mean, we just saw a crazy first map. FPX coming out on top there with honestly a statement game, if you want me to be perfectly honest here. And they want to continue along with that statement. They want to make it a statement series here, proving that, you know, they're just as good as some of these top contenders like TYL. And here we go. I mean, this is their chance to prove that over on Lotus, which is objectively, like we were just discussing before the break, one of TYL's best maps. And in fact, they are more likely than not probably the best Lotus team in the entire region. So, you know, it's definitely going to be what we would consider an uphill battle, but you know, you never know. Anything could happen.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about the last Lotus game that FunPlus Phoenix played, because they were starting it off strong against Nova. They started 7-5 on the attack. Can you guess how many defensive rounds they won?
How many?
Give me a guess.
2.
1. They went 1-8 on their defense. against Nova, and that's something that cannot happen right now. That discrepancy between your attack side and your defense is absolutely atrocious, and something that cannot happen again for FPX if they want to beat TYL here. Because on the flip side, TYL went 9-3 on their defense against EDG and 4-0 on their attack to close out that series. So like, if FPX wants to win that series, they need to show off their strong attack once more and then be a little more steady defensively. But mistakes are something that you can learn off of, and FPX did a lot of them and had a lot of learning they could potentially do. So maybe it's a little bit of a change, or we're going to see a third map coming up here afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the fact that they lost like as bad as they did on that defense half is honestly a good thing, because for them, only because now they have the, you know, the experience. They say, hey, this is exactly what we need to work on, and now they can actually start doing it. It's a matter of, okay, this is what we need to focus on in scrims, all that stuff, and practicing. So hopefully they have done that. They have done their homework so that they can translate that to a win here. But looking at the comps, we're seeing a little something here. I'm seeing some Waylay action. I'm seeing some Raze action as well. We have that double duelist for TYL here.
I mean, it's the same comps both of these teams played in their first Lotus outing as well. I think that's like in the end, not really surprising to me, because, you know, FPX had a great showing on Ascent right now, and I think Legia is a coach who really prides himself onto building consistency, building habits, building a system around its players. And in general, seeing FPX sticking to that comp really makes a lot of sense to me, especially the Vice as an agent that is very divisive on Lotus, in my opinion. I personally think Killjoy and Cypher can be a little bit better at times, but if you're a very good Vice player, it just shows into your attacking side. It's a little bit more of, hey, do we want to have a great attack, or do we want to have a little bit more info gain, a little bit more stability for our defense? But we have yet enough. There are a lot of theories we could discuss, but both of those teams have to show it on the server. FPX starting on their attack, traditionally the stronger side here on Lotus. Pistol win rate 100% to 33%. FPX, a good pistol round would start things off in great ways.
Absolutely. It's quite daunting, isn't it? I mean, to have a team as strong as TYL on this map, and here we go. It's a lot of aggression starting out for FPX, but they're actually not committing B. So util used and C space taken as well for TYL. You can see ERV over in Mound maintaining that space, getting as much info as possible, but also aware of the fact that could see a little bit of a rotation here from FPX.
Yeah, and once that one-way fades, there is a little bit of a peak for FPX. They're trying to commit all of their forces onto the C side, while TYL is rotating off of that. Look at the Omen and Waterfall. ERV, 7 HP, needs some sort of support. Omen going back into this one, slowly moving closer, but still there, just abandoning side. C is going to be a retake for them.
Here comes the plant as well. Coconut gonna get that spike down, and now it is a 5v5 retake attempt, but there are some players on FPX who don't really have a whole lot of help to work with. Here comes the CT aggression.
And Kovac plus I finding those two kills. Sufet only with a trade, but this one very late. Kovac, a double for him. Sufet needs to hold the forces up, but the free kill for Kovac just secures the round. Make it for the IGL. Wins that battle alone for FPX. CT aggression shot down at the defensive half, not to be held up.
I mean, honestly, what a play there. Ayong with a great shot, and it was a great idea there to aggress into CT, but Kovac just had something to say about it with the free gun, mind you. The free gun, who just literally peeks around the pillar and hits clicks right mouse and gets some kills.
I never had a better free deal than that classic. I mean, there's a skin on it, so is it really free?
There you go.
Or is that just our imagination?
There you go. $20.
Take
You
it or
see
leave
here,
it.
look at this spread. Look at this B positioning here from TYL. They're just kind of playing for the gamble here. And looks like they gambled a little bit incorrectly, but they're kind of just splitting right now. Like you can see there's 2 players from FPX going towards A, and the rest are towards C right now, but they might converge. I'm not sure. Yeah, they're aware of it. 100%.
And Xiaolulu, first frag for him. Kovac joins in as well. 2 quick ones for FPX, destroying the mid aggression. Slowly spotted as well. 3 players known on their positions, and once you hear that Cypher Tripwire, you are aware of Scales as well. Aya, another one for him. In the end, it's just a splash. Trying to get something going here, trying to at least get a frag or something. On that Sheriff, inching up closer towards Sevens.
That spike comes down once again. All 5 players on FPX surviving right now, and there's only one left to stare on, and I think this player, I don't think Splash is really doing much. So, Satrod with an excellent lurk to close out that round. Excellent anti-eco for FPX, and they've gotten off to a good start here. This is exactly what they needed. They need to build this momentum on the attack side, and they need to establish the confidence necessary to bring that over to the defense half.
And I wanted to see the match.
Me too. That would have been interesting.
I mean, Splash turned around, so yeah, not really possible probably. Yeah, 5-0, Kovac on a strong start for his team. And they are re-aggressing on that A side. Kovac close to that wall, spots everyone, but Splash is fast on the trigger. Close range engagement going the way of TYL up until now. Numbers advantage gone down as well, but B side left up open, left up for the bait. Splash needs to go for a quick peek. Spike shut down, going on the floor. JDG has to pick this one up, but slowly from all of the angles, all of the places. TYL is just creeping closer, but Aya gets 2.
And the last one here to stand. 1v3 situation, has a Guardian in hand, and could potentially isolate some fights here. Yeah, might be doable. Shots coming out, but we might just see a double swing here. That would be the smart idea, but might also try to isolate the spike right now towards C as well. It's just Scales over there. Might actually... He's choosing to open the door. He knows that both players are over there. He's going to grab the Vandal and the spike. I'm not sure how I feel about that, because that telegraphed their location.
Scales is taking an hour to rotate around him to create a timing. Oh my god, nobody's watching heaven. No. TYL, look up heaven. Oh my god. Aya gets 1. But doesn't spot the last one onto the side. TYL is doing some stuff.
I mean, look, you know, I thought there was a chance, to be perfectly honest with you. There definitely was a chance. I mean, that was an incredible play.
Once he pulled the door, there was a chance for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, like opening the door there, it was honestly a misplay from Scales, just simply because that telegraphed everyone's location, knew where everyone was. He could have gone A there. And the only reason he probably didn't was because there were people that could have rotated over to the site from that breakable door, but there was no, the site was open.
But connector was open, like the false rotation would have been possible for TYL, and maybe he just wanted to get somebody off guard, as he did on the side. Still is a round for TYL. One more gun dropped in the end, which makes it a little bit more difficult from an economy perspective. Fifet might have a peek here, but Aya gets away with some damage.
I mean, this is a little crazy. So yeah, here comes some of the util towards you right now. The spike is towards that side of the map as well, but there's 2 defenders here. One of them being Scales. There really isn't any util at all. They can just literally walk in and Xiaolala will fall.
Xiaolala down, and yeah, and ERV, that entry frag, impactful. Kovac has still a paranoia in hand.
That right there was the problem that, honestly, TYL was having on Ascent. The fact that the duelist was the only one entering and no one else was helping at all. And these players on FPX can't seem to get much value to 2v4 now.
It's probably a safe, if I'm going to be honest. 16 seconds to get onto the side where probably Crossfire is set up. ERV finds a big impact frag onto Kovac in that momentum. Like, Kovac not aware that the smoke right next to him is gonna just fade. Standing out into the open, right in main, ready to get shot down. Two players can save, and there might just be another full buy for FPX, but those oversights are getting more and more.
Yeah. I mean, they've got to get themselves in high gear. That's already 2 rounds in the bag for TYL, and realistically, it's likely to be a third, just given the way the economy is trending here. And I mean, great kills, but it's just not enough. The trades were not enough, simply. And you can see here, these FPX players are in a little bit of a weird buy here. We're seeing 3 rifles, 2 pistols. I'm not sure how I feel about this. And here comes the aggression.
ERV. Close up.
Oh my!
Splash and him. They get the frags. A triple for Splash in the end.
Devastating. Absolutely devastating. And those 3 rifles go by the wayside. It's a waste of money. And now the economy has got to be all sorts of wonky here.
Kovac does not look too happy. Understandably so, after such a play. It's just a basic default fight into that area. No support for Kovac. Nobody swings out of that smoke. One by one, they're giving up frag after frag after frag, and Splash just plays aim labs with their heads.
Insane. I mean, excellent round from TYL, to be honest. Just, I think the way they fight A is incredible. Especially, I mean, obviously having a raise and a fade together is just really dangerous on that A fight in general, but it's really not even just that. It's the way they're pushing up and taking space so quickly and effectively. You can see there's 4 players towards this side of the map right now. This is dangerous, but looks like a little bit of a default going on here for FPX. They're trying to get an idea of where these TYL players are at the moment, and they're definitely at least going to spot out 2, so they should be aware that A is likely the strong side.
But they're still trying to rotate into this one. Need to use their utility properly. Chalulu has a showstopper to break that sort of hold. You can't run into the flash of slowly up there. A little bit of spam from Sufet. Does not get anything going. A very slow round over onto the side of FPX. That's a great paranoia, but slowly, full blind, run and gun, finds the Viper. Immediate go over towards the B side. A repivot from the side of FPX.
And what a hold on their side. And that's a good seed, but Sufat still gets the kill, and the showstopper's good as well. These TYL players holding steadfast, and there's only 4 seconds left, and nothing, absolutely nothing that Kovac can do to save this one. Splash finding it, and they're up by 2.
I feel indifferent about FPX at this point, because I don't know, there is a lot going on there in their rotations that I'm not quite a fan of. Like, they are losing their Viper, unlucky, admittedly so, but then no support is coming for their race, pushing into the con area. That showstopper, there's no awareness for either, and all of a sudden that crunch into the B side just shows FPX the door, shuts them down back to spawn, and TYL, a team in the lead, grabbing the driver's seat away from an FPX lineup that looked promising over the first map and pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the start that FPX wanted. They even managed to get the pistol round, but ever since then, it has just been pure momentum for TYL. These players have been so apt at fighting A and taking that space, to the point where they can also, you know, get info on the other sides of the map and can just play fast rotate on B and just crunch them completely. So the way they've been playing these rotations on the defense half has been incredible. They've been avoiding the util from FPX very, very well. You know, even when they do fight A, they're even able to avoid the paranoias that Kovac is throwing. So, you know, it's just very, very, it's just solid for them. And so obviously now we're going to see another eco round for FPX. So likely another round win for TYL. But they, like I said, they've got to turn this round fast.
I mean, they potentially have a showstopper if they get something going early on in that round. Kovac pops in there. Gets a lot of C control, a fast one at that. But Kovac dies to a nade! Splash! Sees plus nade constellation, finds the IGL of FPX. No more flexible smokes, no more control for them. And as that smoke fades slowly, will face up into the forces of FPX, scaled up over towards C-Mount. They're just waiting for an execute. They're just waiting for a timing that has to come faster than slower.
The spike carrier was late to the site as well. It was literally just Coconut who had the spike on, on B. But what a shot from Xiaolala. Looking for more,
that's aggressive.
the trades are there.
That's fast, that's aggressive. Coconut, a trade onto Aerie. Ultimate thrown in there as well. Same goes for the showstopper. Sufet goes down. That's around FPX. Needed a few rounds ago already, but Scales shuts down Xiaolulu. Splash in the Viper's pit. On FPX domain, Splash shuts them down. The round in their hands firmly thrown away and taken away by the youngster of TYL.
What a spam. Incredible job from Splash. And it pretty much takes a very valuable ult in a pretty disadvantaged situation.
No. Like FPX have thrown 3 ultimates into that round and lose it. To a 1 versus 3 of Splash.
Insane. What a spray there. Yeah, it's unfortunate. They put themselves in honestly a pretty bad position given where the ult was. That was literally the one angle that Splash could have possibly spammed, and exactly where he managed to do it. It worked out.
Well, you can't lose that round.
Yeah, FX made a good go of it, I'll say that much. But here comes the more aggression. Oh my god.
And Setrot, a little bit of problems with his spray down. Splash and Sufet. 2 quick kills for them. Xiaolulu trades in there, but only a trade because all of his team around him is falling apart. Kovac can't save this round. Round number 6 secured another shutdown, and TYL is just stomping around on a team that's already on the ground. FPX. Big struggles for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, these rounds are so quick. Look at the amount of aggression we're seeing. Like, the second that FPX make noise, it just seems like TYL are completely ready to crunch them. That's exactly what they've been doing this entire half. And Sufat at this point, he's the glue. He's keeping them hype. He's bringing the energy. And they are hype right now. They've guaranteed themselves already an equal score at the half. And so in my personal opinion, FPX have already lost this half of the game. This attack side has been a failure.
Considering that they went 1 and 8 against Nova, the last defensive half of Lotus, yeah, I would kind of agree. Splash! Another entry! Another showstopper! Destroyer of dreams for FPX. Dreamt of winning 2-0 against TYL. But with every dying round, those dreams are getting chipped away more and more. TYL moved back 2 players ahead on that round.
I mean, the amount of patience that TYL had as well after fighting that to just back off. Like, look at their positions now. They were so far up, but they give the space now because they know they're up numbers. It's honestly really good Valorant, because a lot of other teams would have just continued fighting up and potentially lost their advantage, but not TYL.
That's the difference from Split 1, where TYL would have probably stayed, would have probably overheated. Kovac and Coconut. Have you got it? Are you able to win out a round like this? Kovac gets that frag, but the spike does not go down! Scales gets both! 7 secured a half-time lead firmly in the hands of TYL.
I mean, it just seems like they have an answer to literally every single thing that FPX tries to do. Excellent use of the showstopper there on the player that was further away, allowed the teammates to go ahead and get that additional kill onto the closer player. Then Scales maintaining that C anchor, make sure if that there is a rotation, could catch it and stop it in its tracks. That's exactly what happened. So their plan seems to be working out virtually perfectly here, and honestly, I'm not sure why they're continuing to fight A, because clearly it's not working out too well for them.
Not really.
This time they do take some space, though. That is the positive here. So these TYL players forced to at least play sight a little more. So FPX, if there was any consolation, it would be this.
That's a little yeah.
All right, Splash.
That has to be the neck breaker. Like, that's like kill number 5 or something like that. That TYL is just getting via spamming through smokes while running. Big problems in a row by Sufat. The spam through smokes this time goes into the way of FPX. Xiao Lulu shuts down Scales, but it's an immediate answer by Slowly. Numbers advantage put back into the pockets of FPX. They're running onto the side. I think that's a failed smoke over for Kovac. Not establishing that one way.
Yeah, and I like the idea to rotate C, but again, TYL just completely ready for it. And now the player forced to pretty much play pillar alone. Coconut manages to get one, and here comes the Steel Garden. Wait a minute, this might be doable.
But the Steel Garden is not placed perfectly. Seitrot does not get Splash into his ultimate. Coconut in a 1 versus 3 all of a sudden makes it a 1v2. Has the spike, plants it down. That's a good spot for him, but ERV just remains the better player. Round number 8 got over the line for TYL in the end.
Excellently played there. I mean, just they were extremely patient, and yeah, the Steel Garden was used, but you're absolutely right. It wasn't used in the right spot, and it pretty much allowed the rest of the players that were on the site to maintain their guns. The Outlaw was still online, the Phantom was still online, and you can see Splash just getting so much value there.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, they're just having fun.
He's the king of Lotus right now and probably in the future. 18-5 before the halftime. Splash is doing everything right now. Purity levels of carry.
I mean, this is, I mean, look, and the crazy part is, TYL are perfectly comfortable with allowing FPX to have some space. Like, look at them. Oh no, whoa.
Okay, Splash. And IS1 getting a double kill. ERV wanted to push out Seitrot. Those are the important frags. A double for him. Slowly and Splash both down. Sufat and IGL in a 1 versus 5. Needs to be an absolute hero. But probably just a gun to be saved in the end. 7-4. Had a great map up until now, but Splash, the big carry for the team, down. So FPX, they at least secure a third one.
And I mean, look, you know, out of all the rounds, I think FPX, like, they took the space and maintained it. And that was the important thing here. They understood the fact that, hey, they're giving us the space. Let's not, like, let that go to waste. Don't allow yourself to get spammed through any smokes. Don't allow yourself to, you know, even inserting a player, even inserting Ayong there, it was so much value. And obviously, Seitrot just kind of went crazy on the site as well and got caught too. But I think the win condition here for the rest of this entire half, or this last round here, should really just be, hey, take the space, maintain the space that you've taken. You know, like screw getting like crazy amounts of info, screw the default. Like it doesn't matter that much. Just match the confidence, match the aggression that TYL have been giving this entire half. And at this point, look, they're starting to guess right. They're going towards the weak side of the map here.
Don't leave your baggage unattended. Just try to maintain what you got from FPX, from TYL. That's the big one for FPX right now. I am surely moving closer, but Scale spots them on the camp. There's a showstopper for Xiaolulu, but he does not spot the wire. Hears it in this moment, but he's... Oh my god, jumps over it. I was very scared for a moment there for Xiaolulu. That's a great Season 8 constellation, but somehow TYL gets out of there. Xiaolulu in the heavens. Not been spotted by the cage. No sound cues, no indications right now for TYL. Splashes down to carry dead on the ground. Coconut! 2! 1 through that smoke. Scales into fetch. What can you do? Have you got it in an undermanned situation? But Coconut on 3 makes this one a halfway decent halftime for FPX in the end. 8 and 4.
Incredible. I'm a big fan of that Seize nade combo up in heaven to force those players, to force those TYL players back. And even here, the fact that Coconut was able to get the first is great, but the fact that he was able to get the second onto ERV mid-saturate is insane to me. So, yeah, that's just awesome. I mean, you got to give credit, but still though, TYL have done an excellent job on this defense half. The objectively weaker half on Lotus, and speaks to their confidence on the map in general and how solidly they play it. So, you know, as we get to halftime, obviously FPX have got a pretty big uphill battle on their hands.
Oh yeah, for sure. That pistol round, absolutely crucial for FPX in the end. If they lose that, there might be bigger problems ahead for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that even beyond winning, I think part of the win condition here is not just going to be winning the pistol. I mean, certainly, yes, obviously, but it's also going to be winning the bonus. If they can manage to do that, they can actually start to string together some rounds. But because obviously if you do that, then you might win the eco after, and that's 4 rounds. At that point, you're tied. But if they can't win the bonus, it's gonna be quite difficult.
It's gonna take some time. Splash 18.5, but slow down towards the last 2 rounds, right? One Splash is not fragging. TYL is having some bigger problems right now. Splash needs to be consistent, own those frags, and on the other side, the rest of his team has to step up, has to get a little bit better once Splash goes down. Because he has 18.5 in 10 rounds. This is absolutely insane. Can you continue that tear for the entirety of that second half? That's a big question for me.
Yeah. Well, let's see if FPX can do a little something here, work some magic. And actually, look at this spread from them. It's a 3-2-0. They've got 3 towards A right now. Strong side. Scales looking to get something here. Instantly gets taken out. Head taken off by Young. And this is so interesting. They're really just playing together here. I'm not sure if TYL is going to be aware of the fact that there is no 1C. They haven't really gotten any info on it thus far.
Yeah. I mean, they have the Vice Ball there, right? So it's early info for the side of FPX. Splash gets over the wall, all on his own. Alone in enemy territory, dies to the hands of Coconut, gets 1 kill in return. But really nothing else. Numbers advantage still firmly into the hands of FPX. They can play the retake against a disjointed and falling apart roster of TYL. Everyone needs to frag on their side. They're waiting out possible utility over FPX.
And now, honestly, at this point, FPX more than happy to go ahead and play retake here with the numbers advantage. They've got to play it patiently, though, because there's a lot of players on similar sides of the site. Satron knows that.
Gets two, rushing into pit. AR gets the last one. There is that pistol round we talked about. And FPX, they are making an example out of this. Showing off that they can still hang with the best players. On that TYL lineup, what an impact round for them. And yes, Splash gets one, but is so far ahead of the pacing of his own team that nobody can trade him. Nobody's there to help.
Incredible job from FPX here, and at this point they have won both pistols on this map. But the question is, what more can they do? Can they continue and establish some sort of momentum here? Let's see. Chaolala over here with the Marshall.
They're trying to build some sort of comfort zone for them.
Yeah.
Lulu moving closer. That cage to cross over. Cam destroyed. Oh, player spotted Splash! What? Splash! 2 quick kills for them. 2 headshots. Slowly walks into that smoke. A site open. Splash, the savior once again. China might have a new king, and his name is Splash. Sirfet on a whiff. Nothing for him to do. Scales picked up a big weapon for himself. Now a weapon still in the hands firmly of FPX. But they need to get something going. Ayong, 1 frag. That's the important one. Access to the site guaranteed. Splash dies down as well. 2 players stuck in 3. And slowly but surely FPX, they're taking advantage, they're taking the kills, and they're taking back their site.
The trades are so damn good from FPX, especially after that absolutely diabolical opening there. I think through a smoke, got 2 through a smoke. I need to see that Splash with 1 and 2. That's insane.
That's such a good
Utterly
timing.
insane.
Everyone on FPX just expects Splash to go with the cage, to go over towards Rubble as he swings out of there and gets those impact frags.
Yeah, and I mean, to be perfectly honest, the fact that Splash was able to get those kills was utterly devastating. Even though FPX won the round, this round automatically becomes so much more difficult to do anything with, because as you can see, FPX have got 3 pistols on the board.
That's just a full eco, basically. Have 2 guns to work with. One of which is a shotgun, right? Big worries for FPX right now. Chalulu moves back, opens up space for Coconut.
Yeah, I mean, this is... It's just, they're kind of just letting TYL have the A space, and that's fine, but it is an eco round, so I really do feel like when you have a situation like this where there's only 2 defenders on the site, it's going to be really difficult to hold, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and go right into B, but there's a problem here, and the problem's Ayong.
And Zetrot over into the heavens. Ayong got traded. That's the important feat for FPX to accomplish in the end. But Zetrot from the heavens, there are still options to retake that site. Zetrot's flash destroyed, which diminishes them a little bit. Kovac still has a paranoia up and running. Can re-smoke main and then open some things up for his team. Split the players, ERV, steady with the rifle, but Zetrot does 3! A 1v1 against Sufet. Goes up into the heavens. Coconut wants to pick up the gun, but everything falls apart for FPX in the end. Still, what a great eco for them. 4 kills shut down and only Sufet survives.
I mean, look, again, they I will say right now, FPX made a great go of it. But it just simply wasn't enough. The trades didn't go their way. If Ayong had gotten 1 more kill with that judge, the round may have looked very different. But unfortunately, not to be done. Sufat, just as hyped up as he was on the defense half. And look at this.
Look at Zetrot.
This is scary.
No, then. For most.
A little bit of deja vu from Ascent here.
Yeah, we know how that went.
Yeah.
An ultimate for Sufet. That's the important part. Slash can't go too far ahead of its team. It triggers the wall. Does not stay behind it. Seitrod is just waiting for them to enter the site, so the Odin does not have to reveal itself before TYL is doing anything.
It looks like the spike heading over towards C now. 4 players plus Scales on this A lurk here. But A's still the strong side for FPX at the moment. Only 2 defending C. And here comes the Nightfall to try to force these players off the site, but it doesn't matter!
Seitrod presses mouse 1 and destroys the execute, but ERV and slowly crashing into the backside. A nightmare turned into a dream for TYL in the end of that round. This time the Odin can't stop what they're setting up to. Kovac, unaware of the player in the corner, Coconut trades him, but not enough in a situation where you're an undermanned unit already.
A little bit of overheat there from ERV to go ahead and swing into CT. Could have just as easily swung and Coconut.
Move low. 13 HP. Taps the spike, but Scales has both of them. A double kill onto Coconut and Xiaolulu brings TYL up to 10.
I mean, look, that's the Seitrod just literally sitting here with that Odin is, that is rough. That is so rough. And Scales able to clean it up there to bring TYL to double digits. That's 2 in a row now. So the win condition not met. And here comes the scary part. It's the momentum from TYL. Because they know how to play attack so well on this map. And Splash, 1 off of the showstopper too. They've actually got some high value ults coming online here. Neural Theft.
Nico mandatory for FPX basically.
Yeah.
Coconut. Position revealed. Stopping at that baby door. Seitrod has a saving grace here. If he gets off that Steel Garden on a retake, it might just be possible for FPX to play this one short-handed.
It's true, but they need enough numbers to be able to do something with it here. Seitrod, as you can see, is taking first contact on the site, and I'm honestly not sure if that is the right way to play this. And you can see the Yuto combos here. Seitrod manages to get one!
And Coconut has the trade up there from the heavens, but the Vice ultimate is down. Spike still in the hands of TYL. They're using their ultimates to their advantage as well. Scales has a perfect timing, but Xiaolulu shuts that down. A miss cease. Shuts down what TYL were building over to the connector area. And Splash, who needs to get something going, who needs to get more kills. A showstopper to open something up. But Coconut and Xiaolulu both are having weapons, and Coconut remains unchecked. Route number 7 on the 50. FPX have done it.
You mentioned that the Thrifty round, the eco, was the win condition, and it has been met. An absolutely necessary round win for them off the back of Seitrod and Coconut's absolutely incredible A-hold.
I think the most important one is the Xiaolulu frag onto Splash. Onto Scales.
100%.
If he does not get the lurking Cypher in that situation, that round's gone. Because he gets a double kill from behind against both B players, and the site falls completely apart.
Scales had an excellent wrap there, but it was just read virtually perfectly, and it's incredible. And that's an early kill as well. What a spam from Kovac.
Remains firmly on the site. Another damage piece taken out of their Splash. A great first half, but slowing down into the second one.
An interesting stat here too. What a shot from Kovac.
Yeah, I mean, that's just daily business, right?
Yeah,
at this point,
it's another
at this
day at
point,
the
you know,
office.
you're just taking the outlaw, and I'm gonna steal your crazy stat because our translators are just told us that TYL is the team that got echoed the most out of any team in VCT China in the entirety of stage 1. which, you know, Schifet probably should fix, but it does not seem like it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those problems that is just simply going to take time to fix. It's a matter of recognizing the reasons why that's the case, and in practice and really trying to hone in on those specific fixes. And I feel like that is something that is really, at least in stage 2, going to remain a little bit of an issue. And, you know, assuming that this team stays together post stage 2, you know, eventually you may, you know, by the time Champions rolls around, they would hope that that issue is largely fixed. But I mean, look, FPX have kind of shifted the momentum a little bit here, 2 in a row for them, and they're going to look to continue that here.
That eco really shut down anything TYL was building towards. And all of a sudden, the favorites are looking to be on the back foot, even though they are ahead in numbers. It's all on Splash. If we're gonna be honest, he is the big carry. The one who's trying to solo them right now. TYL not really following him up.
I mean, Splash is doing an incredible job. 23 and 13. Absolutely so much value there, and they actually double back A here. And yes, this is where the Sentinel site is, but the Sentinel isn't home, at least at the moment. It's just the util here, but Coconut has the info.
That's an important angle. Coconut doesn't get one. It gets into the seas, does not walk out of there. Tries to fight it while being disarmed. Splash finds Zayong on the other side as well. Be open. A showstopper for Xiaolulu. That might just be the saving grace. The Cypher Cam came back up again as well. So much info. So much momentum.
True, but Steel Garden and a showstopper available here. If there was... Oh my god, Kovac!
That's the impact frag. Kovac gets one. Kovac gets 2. The Steel Garden pushes TYL off the spike. And even if there's a divergent path, Kovac can still hold it. Satrot gets the defuse. FPX somehow they got another round. It's just 1 to equalize.
They're making this one competitive. They're only 1 away from tying the game. And it's an incredible job, especially after TYL had gotten those early kills. Kovac going nuclear here. Absolutely incredible with those trades and the convergent pats.
Oh, it's so close.
Insane. And TYL being forced to take a timeout here. They're going to have to discuss what they want to do here.
Such a close momentum shift. If they swing a second earlier, then FPX gets shut down. And lose on that round. But not like this.
Yeah,
piece by piece by piece.
Yep. Round by
FPX
round.
is coming back, and I want to say this for all the TYL fans. If TYL is losing that map, it's all on our next caster, Veggie. Because he said in the green room that his money is on map 3. So if you want to blame anyone, blame that guy. Not literal money, just a joke, obviously. But, you know...
Yeah, blame Veggie, all right? Everyone in chat, blame Veggie.
You know, blame Veggie.
I shouldn't be saying that. I'm casting him. I'm casting with him next match. But
yeah, I'm not, so I can.
It's all good. I can't be too mean. Can't be too mean. But you know, this timeout is pretty much everything for TYL. They have to go ahead and stabilize. They've got to figure out what these problems are here. And it looks like they're going to start out by making some noise on B a little bit early here. C's used, so a little bit of info gained as well. And interesting smoke there. Very, very deep. But it's going to provide an angle for Satrod with this Odin, and that's honestly an even bigger issue.
And TYL is defaulting very, very slowly. JDG looking for a peek onto Rebel. Very defensive setup. Once again, a retake onto the A side required for FPX is TYL going for a very strong hit there. No ultimates to speak of. And the first frag goes over to JDG. That op wasn't a perfect angle. An execute onto the C side required. The fake called out by Kovac. Sufet. Impact swing. Ayong in the backside does not get anything going. But JDG has a showstopper to talk about.
Look at the CT. Ace! Satron! They saved them! And FPX have tied the game! On the disadvantage to have with everything against them, down 8-4! They managed to get it done!
Just name the Scottish guy in our green room who said, oh, I predict a third map.
It's not over yet. By any means, but I mean, if FPX keep playing like this, it might as well be over. And look at what it means to the entire team. They know how good TYL is.
24-14. Splash is alone. A lone soldier. Trying to get anything going for his lineup. And it's gonna be a Rebel clash. And for the one round where TYL decides to play an aggressive Rebel, that A side is not undermanned. That A side is not empty. They know what's going on. There was such a clean haunt. Spots 3 players of TYL. JDG drops the angle.
Yeah, that op line was everything there. And it's good that it was smoked off to prevent any kills from happening, but it's still dangerous.
They have a showstopper.
Will they use it?
Oh, JDG, that whiff might be costly. But the Fade ultimate of Sufet does not hit. Satron on the backside. An Odin unscathed by a nightmare rushing over the side. He's just waiting for TYL to crash into him, but Splash has other plans. Wants to go over to the B side. Kovac smoked that off.
It's fake? It's a fake B hit here. They're doubling back towards A. There's still 2 players ready and waiting over towards this side of the site. Coconut's there. They all topple. They all fall.
ERV and slowly double entrying that site. But nobody watches their backstep. Ayong finds an impact crack. Finds a second one. Spots over the backstep as well. Ayong is doing it all by himself. Splash might have just saved that round. Kovac in 1v2. The IGL has to be perfect here, but Splash is fast on the trigger. 11 and 10. Momentum shift. Undone.
So close. Only 2 players left to stand, but it all came down to that op shot. If JDG had actually found a kill there with the op, we could have seen a very different round. But unfortunately, was not to be done. Ayong making an excellent go of it. But it was not enough. Have another chance here, though. Still have enough money to buy up. Too fat here, as you can see, only having enough for a Bulldog.
The doable round for FPX for sure. They still have that showstopper. JDG just dies too early in most of that rounds and slowly continues the trend of a player dying too early. Coconut already down. TYL is scaling up towards that C side. Once the momentum fades off of FPX, TYL is there to take advantage.
Wait. Oh my god, TYL have misread this though. There's no one C. There's absolutely no one home right now. And you can see Ayong walking up, trying to hold the line, potentially get a kill here. Onto Scales, but it won't happen.
Denied. We're trying to do JDG. Can you do something here? That B side left open. FPX have to make a decision here. Do you save those 2 guns? Bring it to the next round, or are you trying to force a retake? The financial situation surely does not allow for them to fight into that B side.
It looks like the save is just going to come into play here. Gambling it all on the match point round. This is going to bring TYL to 12. You're absolutely right. These ults from FPX that are upcoming are going to be critical. Seitrod 2 off of the Steel Garden. Xiaolala has the Showstopper available. The Pit is available for Ion. It is going to ultimately come down to the usage of these ults here. But even on the other side, TYL does have the Showstopper available on their side as well. So that could come into play. I'm sure it will come into play. And what an early kill from Slowly. Just that's so unlucky from Coconut, to be perfectly honest. But it's really just those small mistakes being like understanding that the door is open and that there is an angle to be shot from. Even a small mistake like that, it's critically important. It's really just the 1v1s that were taken that round that were the big issue.
Oh yeah, for
they
sure.
can't afford to do that.
If Ion gets a player in mid, then this all looks a whole lot different. Early Viper split to secure pressure over towards the C side. B, it's gonna be another retake, but Splash spots a player. Xiaolulu is down. No more showstoppers to talk about. This one just has been used way too late. Coconut at least gets one. They're not trying to force their way into the Viper split. Slowly, once it goes down, they will just hit the C side. It's been opened up by Ion. A lot of damage onto Coconut as well. They are not really able to shut it up. Ion from the heavens smites TYL down. C side, no easy target, no easy movement for them as Seitrod gets that last frag. Overtime on the horizons. FPX inching closer towards saving that map.
They preserve 2 ultimates as well. Steel Garden and Showstopper still online for them.
Oh, surely they preserved that Showstopper.
Look at that. And I mean, obviously, Xiaolala didn't even have a chance to use it, but it was an incredible play. Seitrod was so damn good on that defense.
And they took the bait. Ion put down the ultimate, and they immediately took the bait and committed onto that C-side execute. As I already mentioned, Steel Garden's ready. Showstopper ready. See the perfect side to retake. If TYL decides to go onto this one, it might just be a disaster in the making.
True. But the problem is they've got to live. Seitrod has to play his life here if he wants to be able to use this ult. It is utterly critical. And here comes the TP into the site. Paranoia used up. And the Steel Garden is good. Seems back alone on the site. There's a shorty though. They've got to be careful.
Detroit! What's that shot? Immediate kill. ERV is down. Overtime is knocking at the door.
And they've got control as well. Splash. Position noted.
11 HP. Detroit low. Slowly finds Kovac. There's the showstopper, but Xiaolulu, it goes white. No impact. Splash might just have done it. But slowly on the refrag. This one's fast enough to hold them into the game. 29 seconds. You have to place on C. There is no way around this. Xiaolulu has been struggling all game, but might become their savior here and now. 18 seconds. Coconut has Sufet. The planter gone down. 14 seconds to go. Coconut can just spam. Ion swings, gets one. 9 seconds to go. Coconut in the 1v1 versus Scales. 4 seconds for the plant. He gets it down. Shuts down the brawler, and Scales has it. One round.
And Scales saved it. Unbelievable that TYL was able to come out on top in that round with so many players maintaining space on that site from FPX, and they've got to be utterly devastated at that result. But even so, at the same time, they can't even be too upset. I mean, TYL, with the amount of success that we've seen them have on that map, they 13-3'd EDG. And the fact that they were able to make that so competitive is just simply incredible. But unfortunately, not enough So we will be going to map 3, and what an end to that game from Scales. Able to maintain composure.
And those highlights are going to be long. 13-11. In the end, that one round cost them so much. And Veggie can avoid the hate and the blazing wave of all the TYL fans because we're going to map 3 as he correctly predicted and not Caster's Curse them.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll tell you this right now. If TYL end up coming out on top during map 3, it will truly be heartbreaking for FPX.
It will truly because of that one round. Right, in the end where they really fall into those situations, and Scales just being the savior of it all. But it has been on the back of Splash, if we're gonna be honest.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, the thing is, there are so many players in FPX that did an incredible job. Kovac was hitting some insane shots. I mean, just the flickiness. I mean, this guy is so lethal. It's insane. Same thing with Satrod. He's just an utter, like, it's the definition of a sentinel right there.
So we are going to that last map. Split for the taking. A little bit of a faster one. We are going into the voice comms and listening into what TYL is trying to say.
重要的是我们 happy game，OK， 什么都行，果断一点。好 ，happy game 是最重要的。Let's go， 干他 ！Let's go， 魔哥 ，Let's go，Let's go。我想说，这把上一把是很好的一门课。OK， 第一把是2手，我们会有情绪，我们会不服气，我们全部都接收它，我们重新再来第2张图。OK， 重新 reset， 一定会有的。上，小飞上 ，Let's go， 去开门。TP open， 把后。来，准备3、2 go， 好了。他走了，踢走了，上面抛掉，两个出来了，弄他。Let's go！ 我又站不起来了 ，Let's go！ 漂亮。A 连 pick up， 他只能去 B 下包，然后 A Y 留一个的。没看到。不用，下包了呀。不要来。2楼一个跟命令。跟我。哎，2楼，没下包。2楼，等一下，别漏。来，站着 ，Let's go！ 你抓我队友，你还管你队友吗，大哥？ Bro, he white Goran, bro. He don't understand.
In the end, it's Shurfat being the leader for this team, even though Splash, the one to convert 2.1 KDA, 345 ACS. This guy did it all for his team. 10 multifrags. Splash, the hero of TYL, in the end, destroying FPX on those crucial rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, as good as those FPX players, as good of an attempt as it was, Splash was just got so much value in so many parts of the map. You can see the spread of kills here. Was able to position himself in ways where he was completely ready to not only get entries, but was able to really effectively trade in a lot of different situations. So that right there is certainly impressive. Like you mentioned, an excellent KDA there. Excellent first kill. So completely fulfilled his role on that duelist, and that's honestly a large part of what won TYL the game there.
Yeah, for sure. He's playing the duelist job so well. Regarding the damage that he is doing, regarding what he is showing off for TYL. That round was also like the most devastating one for FPX. I'm pretty sure on their attack side. The defensive half looked good, but Splash destroyed everything they were building up on both sides here and there. And in general, TYL relied a little bit too much on Splash for my liking. But still, them winning out the map just shows the greatness of that player.
Sure. I mean, honestly, Splash's decision making was incredible. Even the decision during that showstopper highlight that we saw over in A lobby, the decision to like shoot the further away player, knowing that the closer player was right there, and that he had teammates behind him ready to get the kill was just an incredible decision. It's those little decisions that really can make or break a good duelist. So I mean, it's incredible, and obviously it shows here, being 29-16 in a game that didn't even go to overtime. Yeah, that's just incredible. Yeah, so a little bit of a raised diff.
The post lands are also something to look out for, like 5 and 9 only for TYL. That's what brought the FPX defense up and running in the end and made this one so close. But, you know, post plans and first bloods, the stuff that brought it over the finish line as well for TYL. We're having a third map lined up. Today is gonna be a long one for sure. Split is coming up next in a few minutes. We'll catch you back after the break.
Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
And welcome back to the English VCT China coverage here on Project Horizon. My name is Sakamas and Nobi is right next to me, and we are awaiting the third map between TYL and FunPlus Phoenix. Those two teams battling it out on the first two maps, and especially Lotus going down to the wire. An absolute banger of a series up until now.
Yeah, it has been incredible. Look, I will say right now, a lot of folks had expectations for FPX to kind of just bow out here, just given TYL's form and the way they've been playing, but they have made this an incredibly competitive series. And so given that, looks like we're going to split. And taking a look at the comps here, seeing another double duelist for TYL. The same thing for FPX. I think this is the first time in the series we're seeing both teams running the double duelist on the same map.
Yeah, very different outlook for both. Double duelist we have seen from both teams, but on different maps, in different situations. And I think in general, yeah, you know, a little bit of a different situation for both of them. I think this one is gonna be very fast and very messy. A double dive comp plus guy will show itself on the split attack side, especially for TYL, even though, I mean, in their matchup against JDG, and you can argue if that's the important matchup to talk about, but in their matchup against JDG, they had a 9-3 attack half and a 4-5 defensive half, which just shows off the strength of that comp. And on the other side, it's the first ever split for FPX in that split.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, I love when you get map 3 splits. I just love split as a map in general, but when you have it as the decider, I feel like it's just so entertaining because this map is so heavy on the strategy. Especially depending on the comp, whether you have a Sage, whether you don't. But look at this starting aggression here. Look at how far up Splash is already.
Yeah, and it's a fake. Yeah. They are only using the Trailblazer plus Splash to really sell that fake over onto that A side. But mid completely empty. It's a very, very passive hold from TYL going into the vents, and they just let Scales hold mid. 2 players running into him. Kovac does not spot it. 2 on the wire. 1 kill for Scales. 2 kills for Scales. Holding down vents, holding down the rotations. A side should be fairly open right now for FPX. TYL would just move into the B side once more, but ERV is already in their spawn. They're rotating in from everywhere, surrounding FPX, and Coconut on his own to defend against the TYL forces. Low Scales, not enough to fight him off.
Incredible job, but it's all a consolation. 1v3 now for Coconut, and if there was ever a time to come alive, it would be right now, but seems quite unlikely here as TYL have some really, really hard to break positions here in backside with this high-low. Gonna be so damn hard to do much of anything. In position revealed with that drop down as well. Only 46 HP in a dream.
And the crossfire and a double stack. I don't even need that. ERV sets that last frag. TYL winning another pistol round. Securing themselves a lead early on into the game after the pistols weren't coming on that second map.
Yeah, and I feel like in large part, honestly, FPX have won most of the pistols, but not the case here. TYL take the momentum that they gained from winning Lotus and apply it here right away.
A lot has to do with Scales just holding on events. Not only does he get 2 kills there, but also stops all of the fast rotations from FPX, so they have to get a little bit for the longer route.
Look at this mid hold from FPX here. They're literally everyone is towards this choke, and that's exactly where the spike is at the moment. So if they don't reveal themselves, this could be a little bit of an interesting round here. But I think multiple players were spotted out.
Flash also missed everything but Splash. Another entry. TYL though in mid. Nice down to the race. Showstopper getting charged early on, and Splash is looking for more. Spots Zetroy.
Yeah, and now it's just the defense really is scattered at the moment. You can see they all just kind of went into different positions. Slowly had a, kind of just walked up, maintained ramp control, and now is having control. And the rest of the players just head over towards A. They're going to be able to get the spike down easily.
And Splash is still lingering around the mid, looking for even more contact. Over from the side of FPX, Kovac moves it back, tries to get into the vent, undetected as well, but slowly gets one, spots the second. Vents cleans up once again, slowly on a double kill. Tries to search for Ion. who is still up and running in the end. Up there in heaven, drops towards the spike, but that's gonna be noticed by ERV. A flawless round, and Scales able to buy up a Vandal in that next one. TYL slowly but surely piecing together some kind of comfort zone for them on that third map.
And they're playing it so methodical too. I'm a big fan of the fact that they didn't just go ahead and 100% like go straight for mid right away, because they certainly could have, but they played it more patient. They were aware of the fact, hey, they could be stacking here. They were aware of how many shots there were, you know, when breaking the eye. They were aware of how many people were vents, and they just backed off. They didn't, you know, play it too aggressively. You got to give them credit there, as now they enter into the bonus in a pretty good spot, given that it was a flawless round.
Yeah, and TYL ready for the peak of slowly. Finds an entry for FPX, and all of a sudden, the script is a little bit flipped. Mid rotations still impossible. A lot of control with just that position of Scales. TYL goes over to the A side, where I assume they think the weak side stands for their opposition. Scales fast go over towards the B side. Fast in the sense where he tries to lure some more players over to there.
And I mean, this, whoa. Wait a minute, the Trailblazer doesn't clear a single thing! And it's devastating!
Disaster! Kovac finds that frag from Rams. All of a sudden, TYL diminished in their forces. Just Sufat and Splash. Trying to move back together. No more flashes for Sufat. Needs to wait for this one to recharge, but Splash goes down to TYL as well. Sufat getting away with a Vandal. At least a better weapon for him to try and attempt a 1 versus 5 clutch. But this one close to impossible. Just take that Vandal, bring it to the next round, because fighting into this side, not possible for Sufat.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a situation where none of the FPX players want to give up any weapons either, so they're not going to. So it's a huge round from them. Sufat the only person remaining alive there, but that Trailblazer was honestly what the straw that broke the camel's back in a way, because that's a fundamental error. It actually did, he just like half cleared it.
It's betrayal in the end.
Punished for it immediately.
It's betrayal by your own dog.
Right?
You know, kind of shitting on your carpet. At home.
And they didn't even clean it up. It's just there. Stinking.
Stayed very uncleared, that corner.
Yeah. It looks like the rest of the players right now in TYL are just trying to do a little bit of a mid default here.
Again, mid pressure is key right now for TYL. They really want to fight in those areas, want to get control over the connector, but Ion does 2 kills, gets both of them. Scales finds TYL, A side open at some point. That double kill for Scales open up so much of space for TYL in the end, and they are running with this one, trying to secure a plant on that A side, but FPX has something to say in that regard. The frag in mid changes everything for them.
Right, and that's a huge kill from Satron, because that takes out the lurker. Now they don't really have to be worried about it. They just have to be worried about the players that are in sight, and they need to be worried about ramp. And they're just going to go ahead and retake it really quickly off the back of that too.
And Centroid, that immediate first frag onto Sufat. Spike's planted for heaven, but Ion is there. Scales only gets 2, only gets an opening for the side, but everything else falls apart for TYL as FPX scales up more and more.
I mean, what a way to play that round. I mean, Ion got an excellent set of, got the refrag and got 1 to boot. And then Satrod, honestly, that kill was one of the most important of the round, just given the fact that it allowed them to kind of give them peace of mind at that point. There's likely no one else lurking. Rest of the players are playing safe. Let's go ahead and just go.
there is the Sacred special.
Oh my god, yeah, there goes the Odin again.
It's so, I don't know. Has to be so frustrating for Splash especially. Such a great second map. Solo carried the team on his back. Not a paranoia. Gets nothing going because Cetroid once again shuts them down. That Odin. With Thorin in the sight of TYL over and over again. Cetroid shuts down the build-up.
Here's the problem, the op too. The op the op line is so crushing here. The fact that they have an Odin and an op is a really big problem for TYL. But Scales, wow.
That's the impact one. That's the kill you need. Coconut on the side has been spotted by but they only have Spectres in their own hands. The Spectre Rush might get just shut down, but ERV faster on the trigger. Overruns Coconut. There's an Odin for the taking in the backside as well if they want to hold it a little bit more firmly. Nothing to fight for just yet. Suifat. 2 kills for him. Needs more. Needs to get something going, but Xiao Lo, the peek onto ERV. That's the important one. Waiting for the flash to recharge, but Xiao Lo on that up. Unbeatable right now.
I mean, it's just so clean. The op lines are so difficult to clear out. And honestly, that round wasn't even like a crazy op round in the start. It was really Satrod who got that opening pick with that Odin. Incredible job catching Splash mid-satchel and then even getting another to boot. It's incredible. And of course, Xiaolala getting honestly incredible value with the op on the retake itself, which is generally something that you don't normally say with op players, but going forward, we're gonna expect these op lines to be really, really dangerous here, especially in mid.
And look once again, the build-up from TYL right into the setup of FPX. Kovac and Satrod. Once anybody peeks around that corner, the Odin spam is gone. Start, but Splash is fast on the trigger. Kovac gets 2 as well. That's just a trade. Because Suifat at least finds the Omen in the elevated angle. Slowly, shot through the wall. Not dead yet. 30 HP. No easy feat to pull off. TYL has yet to rotate if they want to take that A side. The space provided by Scales. Might be able to spot Coconut here. Might be able to get a frag here onto Coconut. Nobody's coming back from screens. But the Heaven sideline still available for FPX. So you can shut down to go from main if Xiao Lo has the timing there.
Yeah, and that was an amazing timing from Scales there. Able to avoid the Prowler and get access to the site completely unscathed. And now slowly has the kill, but Xiaolala has got so much more work to do here. Spike isn't down yet. It's really his only saving grace at the moment.
Xiaolala needs to do something more. Does not invest his ultimate. Probably just gonna save the op. Do that round, waiting for a peek that's never come. Waiting for a light to never cross. Right now he's going in, both of them! Right inside, but TYL, they secure a 3rd round.
And it was a gamble, to be perfectly honest. That dash was ambitious, but you know, if there were if it was one player playing outside of the ult, it would have gotten some value there. I understand the vision, I see it, but unfortunately gambled incorrectly, and now the op gets taken out, and of course able to buy another one, but definitely gonna take a little chunk out of that economy that FPX has been trying to build up in these rounds.
Certainly gonna hurt for FPX, as you already mentioned, because their buy is just so expensive, but ERV is pulling a Kovac from the first map, porting into enemy territory without any knowledge. Kovac immediately punishes that.
And Splash walking up here. Xiaolala actually getting off of that specific op line. Showstopper getting popped as well. And no infill gained. Oh, now there is.
No damage there for Splash. Gets that one. If there is someone that can shut down Satrot, it's gonna be Splash on a showstopper, on a headshot. Brings the Neon to their knees slowly. Walking up mid, waiting for a peek. Waits for someone on TYL. Waits for someone on FPX to fight into him. Ion on the side. Coconut gets the second one at that. Splash needs to do some heavy lifting at that. 20 HP on his clock. Scales at 16. And the spike firmly in the hands of FPX. Coconut is just waiting in the Viper snake bite. Splash gets free. But can you do it? Have you got it? The 1 versus 2, waiting for another peek, waiting for the players, but Kovac shuts him down on that ultimate, on the back of the divergent paths.
A convergent path getting used there just to secure the round, and honestly, completely understandable there. I really think that obviously FPX want to put themselves in the best position possible. Excellent use of it, in my opinion, but unfortunately, I think that round more or less came down to just the timings that FPX took. Saw some players that were able to just kind of swing and isolate a specific fight, even with players kind of close by, and I think that's ultimately what won them the round. But these are very, very close rounds, and kind of seems like it can go either way. Satrod, though, for the kill early.
Over and over again, Satrod finds impact, finds damage. Sufat at least able to do this one on a trade. Finds that of Coconut. A side has been taken over, no ultimates. Really to speak of to retake that side. Maybe you can take Satrod one. That is Chow. No, he drops down. Satrod once again destroyed by Splash. Both duelists just swung by the race. Overrun, shut down.
Well, just peeks literally right into the Odin spray, and it doesn't even matter. But Ayong trying to save them cannot do it. A thrifty round for TYL. A much needed one too. As they turn the tide, they shift the momentum. And that is huge for economy damage to FPX. They re-brought that Odin and the op. And still lose.
The end for FPX. They're not getting it over the finish line. They could have run away with the round. Could have run away with the game. 2 rounds of difference. But another echo. This time, TYL does not get echoed. This time, TYL echoes them.
Absolutely insane. This is about to be a very interesting team fight that we might have here, because 3 players on FPX pushed up towards A. Trailblazers are getting popped, and here comes the overdrive. It's getting popped too. The spam is out. But is it going to get value? The stun is good. But unfortunately, TYL hold the line.
I think a little bit more commitment from Satrod have brought them down in the end. But TYL again scaling up the A side. They have that explosiveness of Jet and of Race. But Satrod is still inside. Satrod is still up in heaven, waiting for someone to peek.
And now the situation has kind of been reset just a little bit here, because Satrod only has a classic to work with. So in reality, he's kind of just the info gatherer here, but still manages to get one before getting traded. Sholala on it.
And that trade by Satrod, so impactful. Splash needs to get out of there. They're trying to force their way into the Viper split. Ayong goes down. ERV, are you crazy? Another showstopper. Splash brings them down on the B side, opens the walls up for them. As ERV finds another one in heaven, there's only a safe option for Coconut. Nothing else to do on that round.
I mean, the floodgates were opened in mid there. Incredible kills, such high value kills there. And now it's going to pretty much just force Coconut to have to save. That's going to give TYL another much needed round. And yeah, I mean, the game is close right now, but in my personal opinion, I think TYL are just generally playing the macro better.
And the general understanding for TYL, the stretched out play on the map. That's something to look out for. In general, so crazy what they are doing. ERV is doing God's work there in mid. If he does not get that Viper spit down, that round falls apart very, very fast. Because Satrod and Xiaololo, they're doing God's work on the other side of the map. And then it's ERV. Just mechanical outplays all over the place. Legia is not happy.
Nope, not at all. Yeah, here comes a timeout from FPX. And look, to be perfectly honest with you, I think the situation is not as dire as it was on, for instance, Lotus when they were in an 8-4 situation. If they can come back from that on TYL's arguably best map, they can certainly maintain their composure here and give themselves an advantage coming into the next half. But it is going to take, it's going to take kind of a fundamental shift in the way they're playing the map, especially if they are buying that Odin and that op and investing so much money into these rounds. They really need to be taking advantage of the strengths of that kind of weaponry and preventing TYL from getting into the sites in the first place, making sure that no one can go ahead and lurk up onto these sites like we've seen happen in multiple rounds. It just needs to be prevented. They need to maintain and plug the holes.
Exactly that. You need to close the time windows for TYL to destroy their team onto lurks, because they are not putting the typical lurk agent on the lurk most of the time, right? It's Splash who plays some lurk roles currently in those rounds, and slowly in mid once again used as another lurk. Gets a kill into the outlaw. Kovac. That's an interesting swing, but you need to take some risk on an eco, especially if you're an unmanned unit. But gets punished immediately by Surfet. By that round should be gone for FPX, if not for some heroics from Xiaololo, Satrod, and Coconut.
It looks like... Yeah, I mean, this B hit is really rough to defend here.
Gets at least one more.
Left. Yeah.
And not execute slowly.
Too.
Get up mid. Headshot for him as well. Satrod down. And yeah, piece by piece. TYL secures round number 6. Their attack, it seems, secures them more than enough points in the end. Splash puts this run to rest. 10-7. Also a very good half by him.
It is incredibly played overall. FPX just not really able to come up with any answers on this defense, as they seem to be losing players one by one. I'm seeing a lot of individual fights taken, not necessarily intentionally, but they're just, and part of it is credit to TYL, of course, to be able to isolate fights well. But I think FPX needs to be aware that that's what they're trying to do, having success on that. And then again, it happens immediately. Kovac looking for an early pick, and the spam through the smoke just ends up with him dying for free.
Oh, and the slowly. That's another gamble by FPX. I don't like that. I don't like that they are trying to toss coins whether they're gonna win a round or not.
Yeah.
They're just waiting in front of that Viper's wall. And an AWP there for the taking, slowly, fast on the trigger. Now has a position back there in screens. And on the FPX side of things, I mean, is there anything else but a save in the cards for you right now? Can you realistically try to retake that side without flexible smokes, without Kovac? Or are you just gonna save those weapons for the next round? I am not so sure, if I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I really don't think there's any chance for them to get back into this round here, and they know that too, so they're just gonna go ahead and opt to save here. And it's exactly what I mentioned. They were just taking 1v1s. You saw Kovac, and I understand the idea, right? Because objectively, getting first bloods is really, really important, especially on a map like this. But the issue with that is that if you're doing it on your own, it's a big, big problem. And now even these players are just going hunting, and they're all falling one by one. Coconut, the last one to stand, hoping that he can save his rifle, and manages to do so. But they really need to kind of figure out what they're doing in terms of these first blood attempts, because literally all that these players are doing, look at this, they understand that that's exactly the plan, so they're just holding. That's all they need to do.
Scales once again. Okay, man. Yeah, Surfet, feeling it.
All right.
Surfet is feeling it. Rudder wants to win that map against FPX, and there's one more round to soften the blow at halftime. I don't think that I've seen Cetroid play more than 5 rifle rounds on Neon on 2 maps up until now. It's either Odin or Shotgun.
Yeah.
One of those 2 things.
Yeah. Effective weaponry, I'll tell you that much.
Gotta try that in ranked, not gonna lie.
Sure. But I will say this, FPX definitely wanting to get this 5th round here because it will put them in a much better position. What is that? Slowly!
No way! Slowly just did that on an headshot.
He's looking for more.
Drop salt into the wound. One more headshot for Slowly. 4 quick kills for him. To destroy the hopes and dreams of FPX. Sending them to an 8-4 at halftime. Slowly is a beast. Slowly is a god. And Slowly shuts down what FPX were building up. You're not coming back from the ashes after that play.
Appeases the crowd and gets the ace. That first shot is diabolical. And then the wherewithal to actually go for that second. And oh my god, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure what Xiaolala, I think he was just waiting to potentially take a timing on the peak, but unfortunately just gets swung there. And now we end up at halftime at FPX in literally the same exact position that they found themselves on Lotus, relying on a comeback to win this series.
Relying on an 8-4 comeback. That pistol round, once again, crucial. Most important one, probably, of that entire series.
Absolutely insane stuff that we're seeing here from these TYL players. I mean, it's and that's the difference that between the players, right? They know very well whether or not to take, when to take a fight, not to take them, not to just kind of like put themselves in a position where they can get spammed through a smoke. We've seen so many smoke kills with FPX being on the receiving end compared to TYL, and that just speaks to the difference in positioning.
At this point, it just hurts for the FPX fans out there. They had a chance to close this one on map 2. Lotus was an up and down roller coaster.
I mean, this whole series has been a roller coaster, and of course, still a chance for it to continue to be one. For the moment, it just seems like there's all downhill for FPX. Question is, can they recover? Let's see if they can do so as we launch the second half of the game. FPX on the attack now. And automatically mid space taken, mid information gathered for TYL.
I had a little bit of fake info because now there comes the reclear for FPX. And how did Chaololo get into vents exactly?
I am not sure. I think it's because there's literally no one at ramp.
It's a 4-stack on the B side.
Yeah.
They're just running into their demise. 3 players on main. Splash gets a trade. Scales right behind him. Does not get spotted. Might cover up. Might split those players going onto the side. Coconut has to deal with that. But it takes a lot more time than he expects. ERV on the side still with Surfet and slowly rotated over already. Surfet gets tracked by the horn, but it's just one of the 2 players still on side. Slowly from the back ends gets another one for him. At least on the trade there, it's a 1v2 for Slowly, who just aced, who just shut down the FPX. There's an headshot. 1v1. There was a body shot there. One more shot for Slowly, and this round falls down. Coconut picks up a gun as well. There's an headshot. The pistol secured by FPX once more.
Denying the clutch from the player who just got himself an ace with the Outlaw. And a must-win pistol goes the way of FPX. And I mean, to be perfectly honest, it was interesting because here's the thing. They got so much info. They actually inserted, they literally had Slowly in a kind of just caught out there.
Yeah.
He was the only player on A, and I think, honestly, they should have known that. So, to be perfectly honest, they should have just, with the info they gathered, just gone towards A. But they end up going towards the stacked site and still won it. But what a shot.
There's at least a little bit of damage. 5 HP onto Sacred, which is actually crucial because if you're playing a shotgun, you can't really go into close range if you're that low HP. Because it takes a little bit of time to probably secure that kill. Most cases, it's not really the first shot that brings you this one. And it's... Oh my god, Slowly! What is he doing right now? 17 and 6, slowly but surely brings this game for TYL. He wants to take this home.
And what an excellent reposition here, going towards the site, understanding that he got incredible damage here, and it's cleared out, but still manages to get the kill, looking for more, can't do it.
Dies down, numbers advantage, still falling short. For FPX in the end, TYL, they might just be able to trade themselves into those situations. You still have a Skyflash, you still have an Omen Smoke. There is utility to work around with on the other side, just the paranoia for Kovac to play. They're getting into close range angles. 50 HP onto Ayong, dies down, even numbers, Scales brings this one down, the right click does not secure, and FPX is gonna be scrappy. But they secure the follow-up to the one pistol. Not the most flawless one, not the most beautiful round, but at least a win at that.
And 3 end up falling, largely due to the fact that Slowly is just absolutely insane with the sheriff shots. Unfortunately, not able to do enough to secure the round for his own team, but still massive, massive damage on his end.
Slowly, absolute masterclass right now on that map.
Not broken, so it will reveal the male player. And just given the utility, it's going to seem like a B hit, but Slowly. Oh my goodness.
And now you run. You don't want to get into Slowly. Because he is the guy you are worried about. If we're gonna be honest, and you have 2 players with a small shield as well. It's just Satrot who has a big shield available. So they are moving into the A side, which is the stacked one. As they progress back to B, Slowly can just watch up heaven.
And there's 2 defenders here. One of them, like you said, being Slowly, who has that Outlaw. That could be devastating as every single person on FPX is one shot to that weapon except for Satrod.
But TYL has to worry about too many angles now. They have to worry about spawn, they have to worry about both mains. Slowly just now clearing that first area. That's a nice shot by Splash. Sufet gets 1 for his liking as well. 2 was for 10 HP on ERV. Has to survive that round. A regen shield to clear up a little bit of that mass. But Coconut finds a frag. They're into the side. 7 seconds. They need to stop the diffuser in any way, but Splash gets 2. Gets the showstopper up once more. 2 away from that one, and Splash can do it in the same way as Slowly can.
I mean, he's just so cold. It's insane. He's pretty much always good for those. It's one of those players that you can pretty much trust in every situation to get value and to secure those kills when needed. Not a player that's just gonna recklessly swing or anything of the sort. Just maintain the position, understanding that there's at least one player low, that they are going to swing into you. It's incredibly played. Look at
and
these
by that
here.
round, number 9 is going down for TYL here. Crucial do or die round for FPX. Look at the money. If you lose out on that one, it's gonna be TYL's game to lose. Slowly and Splash are slowly making a splash here for themselves and bringing TYL over the finish line. 4-0 standing, unheard of for that organization.
Absolutely. And they want it. You can tell they absolutely do. A lot of noise being made towards mid, and FPX are going to gain male control. But Vent still being held by Ayoung. These players, though, you can see there's 2 in main right now. Timing taken.
What?
Oh my.
Coconut does not cover the vent position correctly, and Scales gets 2.
Utterly insane timing
what a mistake!
there.
Nobody covers that angle, and they're just crossing mid.
Now the B hit is 100% red. Splash sees the players, is gonna back off towards main, play his life over with ERV. And they don't really, honestly, TYL doesn't really have to do all that much right now. They can just hold their positions until the spike is down. FPX is the one who has to methodically clear everything here. And fight taken. Splash peeking off the contact wonderfully.
That's right. So many heroics on the Odin, but it stops here. Number 10 for TYL. Splash gets another one. Both duelists for TYL are doing their work perfectly. The setups are correct. Scales shuts down mid. And TYL flawless on the defense up until now.
Incredible stuff there. What a timing taken over in mid there. That is... that's so rough. And it's going to bring TYL to their 10th round. FPX now 4 behind. And something's got to change quickly. 1 timeout left for them that they can take. And I honestly think now would be a good time, but more likely than not that it'll happen if they lose this round.
Is there time though? If you lose this one at 6 and 11, 2 more rounds for TYL in the end. That needs to get something going, but ERV shuts that down. Xiaodo low on the pace, caught up in his own.
I mean, it's just so clinical. The whole team ready to trade each other over in heaven immediately. It's incredible, and really the only saving grace here is this pit, but this is going to be still incredibly difficult to hold with,
yeah, especially considering he has a showstopper.
Yeah.
Flash can just ult. Try to look for the Viper. Try to bring chaos into this one. Scales. Impact frag. Kovac gets shot down. Splash kills himself with the ult. But with CFET destroying Ion, this round also goes into the hands of TYL, and ult invested goes into nothingness.
And genuinely interesting use of the ult there, just because you have a 9-cost Viper ult or Viper pit, right? And you're on an eco in a situation where you have a Guardian, which objectively isn't the best weapon to have in a pit, plus a Bandit. And so it's a little bit, seems like a little bit of a Hail Mary, a little bit of a desperation play. Yeah. And, you know, it just didn't work out for them whatsoever. So now FPX's ult economy isn't that good. They have the Nightfall available. That's really it. TYL, on the other hand, they've got the Seekers. They've got a Blade Storm. They're building their way up to their own pit.
I am in front of that smoke, just waiting. Fight against this one. FPX seem cautious, nervous. No answers for the questions TYL is just throwing at them. Another go from it. But the Seekers give away the play for TYL in the end. Ion also spotted out. Too much Sky info. A lot of utility invested just to put Ion back into his place, but Coconut throws his ultimate in there as well. Much more in the mix than probably was needed, but Xiaololo and Coconut are kicking in the door. Scales only gets one. One kill in the chaos is all you get right now, TYL. And they give trust in his players. It seems to get it across the finish line. Scales in a 1v4. Unwinnable clutch for him. And as Sageroid gets that last track, it's a 7-11 scoreline. FPX still alive and kicking.
What an incredible entry. Even despite the fact that the Nightfall didn't really get much value. I don't even think it scanned any of the defenders. They were just able to scale so fast off of it that it kind of caught the rest of TYL off guard, to be perfectly honest. So, I mean, look, they need all the rounds they can get here. They are still 4 behind. And TYL getting incredibly close, dangerously close to winning this series. They need to just continue to they need to build something off of that victory and really quickly, to be honest.
Slowly on a sniper. That brought them to success in the end. That's first half. Petroid has a position with a rifle in hand. No more Odins, no more shenanigans. For the FPX Neon. Mid control established, but nothing more right now.
And the question is, what are they going to do off of this? TYL actually pushing into B main, taking space. And that's something they've been doing for a lot of rounds in this half. B clearly the strong side for them. So now it's a question of where FPX are going to go. Are they going to try to hit the strong side or not? Splash looking to take Heaven control. And here it comes. Spam is good.
Through the smoke, Splash does the same. 2 kills for him. Centroid cut off from the rest of his team. No more supplies, no more help. Spike on the ground. A match point on the horizons. Kovac gets one. Scales down, but the numbers still firmly in the hands of TYL. 7 gets taken over as the spike is recovered. They want to get into the side, but Splash is there on the timing. Gets kill number 3, number 4 denied. But on 8 seconds, it's impossible for Kovac to plant the spike. Slowly gets that last one. We're going to match point. TYL needs one more.
One more, and they guarantee themselves a spot in the playoffs. An important prospect, as we know that this stage works differently. You have play-ins, and making playoffs is just so much more important because that means you essentially avoid an entire other bracket that you have to play. Guarantee yourself an excellent position. So, I mean, this is the amount of value that this brings them would be huge. And now FPX's last time out being taken. I mean, what do they need to do?
Tough task to ask for.
Not sure. Actually, it looks like some additional information here that we're getting. Technically, TYL is not guaranteed playoffs if they win this game. They could still lose it, but I mean, a 4-0 record is I mean, it's damn close.
They don't have to play. They still have to play against Nova, so you know we have to wait for that. Maybe Nova goes flawless into that round, into that group.
It would essentially take a miracle from other teams to kick TYL rather out of the top 2, but technically it would be possible. But I mean, like we said, a 4-0 scoreline in this game, or record rather, would be hard to beat.
Set is low. I mean, the entire A side belongs to FPX right now. No ultimates to speak of besides that Viper Spirit from Scales. But TYL seems fairly confident in retaking that side. Coconut just on a pistol. That's a great flash from Surfet to open some things up. To get yourself some space on the paranoia. On the go of Splash, but slowly opens things up. A double kill for him. Coconut only on a trade. Young holds them into the game. Scales has an open hand. Needs to switch that weapon. Needs to get something to get close and personal. But Young, FPX are living to die another day. 8 and 12. 4 more rounds for overtime.
And what an entry that was. It was so quick. But it ended up working. And I think that really is what actually works for them the best, is just kind of going really, really quickly into the site and kind of just gambling. They've had the most success doing that compared to really any other strategy, and I think they really need to lean into that a little bit more. But it looks like in this round they're going to default Spike towards B at the moment. They make some initial noise, and that pit is going to go down mid. Control of it established firmly.
TYL is getting a grip onto this one. Scales. Shotgun for himself. That op angle. An important one. No gaps. On that smoke, the Viper setup. Perfect. And Cetroid finds that first trick. Surfet down. Slowly. On a better weapon. Suited for that situation. Drop the op. Dropped also lower. A little bit of damage. Going into this one. Scales, not the best weapon for retake.
Yeah, I mean, disadvantaged situation here for TYL on this retake.
Look at
See, Scales was thinking about the flank, but it's not going to happen. Young trying to get the kill here, but does slowly anticipate it. He does, but it doesn't matter.
Young finds that one. Impact frag at that. Weapons will be saved. Another round for FPX in the dying stages of regulation. They find their rhythm. They might just come back into this one. They might just move.
I mean, a mountain needing to be moved here to make overtime, but it is well on its way, as they have 3 left to force it. And I think kind of what I was talking about is exactly what was necessary. They attempted some sort of fake, so they made early noise B, while kind of putting the rest of the team towards that A side of the map. And honestly, I'm sort of surprised. Usually FPX like to establish mid control, but I guess they just chose to completely avoid it given the fact that the pit was down. They just kind of fast hit, and it worked out for them. But this is about to be a clash. Look at what's happening here.
Kovac on the first track. Splash swings behind him with the paranoia and a perfect timing. Brings down the race. Surfet Close range angle does not get tagged by the Brawler. They don't know he's there. Slowly gets one as well. Suddenly the numbers are even once again. Slowly. Has to do God's work on that op.
The spit missed.
Has to be an exceptional play from both players.
Scales only has a judge though. But this is a big problem, and slowly has an op. I mean, I would save here if I'm TYL, but I think they're just going to go for this.
They're not saving. Ayong, impact frag. Brings it into a 1 versus 2 slowly. Has to find something, but they're not giving him the duels. They're not giving him the one-on-one. Ayong sends us to another pair of rounds.
This has been an absolute barn burner, and look at that initial kill there. Seeing the TP, and unfortunately for TYL, not able to do much, and it's going to force a timeout from their side as well. They need to discuss what they need to do in order to prevent these fast takes from having so much success, because they're close. They can feel it. It's just a matter of being able to trade just a little bit more effectively, and I think that's their issue here. So I think that's what they're going to talk about here. They may even try to do some sort of trap play or set play to secure this last round that they need before overtime hits.
I have big questions about what's gonna happen here. Because right now, it seems like the bigger choke. For TYL, 12 and 10, their first timeout used. They have to go for an eco if I'm not mistaken. So it's gonna go down.
The FPX is nothing if not resilient. I mean, they have made this... I mean, an excellent go of this. Like we said, this was another 8-4 half. And they are forcing TYL to bite their nails a little bit here.
Yeah, it's not a headshot slowly. All of a sudden, numbers advantage for TYL. They have weapons to work with. Scales from heaven. 2 kills secured. An ultimate thrown into this one as well. Kovac. Impact frag onto slowly. That nade gives him a little bit more space to work with Ayong. With an impact one at that, Scales gets free. Kovac alone. 10 bullets in his weapon. Spike did not go down just yet. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And as the dragon slays the phoenix, TYL moves up to 4-0.
What a way to win there. TYL managing to get incredible value off of the back of some crazy first bloods that we saw with just literally a sheriff and a dream. And TYL managed to come out on top once again. Sufat and company come out with an incredible win. And they are up 4-0 in their record in this split.
You're telling me that's the round they're winning?
Yeah, right? Like, I mean...
After throwing away 4 gun rounds in a row? That's the round?
Yeah. And, you know, we had actually... There was a statistic that we had mentioned that, you know, TYL had given up some of the most ecos, but they are also one of the teams that's won one of the most ecos back in stage 1. So clearly, history repeats itself in stage 2 here, as they just had that incredible read off the back of that timeout.
And in the end, FPX has bigger questions to solve.
Absolutely. And they fall deeper down into the standings in the stage here. So it's just generally a rougher situation for them.
2-2, not standing. You're looking for, considering that they have to face EDG. Still, they are still up to play against probably the best team in the group. And today was a great showing, considering how good TYL were against EDG. Considering how good TYL were all split long up until now. But still, there needs to be more from FPX. They need to get us more in those situations, especially if they are backs against the wall. The second map was theirs. Right. We're gonna be honest, the second map in the end, with the momentum they were building, at least into overtime, was theirs.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's heartbreaking. I mentioned that if they'd lost the third map, it would be a heartbreaking finish, just given how close the second map was, and given TYL's history on that map. I mean, man, it was, they made an incredible go of it, but unfortunately was not to be. They lose, their record goes to 2-2, but I mean, it's, in general with these stages. Well, actually, we have here. Let's focus on our interview here.
本场比赛的胜利，我们今天邀请到的是 Splash 选手 ，Hello Splash，Congrats on the wins。Hello， 我是 Taylor Splash。欢迎，现在已经拿下了4连胜了，感觉一切都非常的顺利。也想问一下，在第2赛段开始之前，你们是否预料到会是这样一种结果 ？So TYL already got 4 straight wins and it looks like so smooth. So did you expect that before the stage 2?
Definitely, I didn't really expect us to go like 4-0 straight away. I feel like we can like maybe have some shakiness at the start because like we have new players, new IGL. So like at first I didn't have any expectations. So like I guess we played to our best with Xiaofei.
他说，首先他可能确实没有预料到一切会这么的顺利，会拿下这样一个4-0的成绩，因为他们现在还是磨合的一个整体的一个新人嘛，然后也有新的指挥的选手加入，但是他觉得他们目前已经做到了他们能做到的最好，也展示给了大家更好的一些表现，所以他非常开心，没有预料到会这么的顺利。So perhaps where everyone's mindset change, maybe more confidence.
Yeah, definitely. I think Xiaofei always like try to boost our confidence a lot so that we can play to our potential.
我刚刚也是追问到说，现在大家的心态是否会有一些改变，然后更加的自信了。他说，当然，他觉得他们自己现在整体的一个状态更加自信，包括其实队员之间互相的鼓励，也让他们自己整体的一个发挥能有一个更好的展现。那现在你也是作为一个实力非常强劲的选手，尤其是在这个赛季给我们大家展现了你无敌的火力和一些在舞台上面的一些情绪表达。所以，如何评价目前队伍现在的磨合以及对你的影响？You're a skilled player, especially in this season, and we can see your emotional expression and your firepower on the stage. And I want to know, how do you think of the current team synergy and the impact it has on you?
I think definitely for the short time that we have with Xiaofei, I think our synergy is actually good in my opinion. And somehow like I guess we just play good as a team.
他说他觉得在这么短的一个时间能跟小肥能有一个这么好的表现，已经觉得很好了。然后他觉得他们也打得非常的不错。那最后也想问到的是，因为目前你们已经可以锁定到小组前2的成绩了，而且离不开大家每一个人的努力，或许有什么话想要对于自己的队友说 ？So after today's matchup, you can lock the top 2 in your group. So maybe you want to say something to your teammates. If you want to use Chinese, it's okay. They're just behind you.
I guess thank you for trusting me to like just go full on aim and just not to think. I guess after going 4-0, I think we can just take this time to rest and then try to lock in the 5th game.
他说，首先他也非常感谢大家能够信任他、相信他，然后他也非常开心能够在这个团队里，而且拿到这样一个4-0的成绩，他自己也很开心，能够希望接下来做得更好。OK, thank you for joining me. 那接下来呢，让我们一起用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录。Take a picture.
Yeah, TYL, they have to put a little bit more work into it if they want to really contest for their top spot in VCT China. But I think the way they're on, the road they have chosen, that's a promising one for a still fairly young TYL squad going into the end of the split, going into the end of the season. They want to make champs. I think that's a big goal, and I think Splash, as one of the star players of this roster, is guiding the way for them to really achieve that.
Yeah, and you can tell based on that interview that he especially really trusts his team. And then beyond that, given this result, they now feel like the pressure really is off of them. He said, like, now we can kind of just take this time to chill a little bit now that we're 4-0, and, you know, like, you know, obviously they want to make themselves 5-0. They want that, you know, they want to be as flawless as they possibly can be. But I mean, you know, they want, I'm sure they feel that they're in a really solid spot now. So, you know, as a team, I feel like they're confident in themselves, and a team like that is incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. I think in general, having a team with that much confidence, that's a dangerous side for yourself, and slowly really showing off as well in those games, right? It wasn't only Splash, but especially slowly on that third map, showing FPX the door in the end, and they are in the bigger trouble. I think, yeah, TYL is the interesting storyline. They are the best team in China right now, it seems. But on the other side, there is an FPX team with such high expectations ever since they added Ligia and Kovac, right? Ever since those two players joined the team, the expectations for FunPlus Phoenix are incredibly high. And they never really delivered on that promise.
I mean, unfortunately, FPX are in a situation now where it's just going to be a lot more difficult for them. I was going to mention this before the interview. Actually, let's go ahead and get our voice comms in here.
不要想着输赢，太好了，太好了，太好了 ，Let's go， 加油，加油！我魔哥来了，我正哥来了，我正哥来了，操作吧，小智，给我拍 CT。我没有烟。You have drop or smoke? No. 帮我 pick， 来3、2，来，走。EDG，打头打。 不用打了，3打2，chill。Can you try to pick something? I go screen。我看一条。You can just direct。好，打头，漂亮。CT 跟2楼。Can we pick heaven？ 来，3、2，来。蒙圈，两个。继续。2楼，打进去 ，no。来，3个，来3个，蒙圈 ，good call。Nice，小智 ，nice 3个 ，nice 打得好，兄弟们 ，nice。比如是 Viper 的，我这2个。来，摆我的，来黑了，3个。掉楼烟，来了，我们从这走的，准备推，哇，3个都在我这，可以，我这个不用记了吗？老紧张了，小包，有缝，我们3个 OK， 来手里，还有，哇妈，3个人，I find info， 开大最后一把了，全踢房，没有，我来，应该走踢房了，哇，3个人，站起来，3个人 ，Let's go，nice。 Nice！ 国家队的威力，是莽侠兄弟。
Slowly.
And it's once again Sufet bringing the hype into those situations. Slowly the most valuable player, obviously. Like after that ace, this guy was just popping off. Nearly 300 ACS, 6 first kills. Slowly was the heart and soul of that team in the end.
And look how much energy that the rest of the team was giving him. Even like before the round ended, Sufat was literally up out of his chair yelling. it speaks to how confident they are, how much energy they have, and that's really refreshing to see, because obviously that means, you know, these players are confident in themselves. I mean, clearly look at this clip. I can never see it enough times. This is absolutely insane. Even this eco round was nuts. These shots with the Sheriff, just not so much value virtually every time. The last round was incredible too. It's just wild. So, you know, the thing I was going to mention about FPX is that there's so little time in this stage overall. I mean, there's objectively, they don't play like a whole lot of matches. They don't have a whole lot of room to breathe, especially now that they're 2-2. They really have to win out if they want a chance of, you know, 100% making it to the playoffs here. You know, and obviously, you know, otherwise they'll have to pretty much be forced to, you know, be relegated to the play-ins.
Yeah, they need to lock in right now, and they still have to play against EDG at the end of the split, which makes it a lot more difficult for that FPX lineup to really secure something for them. By the end of that split. And yeah, I am not confident in that FPX lineup if they are not able to close out maps like that Lotus one, right? That's the big point that differentiates good teams from great teams. If you can close out in situations where you are not clearly the better team, where you are in a pinch, where you are very close with the opposing lineup, and I think FPX has huge problems doing exactly that right now.
Yeah, Yeah, I agree. And you know, it's not to say that they don't have potential. They certainly do. I mean, we have seen the result of that given, you know, what happened on Lotus and how close they were to securing that. And we saw that on Ascent too. I mean, they won pretty solidly on that map. You know, 13-7 is nothing to scoff at for a team, you know, that you're facing that is, you know, as in good a form as TYL is right now. So you got to give them a ton of credit. But I mean, overall, I mean, TYL still comes out on top. So that is going to do it for that series. Next up, we do have one more match today. So it is a 3-match day. We do have some more action coming to use. Trace versus EDG. That one is going to be good. Sit tight. We'll be back soon.
We can set the world on fire, fire. want that no. Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce? Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me
And welcome back to Project Horizon. You've seen my face for the past few hours, and unfortunately you get to see me again, but gladly we also get to see a much better looking man here. Veggie, welcome. I mean, this is gonna be a good one. Of course, it's always a treat to see EDG play, but this one is gonna be interesting because it's EDG versus Trace Esports, who historically has also been a pretty decent team within the region.
Yeah, I think historically is probably the key word that you're picking up on there. I think doing a little research before and kind of going through it's not been a good stakes for them so far, picking up 2 games, 0-2 on the scoreboard. I think like you're barely scratching. I mean, first game day against FPX, they didn't get enough to win 1 map out of the best of 2, the 2 maps that they played. Second one, they finished on 8 rounds after 2 maps. Like it ain't looking good, bruv, is what some people would say.
It's true. It's very true. Yeah, they're not in the greatest position right now. Of course, at the same time, EDG are also not really in the greatest spot as they went down 0-1 as well. So look, I mean, they're in a situation, both teams are kind of down. They really need this win. I kind of mentioned it during the previous series. This is a short stage. There's objectively not a whole lot of matches that these teams are going to end up playing, and that ends up affecting things quite a bit. So, you know, of course, these teams need as many wins as they can get if they want any chance of getting themselves into the playoff stage, because the way things are looking right now, yeah, TYL is 100% the best team in their group, in Group Alpha. Nova is second, which is probably the most unexpected thing that anyone, you know, I don't think anyone initially expected us to be saying that, but that's the reality of the situation right now. They're up 2-0. So, you know, these other teams, they want to get themselves in as good of a position as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the point there about how fast and thick and fast these games come in kind of exemplifies it for EDG, having come back from EWC as well after Masters. They've not really had a time to kind of sit back, figure out. Granted, the meta's not overly changed, but they've not had time to address anything that they might have felt went wrong. They then get thrown into the thick of it at VDC, expected to perform there. They don't perform, they come back, and then you have this slow start. It can be worrying. We've also seen it with like XLG, who yesterday managed to pick themselves up, but it is almost one of these moments where it's address the issues now, or I mean, see you later. And yes, they're sitting at the top with champ points, but EDG need to make sure that they're keeping that crown. We've seen them dip off before, and I mean, it'd be wild to see them dip off now, but it's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, it's definitely true. I think EDG is one of those teams where at their best, they are undoubtedly the best team in the region. It's not close. But at their worst, honestly, they are probably like genuinely the middle of the pack. Yeah. And it really just depends on their form. And I feel like their form tends to fluctuate a little more often than other teams tend to. You'll end up seeing a situation especially in the China region where teams that are, it's very top heavy. The best teams are the best teams and it's not close, and then the middle of the pack teams are the middle of the pack teams. But EDG is kind of like an outlier where, you will have situations where it's like, wait, this team just lost to, wait, what? So, that will end up happening. And so, it's a little bit different, I suppose, but, of course, they want to put themselves in as good of a position as possible. Like we said, there's not a lot of time, so hopefully they can bounce back. Of course, they're going to hope to do so against Trace here. What are you thinking in terms of the maps?
I genuinely have no idea for this one, because once again I was kind of putting in the work behind the scenes trying to figure out what Trace like to play, and like I said, right now none of the maps are good for them. They're really struggling. Like 9 rounds was the best that they've had on Summit. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that come up just to try and use it as like a bogey map almost, to try and catch EDG out. Like we said, have played so many maps and matches since Masters. Obviously they had quite a deep Masters run as well, so it's one of those where it could come into fruition just to be like, we don't really have much time to do anything else. We can't play on Breeze because that's EDG's best map, and we only got 3 rounds the last time we played it against TYL. So why even bother picking that? Can't pick Sunset, which used to be their map pick, because they've played it twice and only got 8 rounds in both games. So just chuck in one of those surprise matches and see what happens. But it's going to be tough for them regardless. I think EDG have such a strong map pool from historically, like even just the core roster that they've had for so long. They are very experienced, so I don't know. I said it's not looking good, and I really mean it. I'm coming in with full disrespect towards Trace Esports. I love them. I think, like, I was trying to summarise it in my head what I think of Trace Esports, and like, I don't know if you're into wrestling, but like, you have your mid card and you have like your top dogs, right? Trace are ones that I expect to be like a top dog, but then they're just LA Knight. They're sitting in the middle. You want them to get pushed, and then when they do get pushed, they flop. So that's my reference for today, and I don't know. I think every map that they play on, just to bring that back, is genuinely going to be a dogfight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a situation where, look, I have seen some crazy situation. Even this last series that we literally just saw between TYL and FPX, FPX made that so close in maps that honestly we did not expect at all. So genuinely, I'm prepared for, as much as we have expectations for this match, you never know what will happen. This region that is one of the best parts about this region, is you will see upsets way more often than, just because of random stuff that ends up happening. like a map that should not be won by a team ends up being won, and it throws everything off. So,
it's true. Like, you look at half the games that have been played, and it's each other winning each other's map picks. It's just one of those things that keeps happening. But I think just like Trace are going to have a really big performance just to kind of set expectations if we are to see an upset. Kai, who in my opinion is one of the better duelists in the region, is going to have to go absolutely head to head with Kang and outperform if there's any chance. And then once you do that, you've got Chichu just at the back as well, who dropped 46 kills last game, and that was a loss. So I don't know, man.
It's a tall order. It is a tall order. I mean, it is like, just genuinely the pedigree of these players is like unmatched in the region. It's crazy. They are just simply it's just insane. But we go right into our skirmish here. Looks like Trace is up here, so let's see.
I mean, it's coach versus IGL.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, it would be quite funny.
Just call it, man.
It would be quite funny if Autumn won. I'm not gonna wait a minute. No way. Okay.
There's always a chance, but like I said, it's going to be tough to find how this really matters with how bad Trace's map pool really becomes down to. They're going to have to be prepared to almost play every single map anyway. So I don't know. It's going to be tough for them.
Yeah, 100%. I think even given the fact that EDG are putting their coach into the skirmish, I don't really think they care much whether or not they are Team A or Team B. Well, we get right into our map picks here. It looks like EDG's map pick is going to be Breeze. Traces is going to be Ascent. And we have our decider as Summit. So, or not Summit. Whoa, Sunset.
Sunset. Yeah, close. Whoa. Just the last 3 letters are different. Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, I mean, you know, Sunset as the decider, not a bad choice there. But Breeze as the first one is quite interesting to me. Honestly, I'm not surprised that EDG picked that map. It's definitely one of the more mechanically heavy maps.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of the situations where Hong Kong on those op lines will be absolutely devastating if they're not cleared out properly. And I just genuinely think that Trace is going to have to put the work in, a lot of work in order to, you know, to shut him down.
Yeah, I mean, listen, stage 1, EDG 100% win rate on Breeze. It's there for a reason. I think that the biggest thing here is, as we kind of said, Summit was one of the maps I kind of hoped for Trace to pick up. That's banned straight away. I think if you're looking at this Breeze, you almost just have to disregard that as a map if you're being like fully sincere with it. I think 2-1's the best chance Trace have. They've got 2 maps that they like to play. Sunset, although as I've said, they didn't get many rounds on it, it is their last map. It's one that they like to pick into. So there's hope, albeit just like a little glimmer. It's almost like a mirage in the desert. You think it's a little bit of self-confidence, but in reality it might just end up being their doom.
Yeah, it's going to be it's either, I think it's a situation where it's either going to be an absolute stomp, or it is going to be one of the most surprising games of the entire stage. And to be honest, I hope it is the latter, because I want something competitive. So I absolutely can't wait. Of course, you know, everyone has their expectations, but they are made to be broken. So let's see if that's possible here coming up. Of course, EDG the favorites, but never know what could happen. But starting out, Trace Esports, the walkout here. I mean, ultimately, as far as the players on Trace, who do you particularly rate? I mean,
like I said, it's Kai for me every day of the week. This is someone that I've been watching since the start of China as a region. I just get so impressed by this duelist. I think he's really capable of playing the game to such a high level. It's not always been shown. Like, if you look at the analytical data, he's not a top player. So like, it's stupid. Like, as an analyst and a color caster, like, this goes against everything that I would usually say, because like I like looking at the numbers and stuff, right? But Kai to me just passes a lot of the visual checks every single time, and there's a lot of flashy plays that he can pull out. Be really reliable. I think Destroyer themselves is another player that they can pick up, but the issue is, as soon as you flip it across to this EDG side that are about to walk out, all 5 of them just go head to head with every single player. And I hate to be so down on a team, but it's so difficult when you are about to watch the reigning champions of the region, right? This is the kings of the region for a reason. They've only been dethroned, what, twice? Perhaps, what, XLG and AG are the only teams to topple them in terms of winning the whole stage. So they have every right to be confident, and that's exactly why I'm kind of sat in this position.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think they are, you know, given that they are definitely the favorites, but the Kings can certainly fall from their throne. You know, it has happened, like you said. You know, obviously XLG are probably what we would consider the second strongest team in the region. You know, and you know, but beyond that, I mean, there have certainly been times where this team within the stage itself regionally has been upset by a team that was never expected to do so. So, you know, again, you know, the hope is that this is more competitive than, you know, most are thinking, but, you know, time will tell. Time will tell. And I'm curious what we're going to see in terms of, just because of the fact that, you know, both teams have not really won. I'm curious to see how the maps are going to play out and how the comps are going to play out. I want to see if there's any changes going on.
Yeah, I feel like EDG will just stick to what they always do. I mean, Breeze is quite a heavy favoured Jet map for Kankang, right? And that's Jet is basically Kankang to that extent. If you think of Jet by any extension, Kankang's probably one of the first players, if not the first, that comes to mind. it then does kind of flip back to Trace if they're the ones that are going to be pulling anything out their back pockets. Anyone tries to play anything flashy, maybe some double duelist. I mean, only yesterday we seen Yoru and Whaley getting retried again. And that was a composition that kind of got thrown away after the Yoru nerfs, but maybe that's something that they could try and mix up to try and confuse EDG. But it is going to have to take a really big sort of switch up to catch off EDG, because they've played against everything, right? They've been around this, as I've said, this 5 have been there for so long that they've gone up through multiple meta changes, so that they are used to playing against different comps.
Sure, and the advantage to playing internationally is you get exposed to so many different play styles. I mean, you play against Pacific, and that's a completely different play style than literally any other region in the entirety of Valorant esports. And so, you know, just having that much exposure actually is a benefit for EDG as a team. And, you know, obviously having players that have been on the team for as long as they have, you know, even, you know, players that are, you know, a part of the championship winning roster. Now it's a pretty significant point here. So we look towards the Breeze comp, like we mentioned, Kong on that Jet, very, very hard to deal with. They are opting to run the double line smoke. So both teams are actually opting to run the double line smoke. So we're seeing Harbor Viper for both teams. No traditional smokes here. And honestly, I'm a pretty big fan. I actually really enjoy Harbor, especially after that big rework. I really enjoy Harbor, particularly on this map, because he does have that one traditional smoke with the Cove, but at the same time he can still, you know, get a lot of value with that high tide.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on the same boat as you. Just to stick to the water references, I think Harbor really is one of these agents that have come to fruition. I think EDG were one of the first teams to lean into Harbor on Breeze as well, and they've shown exactly why. The ult has so much use, especially like if you're coming through double doors to cover off the whole of site. On the other side, it can cover the whole thing, and it does just give you so much flexibility rather than sort of being stuck to that Omen Viper, if you will, or Astra Viper, however you want to play. And I think it's going to be interesting. You get the real head-to-head here, both mirror comps going up against each other, so it's not even going to be that compositional difference or tactical masterclass. Both of them should have the sort of set game plans. It's just going to be about who executes it better.
Absolutely. And here we go, the start of the series, EDG versus Trace Esports. This is it, and EDG is going to start out on the defense here. Trace looking to walk up and take some B space, but look at what EDG is doing already. They're taking mid space, looking to take control of Elbow very early, and they're going to meet Del B very fast, and he falls virtually instantly, but they are going to gain access to the B site, and they already have numbers advantage. 4v3 here. Nobody claims a kill. There's more to be done.
Yep, back and forward. It is still EDG on top with Fang left alive. EDG take the round. It almost looked like Delboy, that's just what I call him, Delboy. He was in position, he was ready to start the auction up. He was aware that the mid flank was something that EDG liked to push into it. We've seen it at Masters. PRX often like to pull this through as well. That's EDG's scrim partner, right? It's clearly been studied, clearly been expected, but ultimately falling at that first hurdle kind of set them off for the potential for the retake and where these oppositions were coming in from. And EDG, strong start. I predicted 230 no's, and right now it looks like it could be a possibility.
Yeah, right. You're well on the way, I suppose, right?
100% record, man.
There you go. I would have liked, honestly, if they had truly expected that elbow push, I would have liked multiple people being posted up towards that angle. Actually, Kong looking to get some kills and could actually potentially get caught out here, but nobody finds two with the Bandit, defending his teammate with his life. And the rest of the players on Trace gonna head over towards A, but they get taken out. They fall one by one. And Kai sitting in the corner looking to get something with this classic. Can he? No.
Whoa! Oh, Del B, double right click to the head. Almost made it a little bit closer. I mean, Kai's work around the wall was an interesting take, almost getting value, but Del B right at the end there, equalising punch, causing at least a little bit of damage to this economy of EDG, but ultimately full control thanks to Kang with that Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, free gun, by the way, 2 right clicks. They're back to back.
Yeah, that is nuts, man.
Two right clicks, 2 one taps. All right. But you know, whatever. Either way, EDG do claim that round to fall off the board, but some, you know, okay damage for Trace, but certain they would have liked more. No, they're just going to hover. They're going to wait for EDG to push up here. They're expecting some sort of aggression, but they're just waiting. EDG not getting too hasty here.
Both teams happy to play the patient game, almost as if EDG were aware that this would be the case from Trace. Unlike them to not resort to trying to find some space that we've seen in those last 2 rounds when it's been Kang pushing down elbow or a 3-stack pushing it down into mid. But as Trace have given up the goose, they will start to progress into double doors. Through the cove, it's going to be the contact. It is quickly traded out, which only favours Trace, but a civil drone will have to be dealt with to keep nobody in position. And that does sort of maintain everything.
And Hong Kong forced off of the position over on the box, so spotted out towards A. They're just going to avoid him completely, and they're going to head right over towards B, where there are 2 players ready and waiting to receive this hit. The real question is, what more can be done? Kai only has 35 health, no dash, so it's gonna have to go into the orb, get decayed. Chichu has to get something, and Kai actually dies in the spit, but Del B ready for the trade instantly. Spike comes down, and now EDG in a 2v3 situation have got to get something done here, looking for these kills. Player spotted out, Kong with 1, with 2, and looking for more. And the last player falls. And it looks like your prediction may be coming to fruition even more as that defuse is gathered, and that's a rough one.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rough, right? That's your big buy going in against EDG. I mean, you had Chichu getting a kill, only had a bandit in hand as well, so the spit was the only way that he was going to do it, and Hawk Tua, he spat and got the kill. EDG 3 up, but listen, as much as I'm down on Trace, you need to remember this is their best map, that they have 100% win rate on this for a reason, right? This isn't somewhere that you're going to come and really push Trace to the limits. The dangerous part is this is EDG on defense rather than on their assault. So Trace need to quickly pick themselves up. They will be on this save here. Getting Kai the knives is at least a start to cook something up, see if they can slice apart this defensive hold from EDG, but as they head into a triple stack, it's going to be difficult to find the groove.
Right, and the crazy part is EDG's not even being particularly aggressive here. I mean, they're just more or less holding their lines, and that's the scary thing. Here comes the entry, though. Does get scanned out. Kong looking to defend as much as possible. Looking to hit the shot. Hits 1. Is looking for more. The smoke is good. And has a shorty in hand. And the rest of the team is ready. Del B, Feng are there. What is happening? Absolute pandemonium on the site. The flash is good, but it doesn't matter. A 1v1 now. Chichu has to get it done versus Feng. And he's good for it.
What in the disrespect is going on?
They do not have a care in the world. They are just playing in their faces because they know that they're just simply not going to get punished for it. And we look at this replay here. Kong manages to get 1, and there are some good trades here from Feng and Del B, but I mean, that is a crazy knife attempt. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, the only sort of respectable thing is he was out of outlaw bullets and he just fired both his shorties. But still, to see that on round 4 and what is a must-win game for you, at least the disrespect is taken back as Kai finds the first kill. The first time that Kang will be disrespected. And that is going to be the biggest win condition, right? Is getting Kai that operator like you see and taking Kang on head-to-head.
And what a first blood as well to take out Kong early with that outlaw, spotting out Smoggy as well on A. So infill gained. The question is, how much more are they going to gain before they hit? You can see this is a little bit more of a defaulty round for them. The spike is down towards their spawn, and they are not aware of the 2 players on B.
Yeah, they're still kind of scared of what the reaction from EDG would be. I like this though, that they're allowing EDG to make the mistakes and to over-rotate onto certain positions. Granted, Smoggy's up real close on A, which is why there's a little bit more bodies spread towards that B choke point, but as soon as Smoggy takes contact, you have to watch the reaction, and this one kill comes through. Oh,
Wait a
there's
minute.
chip damage as well.
Oh yeah. But Kai manages to get the trade, and here comes the counter. Hunter's Fury. Nobody gets one with it. It's a 3v3. Here comes the entry onto the site. Has the recon available. Has plenty of util as well. And I mean, yeah, this retake is. I mean, it may be just a little bit tough, but I mean, I believe in it. I mean, there's 2 people stuck default right now.
Yeah, anything's possible. They need to try and force them out. DLB's position as well, quite tough to escape should he get some suppressing fire, but position now noted. They will start to come into action, and as soon as that does, EDG just collapse in gunfights, and all of a sudden it's Kai left alone. The one who opened the start will be the one to fall at the end for Trace. A hot start to the round, but quickly falling into the embers that is the water on Breeze.
And honestly, incredibly good job of Smoggy to go ahead and actually manage to get that value over in main. If he hadn't gotten that at least 1 kill there, would have been a much more difficult round. And the ability, understanding, EDG was perfectly comfortable leaving Smoggy there alone, just simply because the Hunter's Fury was available. Nobody was perfectly capable of getting at least 1 there. And you can see he's sitting at 10-2 right now.
They've got an FF spray in the background. They have the FF spray in the background. They're done.
Oh, no. Yeah, well, 5-0 now, up for EDG. We keep mentioning it, your wager here for the match.
I mean, listen, this is kind of how we expected it to go, right? They got 3 rounds the last time they played up against TYL, so we know this isn't a strong map for them. They almost have to just forfeit 1 map. And
oh, here comes whoa. Kong on it. Oh, I thought that was a little bit scary for him. Delby, though, does manage to get the kill, and they're on. It's pretty much just going to force Trace to go ahead and reset here over towards A lobby, but EDG are pretty much aware of this possibility. Spot out a player, and here comes that ult there. But that's a little bit of a far push. The spray is good, though. Nobody continuing his tirade. 12-2.
Yeah, that's crazy that there's someone in the lobby that's 12-2, but we don't know who it is.
All right.
So I've at least got to get 1 cringe nobody reference out there. Come on, you've got to get it, especially when they're getting run down. But it's DLB who puts a slight chance in, but there is nobody once again to start to bring this one back. Sprays through the smoke as well.
What?
Another 4K on board.
Yeah, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, check this guy's PC. Check this guy's PC. I mean, we got nobody. We got nobody. We got no man. We have something. We have what? Like how many? Like how many of these names do we have? But yeah, I mean, this guy is just going absolutely nuclear. This map, it is insane. He can do no wrong right now, and it is going to force a timeout out of Trace Esports. And I think the conversation here is talking about the next map. So.
Right, it's talking about the next series. Come on, like who's up next? Let's just move on. But nah, listen, I think that they have done like some elements of progression and sort of positivity that you can see, but ultimately every single time they hit a choke point, they're almost backtracking on themselves. Apart from maybe a couple times where they've just pushed out of that sort of a choke, they haven't had a whole lot of diversity in terms of trying to push EDG, maybe forcing a little bit more of a default, applying more pressure, splitting up mid and trying to just even turn the map on itself. There's an endless amount of possibilities that they can start to do rather than just committing to the one sort of death ball that it seems to be.
I mean, look, I really do think that the crazy part is, like, a lot of the time when you have dominant teams, eventually you just get to a point where they are just like running them down. Yeah. EDG is not even doing that right now. Yes, they're on defense, but that tends to happen even on defense when it's 6-0. You know, like EDG is playing very disciplined right now, and actually, I think that's a pretty important point for them. It's quite impressive for them to keep their composure the way that they are right now, and that's a big factor as to why you have players like Nobody who are 14-2, and they're patient. They're literally as patient as they need to be.
Yeah, maybe a little bit lesson learned from the first matchup that they had on stage 2 here, wanting to make sure that they don't make those same mistakes again, respect their opponents, and they will certainly find results. And that's what's going to happen as this death ball does ascend on towards A, but there's 3 here ready and waiting.
Oh yeah, here comes the null command, and FP finds 2, and here comes the, oh my goodness, here comes the flood of Trace players. Spike gets planted, and all of a sudden 2v5 situation here. So looks like your wager might be,
let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Might be feeling. You never know. This is going to be a really difficult retake, though. Kong looking to get something done. Has the op in hand. Manages to find one, but FP got 3 on the round now. The question is Kong going to save? I don't think so. They've got so much money that it doesn't matter.
I think he does, just to not allow Kai to pick up the op, to be honest. I think it's one of those where you don't want it going into the oppositions. We've already seen Kai being disrespecting Kang and taking that first kill, so it's a smart move. Keep the power weapon in your hand. Yes, Trace get 1 on the board, but don't allow them any ammunition or any fuel or weaponry that can sort of turn the tide, so to speak, on this round. You've got momentum in your favour. Don't try and flip it.
Yeah, but quite a solid round from them overall, as 4 end up surviving. So that's probably what was timeout went about as well as it probably could have for Trace, as managed to grab at least 1 on the board in this half, looking for more potentially, and really looking to shake up the EDG economy, as it is actually a lot shakier than one would initially expect. Hong Kong only has 100 credits left after this op purchase, or after I'm assuming he bought someone else. Yeah. But
that's a lovely angle.
Oh yes, rough.
Ooh, lovely flash to force it off, but not clearing through that main. Yeah, leaving mistakes.
And it's just the 1v1s that are taken here over in main. Lil King managing to find some value here, has to go ahead and pick up the spike, but the rest of the players on EDG are already on the A site, prepared to receive the hit. It's going to be fake. The smoke is going to come out over towards doors, and at this point, EDG players, the rest of the EDG players, might be aware of the fact that might go towards B.
Yeah, but they've got so much time on their hands, they can just afford to wait it out, play together. Don't make any individual mistakes, and when this retake comes in, yes, you have a harbour ult to contest against should Luo King choose to use that, which is most certainly a possibility. Ability's coming back online just now, but you can see they were happy. They used the KO ult as well to stop any utility from progressing in, but this lovely reposition gets Luo King in that 1v1.
Hold on, yeah, this is definitely doable, but Jenny is actually on the spike, manages to half it. Might actually tap the half as well. And there it goes, but here comes the reckoning, and it's going to hit the near side. But the flash is good as well. What an incredible use of it. The tap is good, but Luo King is better. The 3K to give Trace their 2nd round of the half. And what a clutch. The 1v2 finds incredible value. Oh my, and I mean, honestly, Trace, you know, like they made a good go of it there. What a shot from Luo King, though.
That's so well handled. I mean, everything in that 2v1, the reposition to pick up that first kill onto Chichu, someone that's not had any success, finding much success in this series so far. And then even just the ult, the flashback, great counterplay from both sides. Trace finding themselves maybe a little bit of a starter to get themselves scored up. Down to only 4 rounds in between. EDG starting to feel the pinch, so Kang will pop the blades. Wants to get a little bit aggressive, but Trace just paused the timer. They're not going to move. Come to us, they say, and they're in a really strong spot here.
And the 0 point does manage to find 2 players on Trace over towards the B site, so they should understand that that is where these players are leaning. But, I mean, really, like you said, the EDG players are kind of just sitting, not really doing much right now, kind of just holding positions. Kong maintaining mid-control. Here's the B-pop. Is going to go ahead and rotate. Here comes the Hunter's Fury as well. Manages to get some tags, and a kill found for nobody once again.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury execution has been so good so far. Kang will disrespect the flash and gets a kill for it. Rewarded but quickly traded down, and Viper's pit now invested.
Here we go. It's gotta be a retake attempt here. Nobody looking to get a scan off into the pit. And manages to find it. Chichu instantly claiming the kill off the back of it. Fang up the last one to stand and is gonna send the shock darts over towards the spike. But there's not really much else he can do whatsoever. Finds one, looking for more, and is gonna try to get the spray down. Not gonna get it.
Doesn't even get the life to go away with there either. Fang. Unfortunate position to be holding. It's one of those ones where you want the Hunter's Fury, especially if the Cove's still active, not able to take the full swing to defeat it, so it can be just full stuck. And EDG get themselves back on the board, and that owl drone picking out the Viper in the pit is like chasing a rat out of your house. Identified and dealt with. EDG back on top.
Absolutely, they managed to actually stabilize there, which is quite impressive for EDG, but of course that's the expectation.
Yeah, sometimes though expectations do get disappointed, and we've seen that from EDG before. We've seen Trace exceed expectations once or twice, but right now maybe not quite the case. As Kang's walked all the way down mid, picks up a free kill, does get traded out by FK, the newest pickup from Trace, but it's now just been forced into a standstill, which Chichu is watching, but Kai, quick on the trigger, gets the kill.
That's one early, so that is huge, and that's actually going to give Trace a pretty solid advantage here, as Kong, one of the heavy hitters, is down, and Chichu is down. That's one of the controllers, so pretty significant advantage for them. They're going to all regroup towards A now and prepare to go ahead and hit the site.
Yeah, two players from EDG still worried about that mid pressure, but nobody quickly checks out. Viper's wall goes up, Dart comes out, and it's a shot through the smoke twice!
Diabolical! Nobody continuing along with the absolute dominance that he has shown on this half, and the spike goes down, but that's no more than a consolation, it seems, as nobody is destined to get all these kills.
Bro, just
and
team kills
can
just
he
for the
kill
sake of it.
Smoggy? What is that? What is
Just for the sake of it,
happening?
man.
He gotta be joking.
just
The
trying to make things fair.
disrespect. And here comes a defuse, and nobody with the 4K. Absolutely insane. Solid, stable in his hold, stable with his aim.
I mean, it's this clip, like, what are you supposed to do, man? When things are like going against you, and then you just try and walk through a Viper's wall for cover, and you've got someone just double tapping two of your team as they're trying to push through. Like, he must just have counted in his head, right, Viper's wall's up, there's 1 second to go, I'm a shoot now, oh look, there's a head, let's give me 1 more second, oh look, there's a double kill. Easy as you like. EDG closing in on 9. 2 rounds just looking like a blimp of slight mistakes.
This is insane.
Yeah.
This guy's 21-4 on round 11.
And this isn't even someone we highlighted in the pre-show. I was too busy focused on Kang and Chichu from before.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, he's obviously just watched and went, psst, what's this Veggie guy? No, I'm gonna show this guy. Oh man.
This is this guy doing the analytics. Let me
yeah, like,
show him what's up real quick.
Sorry, I was not a knower, but we will certainly be now.
Not aware. You were not aware of his game, I suppose.
Yeah.
But it looks like Trace is actually opting to push up really, really far. This is a lot of space being taken, but the problem is, as soon as this high tide goes down, it's going to end up potentially being a problem for them. Here comes the retake attempt for EDG, and there's multiple players sitting inside the smoke. Not even one found there. Luo manages to find a single kill. Kong looking to get it and is good for it. Fung falls. The dink as well. Kai manages to get some good value!
Come on!
Kong! That's exactly what you expect of him. Nobody finds the kills, and there go the Blade Storm. Jenny finds it, but nobody is there to clean it up. And oh my goodness, what an absolute crazy round. Kong, he's always good for those shots.
Just look at the smile on his face as well, man. He knows he's him. Like the GOAT of Valorant is just this genuinely is the face of Valorant VCT CN. He's just always been there. He always will be there. Just picks it right back up. Kai does his best cosplay of Kang, but ultimately just can't quite finish the round off. Unfortunate at the end, but EDG, man, they are back.
I mean, they are certainly back and better than ever. I mean, this is incredible work from them. Even just beyond, it's not even really just the mechanics, that obviously partially yes, but I mean, beyond that, just the way they're playing together is so much different than we have seen of them in pretty much most of their play throughout, obviously, this stage, the first game or the first series, and really even stage 1. I mean, it's been incredible. Last round of the first half here, EDG looking to get themselves 10-2 here and establish a foothold. And what is that from Kong? He's trying to get something. He's got 23 health though.
And
somehow he escapes alive.
He even thought about taking the orb. That's
crazy.
But two-pronged attack at least coming in from A. Will. You would think nets on value. Snakebite goes out to hold down. And like once again, Hunter's Fury picking up a kill and more.
And Kong's got another one actually. Kong actually got a kill at that 23 health marker. Hit is available, and he's got 3! How in the world has he done that? Kong again! He's just on a roll. He cannot be stopped.
This is the guy that should have been dead at the start of the round, by the way. Just reflect on that for a second. The guy should have been dead.
The spray is just there, and he turns around, has the intuition to know that they're gonna swing for the refrag at doors, and manages to get that 4th kill again at 23 HP that entire time.
It's just, I don't know what he's bad. I liked what Trace were doing. This is what I wanted to see from them. I want to see the two-pronged attack rather than just focusing on that one choke point. Make EDG think about too many angles, but they're prepared for it every single time. You have the Harbour ult being invested to clear sight, but all of a sudden the snakebite goes down, stops you progressing off the back of it, and then you've got Kang just holding down one side, killing the rest of your team. It's difficult, but like I said, this is a map that you would expect, and you knew EDG were going to turn up in and really put on a dominant show and performance. And I think the only glimmer of hope for Trace is it's a best of 3 and not a best of 1.
I mean, this is just a situation where, of course, with it being 10-2, yeah, I think now it's a situation where Trace is most likely like, all right, you know what? We might have to go next.
Yeah, we have to go next on to, what is it? What's up next? Ascent?
Ascent, yeah. Yeah. Ascent is Trace's map pick. I'm sure they're inherently going to feel more confident given that is their map pick. They need to establish some sort of hope for themselves, and I think that is what is going to win them that map, if anything. So, you know, that's ultimately what it's down to. But of course, this map, this half, utterly dominant by EDG off the back of an absolute masterclass from nobody, getting value on with nearly every piece of his utility every single round. The recon darts have been incredible, the drones have been incredible, and every time, I'm pretty sure every Hunter's Fury he's gotten at least one.
Yeah, if not just multiple chip damages. I genuinely feel like we're watching Average Jonas or something with how like effective all of the utils been from Nobody, and I feel like that's probably a bit disrespectful to Nobody comparing them to like a lineup YouTuber, but still the point's there. It has just been such a sort of masterclass. Everything he's been doing has been working. We'll have to see if that continues on attack though.
And here comes the entry here, but all these players are falling. Oh my god, Del B with a good string of kills there, and it's going to leave Chichu alone in a 1v4. And I mean, you called it earlier. If there were anyone to do it, I mean, he'd certainly be one of the players. He is incredible, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. It would have to be quite the throw. Yeah, not to be done, but honestly, you know what? A much needed pistol. Genuinely, if Trace feel like they can win this and they establish some sort of momentum, you know what? Good on them. They can try to get something done, and I feel like it's only going to help their confidence. So, yeah, absolutely incredible hold, though.
Valorant is a snowball game, right? We all know this. Yeah. It's basically Christmas at times. If you can get momentum and start to really get yourself in flow, then by all means, this is certainly a savable position. If memory recalls, we only had the one timeout called in from Trace before, so the coaches clearly know what's up and what can happen. They just need to hope that the team can have their back, as the switch up is going to be the A choke point instead, but it's Kang who finds the first blood, maybe making a little bit of space.
Oh no, yep, there goes the force out from Kang and manages to find one virtually instantly. Nobody tagged up to 21 health now. But that is a good opening pick for them, but they're gonna have to find a lot more if they want a chance at winning this round. He's just gonna more or less hold the line in mid, trying to catch someone out unexpectedly.
Yeah, watch out for the rotations, but Kang is well and truly up. This is a lovely walk up. How he's not been identified.
Oh my goodness. Wait, he's tagged up, and he's got another one. He's looking for more. Kang has 3. He's going into their spawn. And the rest of the players over in mid have got to be reeling in this. 0 point scans both. And they've got weapons, but the entirety of EDG collapsing onto them. They're taking ones, but it does not matter at all. Kang managing to literally just blow the door wide open on that round with an incredible walk up from mid, and that is an incredible blunder from Trace. Look at this kill from Kang. Look at that!
Yeah,
what do you even do?
Special. I don't know. Yeah. I'm just checking my coach's notes. I don't think that was in play for Trace there to give away a thrifty. I say give away. I mean, it was stolen out of their hands by Kang. Let's be fair. The jump peak by Delby has to be done, still picked up. Then the rest of it, just Kang masterclass continued on, not wanting to be upstaged by his teammates as always. But they will try and force this, but Kai wanted to disrespect it, forcing up, but they are fully aware of where these players might hold.
Oh yeah, and here we go. The entry is in there. More players towards the site. They have locations though, and the spam is out, but Kai ends up getting the kill. Trade is there, and actually manages to get another to boot. Chichu walks into someone's body. The spray is there. Lulu King is at virtually 1 HP. That's 3 on the round. Del B, the last one to stand in a world of hurt right now. Location spotted out and dead virtually instantly. And that's going to push EDG to 12.
Don't worry, boys. I'm coming. I'm on the flank. Don't worry, boys. Boys.
Guys,
okay, you're all dead. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
All right. That's all right.
I mean, 12-3. It's never inevitable, but it certainly feels like it should be as we head to the Sky Motor match point. EDG 1 round away from taking their own map. Trace 1 round away from equaling their best score on this map, this stage. You'd have to feel that everything's going to be in EDG's favour.
Absolutely, and there goes the no command. Doesn't seem to matter. 1 falls. And the trades are just virtually instant. Jenny's actually up already again. Del B, though, looking to get in there quickly, but everyone on EDG is just so damn good at trading. They're just going for these kills. The flash is incredible. And Jenny finds the last kill. He wanted it. And they have got it. Edward Gaming claim breeze. And it certainly was a breeze for them.
Yeah, that's an understatement. I think Tracy's biggest problem was they didn't find Edward. They just let Kang and nobody play the whole game through. Really difficult for them. It's one that really will sting when you go into the back room in between rounds, but I always recall someone saying that best way to lose is a stomp because it's the easiest one to brush off. Close matches can be hard to take. Defeats like that, you can just be like, oh well, we can move on now, forget about it, get the nerves out, head to your own map pick on Ascent, which isn't historically that great for EDG. Only played it once at EWC, twice at EWC with a 50% win rate, so has to be their best chance of winning. And right now, it seems to be their only chance.
Absolutely. Pretty wide selection of highlights here for replay ops.
Just run the map back. Run the map back.
Exactly. I mean, pretty much they just have to run every single round because I'm pretty sure either nobody or Kong was just absolutely farming the entire time. So, I mean, this is just absolutely insane. And I mean, excellently played. That one clutch from Luoking was absolutely diabolical, but that was really one of the only memorable moments, if you want me to be perfectly honest, that we saw coming out from Trace in that map. And it's unfortunate, but it's just how it goes. And as you can see, Hong Kong just farming again. This Outlaw clip was insane.
Yeah, give that guy a scope gun and you will be punished. What he's going to do, man? Even with a rifle, he's just insane.
Let's go!
And here come the voice comms.
退了，我退了，我能抽一下。中路，我接你。好。我要去。没有，我在黄中路。没见。抓墙，我拿 B 前面堵 死快！你狙枪，我开眼，我给。我走井家跑了，没帮你带双门了。没出来吧？想出，他们只能打 A 了，要不要正好帮不了你？不是，拉到中间去帮他。哎，脸上。 上门，屁股，100 ，nice， 包脸的，别急，我在上门，40，在这里，好，别去中间了，别转，nice， 哎，子弹了，我是我的，哦，好强，小心双门，别急，可以保点后，你脚步，我给你加右手，OK，我在架双门，还有毒的，没有了。 我这也没声音。待会主家见，看左边吧，对，看左边。回来了。两个吗？谁？两个。谁带过去？两个，可以加他。也在，加了，打40的。来，抓 KD 了，大哥，你太恶心了，你在抓 KD 了，大哥。我有点想麦子你打了，我说实话，啊，这太爽了，兄弟！我你在干嘛？我受不了了，不是你在干嘛？意思。
Well, seems to me that after map 1 or after going down 0-1, EDG are locked in. They are getting themselves into high gear, and they certainly don't want anything like that to happen again to them for the rest of the stage. So there you go. Nobody, of course, the MVP for that map. Despite the absolute clips that we saw from Kong, this guy, his util usage and him being able to play off of his own util, it was just incredible. I mean, this guy got value virtually every single round. It was amazing. He had a 5.3 KD. Oh my god.
I mean, I don't know what they were supposed to do every single time. He was challenged, he was picking up 3Ks, 4Ks. I mean, even just looking at that hot zone for where he was getting the kills, it was everywhere on every single site. Literally nowhere on the map was safe from this guy. It was an incredible performance. Once again, just backed up by the fact we highlighted Chichu as a threat coming in, having 46 kills on that first series that they played. Kang on 45. Nobody really feeling like he didn't get a chance to show anything, so wants to be the player to step up this time, and has certainly done it, that's for sure.
Absolutely. He has stepped up. I mean, even from the very first round, the guy was frying, to be perfectly honest. So, and he's going to look to continue to do that going into Ascent. And I'm kind of curious to see what ends up happening in terms of like what Edward wants to play on Ascent. I don't actually think we've seen them play this map in this stage thus far. No, we haven't. So I'm curious to see. I wouldn't expect them to do the generic comp that we normally see on Ascent. I would kind of expect them to do a little bit of maybe a little bit something unorthodox. I would love to see like a Phoenix or something like that. That would be really cool. I mean, you know what? To be perfectly honest, I would love to see some utter disrespect. I'd love to see just a troll comp from EDG in this next map. on their map pick because it would be really funny.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we might not have seen them EDG play it on this stage and like stage 2. We have seen it at EWC. They played 2 different compositions. They won one, lost one. The one that they won was the tried and tested, the chiseled in the Stone Age beside everything else, the Jet, KO, etc. And then the other one does have a Phoenix in a chamber, but that was a loss to BBL, so you maybe want to have a look at, was that an experiment that lost them, or was it the fact they were playing Ascent against the Turkish team that lost them? That's always a factor into it. Trace, on the other hand, once again, haven't seen it. I'd be down for them to play a funky wonky composition. Give us like I think Vice is one of the strongest agents that we get to see. Bring a Vice in, just try and delay stuff, because we know the ADG are going to run at you, and you're going to need all the delay that you have. Honestly, just go 5 Sentinels. I think that's the best play. Just go 5 Sentinels.
There you go. There you go. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, okay, get 5 duelists on EDG. Get that going. Give me an ISO. Give me a nerfed Yoru. Give me a Reyna. Give me 5 duelists.
I'm with it.
And the crazy part is, it would probably work. But that remains to be seen. Plenty more action coming for you later. Plenty more clips, I'm sure, as well, coming out from these teams. I absolutely can't wait. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back after a short break. And welcome back to Project Horizon. My name is Nobi, joined by the wonderful Veggie. And look, I mean, that was a dominant first map, absolutely, from EDG. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. No other way to put it. But no, next map is Trace's pick. This is one that if they were expecting to win, it would be this one. So, hey, you know, like it's time to kind of see what they got in the playbook here. They got to pull out all the stops.
Yeah, it's time to lock in, man. This is do or die at this point. I mean, you're looking at a 0-3 team. granted we've expressed that this probably is a loss, but it's 0-3 if you come through here. It's another map that you're going to be playing on this stage that you need to at least start to show that there is something in your map pool. And for them, at least this is one of EDG's worst maps. So they haven't managed to play a consistent comp on it any time they play it. They keep mixing it up. They don't know where they stand. They are just going to go back to that pretty much bog standard. Granted, Chichu's picking up that Cypher. And I mean, what, it's mirror comps once again. So we're back to saying what I said at the start of Breeze. It's not going to be any tactical nuances. It's not going to be any difference in the comps. It's literally just going to be who's better on the day. And I feel like we've seen that story before.
Yeah, 100%. But taking a look at the agent select here, what you kind of expected from EDG, it's actually the case for both teams. I believe we have a mirror comp going on here, and it's just the bog standard ascent comp that we've seen 10 million times.
Strap in, exciting times here.
Yep.
One, we're on ascent, so everyone loves to watch it, and two, it's just the standard composition. So we are going to get something that's no different to anything we've ever seen before. But listen, I think, like we said, it really does matter for what Trace can show here, whether or not you're looking at the small picture of just this matchup themselves, or if you're looking at the grand scheme of things on how they are. This is a test of skill against probably the best team in the region. It's a skill of your map pool to see how strong you actually are in total, and it's just a strength of mental fortitude. Can you bounce back after such a heavy loss? And you have to be able to show that you have at least one of these three if you want to be a contender, and this is the only way we're going to find out.
Right. Yeah, and the thing I'm going to be looking here for Trace, especially on this attack half, is going to be the strength of their defaults, right? And that is the biggest strength of this comp in general. So I definitely want to see them play into that, just with the info that they have, with the 0 point, with the darts, all that stuff. I just want to see them default well, and if they can do that, they can hopefully manage to string together some rounds. So, but here we go. Starting out, seeing a little bit of a just an A hit, no split quite yet, no mid control really. That is not the case for EDG.
Just trying to see if there's been any aggression. We've seen it on Breeze where EDG pushed out, so they just held and then activated right back on. But that paranoia is absolutely huge, picks up the first kill, and all of a sudden the site starts to look a little bit more achievable.
Oh yeah, what an absolute, that's an excellent entry, honestly, for Trace. The util usage was incredible, allowed Kai to get in there quickly, but Kong Kong is on the case. The shots are coming out. Luo King on the case as well. He's going to clean it up. And that is going to be pistol round in the bag for Trace. That is, honestly, that's a statement right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Already off to a better start. I think everything that we've seen there was a lot more fundamentally correct, right? I think that they had a lot of fear into EDG on where they were going to be playing right at the end. You've seen Kang drop down, really have to worry about every single angle. The trades were coming in hot. Even just the start, being sort of that patience, waiting to see if there's any aggression, and then just activating all together at once, just overwhelmed and overpowered the side of EDG on side. So much better start, but this time they will try and challenge in towards mid, where an ever-awaiting Kang wants to be that first chance.
Absolutely, and they are, unlike what we saw on Breeze, not going to force marshals, but they are going to aggress into A main, try to get some sort of pick here. Luo King is ready to receive that as well. So is Kai over in tree, and it looks like all of EDG are starting to just fall. Smoggy can't really do much of anything here. Neither can Chichu, and there's going to be a flawless round. And again, an excellent start here as they managed to carry all of their weaponry into the bonus here.
Yeah, I questioned the mental fortitude right at the start, and right now they're showing me that they certainly have that. Didn't let the devastation from the last map get to them. They're coming in, brushed it off quite quickly, and setting the tone for how they want to do that. A flawless victory on round 2 means that they are fully equipped. They know how to play this map, really taking it to EDG. Yet to see how they adapt to it though, but they do have 5 rifles this time, so it will be a different prospect.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a more difficult round for Trace to win, but certainly doable for them, but they need to play it well. All the players, almost all the players, except for Del B, scanned out And the spam is there, but the trade is also very, very good. Jenny looking for these kills, and Kai just gonna float on over into heaven. Very, very ambitious. Goes down into Generator, but Kai takes the timing. Another player taken down over in main, and nobody cleans up the last kill. That is going to be the bonus round. Pretty much claimed with not too much struggle. Or
no, and it's a carbon copy from round one in terms of execution with the paranoia head across towards Generator. You already seen EDG make an adaptation of holding in different spots to not get caught by that paranoia, so they could capture the entry kills. Really forced Kai from not being able to push up as much as he wanted. He tried to take Kevin, but the rest of the team were getting caught, so had to fall back, had to reposition, and that just allowed EDG to collapse in on themselves. And instead of letting Trace take the pace, you can already see EDG forcing right down mid and wanting to take this fight.
What is this? What is this play? And absolutely crazy stuff. It's just a death ball in mid. Just a crazy team fight. As more players spotted out towards tiles, nobody has got the goods. And that dart is good as well, but Kai with an excellent kill onto Kong Kong. Del B spotted out with the drone. And it's going to be the last one standing here in the first gun round of the game. And it was a crucial one for Trace to win. Unfortunately, doesn't look like it's going to happen unless Del B comes out with some sort of crazy miracle here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1 versus 3. Knows where one position is, but 2 watching from the top of catwalk. It means as soon as you try and aggress this angle to take that first contact, you should be swung out on. And I just love the patience from it. They're not trying to go hunting. They're allowing Del B to make that mistake. And that mistake you would have to think should come up. But gets the first kill. The swing comes through. But Jenny is hotter off the press. Printed like the newspaper. Folded and crumpled up. And served on a plate with some chips.
Yep. Yeah, right. Nice little snack there. Nice little midday snack. They served them brunch, actually. But I mean, what a round. And honestly, I'm actually quite impressed with how patient EDG has been across these rounds. Again, even in that 1v3 situation, it was essentially just waiting to swing off of Chichu's contact there.
Yep.
Right outside of tiles, and Jenny was ready, not giving away his position and pretty much just forcing Del B to make some guesses.
Yeah, but as we head here, round 5, it's the fashion walk heading down catwalk. Fully on the save. Bladestorm's out, but that gets taken away. So they will just pause for now. Wait for those knives to come back up. Smoggy trying to smoke off the choke points. Doesn't want to get pinched. So worried about where things could come from. And Trace really just out of an idea. So they will just keep on waiting. Flash comes in, execution starts, swing comes through, but no contact just yet.
Yeah, early use of the null command by Jenny, by the way. Didn't really get a whole lot of value, but stopped a crazy mid push. Chichu does manage to find one, so that's up numbers early. But I mean, this is what you would expect, right? Obviously, Trace doesn't have much weaponry still, but they'll be happy to get as many guns off as they possibly can in this round.
Yeah, I mean, they have managed to pivot successfully over towards B, but now the problem is they're stuck in a crunch, and that crunch gets quickly dealt with.
Yep, quickly read and responded to by EDG, able to suppress the hit very quickly. And again, it's expected, but solid for EDG to not really be in much danger there to have gotten anybody off the board. So huge for them.
It's just so disciplined though, right? This is the point. Is that it's you often see a lot of teams go super aggressive or make mistakes against the ecos. I mean, how many ecos has there been today just across the 3 best of 3s? I guarantee it's more than you can count on your hands. But yet you see the opportunities for it, and EDG, full confidence, still sit back and play disciplined. They let Trace come to them. They don't want to give up any unfair advantages, and Trace having such a hopeful start, getting the first 2 rounds, find themselves losing 3 back on the bounce as soon as the rifles come into EDG's hands, and that's probably the scary part, which is why this timeout is called super fast.
Yeah, I think this is actually a very good time for a timeout before things get out of hand, before EDG starts building too much momentum. I mean, I think that, you know, Trace needs to kind of find a way to kind of just shut down these, because the thing that EDG is doing very well is taking control of one extremity and holding that space, right? Sometimes they will take control of mid. Honestly, if you want me to be quite honest, I do think that Trace need to kind of prioritize mid a little bit more. I think they should really be splitting these sites. Like, a lot of the time what you'll see on these hits is they'll just kind of run up tree all 5, or, you know, they'll run up main all 5. I really think a split is in order, especially given the comp they have. It's really good for those types of plays. So that's kind of what I want to see here.
Yeah, well, they're not going to listen to you, I'm afraid. They are just going to stick back into this 4 out of A main. They managed to dodge the knife at least, but smoke goes up, quite a deep smoke as well to cover the cross. Can't worried about that catwalk, but nobody's going to come up for it. As you can see, Del B on that Cypher, just catching up with the rest of the team. All comes in, Dart comes through, and here comes the hit, but it's rinse and repeat.
Yep, and there it goes. Kong in the position, not cleared out as the drone is broken. The res is there, but absolutely nothing to be done as Smoggy, Chichu, and company clean up the round. Easy as pie for Edward. And I mean, it's again, it's a situation where not enough info was gathered. That was the strong side of the map, and they just kind of hit the site without actually understanding that, and they got punished for it.
Yeah, and it's just, every time they hit on the site, like, granted there was maybe a little bit of different util there, but it's the same concept. Paranoia through to generator, Kai dashes in, and you could already see the repositions from EDG just meant that no one was getting affected by it. They just held a crossfire and just allowed Trace to walk into the absolute siege of bullets that was raining down upon them. They've already got the information from the early peak, but Smoggy might just get caught off guard, unprepared for Kai, but...
What a shot! Yeah, incredible. Here comes the entry, though. Jenny finds a kill, looking for more, and the spams are good! And it's only one left! What in the world just happened? Absolutely diabolical scenes. And I mean, they can't even really get out onto the site before getting spammed down within 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... I can't keep saying it's just rinse and repeat, but it's the same things that Trace are doing every single time with, like, the smallest bit of change. Like, it needs to be a lot more, especially since we have seen a timeout. What did you talk about in the timeout? Oh,
Right.
guys, don't worry, let's just do the same thing that wasn't winning. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. No, let's change it up. Let's see a little bit of a difference maker. You're on EDG's worst map, and yet you're finding yourself at such a huge deficit.
All right. Hey, guys, let's hit A, 5 people. All right, we lost. Hey, guys, let's hit A, 5 people, but with a smoke close. Hey, guys, let's hit A, 5 people. You know, like, it's that exact cadence, and it's just not working. And now, finally, we are seeing at least the team leaning towards B. But as you can see, Chichu has had a decent amount of space there. Ends up taking away the trip, gets scanned by the drone, and is just going to go ahead and back off. But I don't think they're aware of Kong's position here, but gets flashed out. That's actually perfect for them. This is the first opportunity that they've had to claim a site, but Chichu is the only one standing in their way, and he will fall.
Let's go aggressive for more space, just to make sure the plant is safe and won't be collapsed on. Only 2 players left alive for EDG and Jenny, and nobody. We'll start to see if they can group up together, coming through Pizza, through into Market. Have to deal with this door, which will alert Trace on the positions. A lot of util though. Recon, Hunter's Fury available, Flash out. There's so many great positions being held by Trace. It's an impossibility to come through. 5 still alive, signs of life. And it should be a round on the board. I mean, it is a round on the board. There's no way this doesn't end up bar monumental throw. But that's much more like it. But there was some mistakes from EDG that I seen there, right? Can gets flashed. They can't defuse Spike.
Yeah, they can't defuse, but I mean, that's guns off. I mean, here's the thing. Their economy is so shaky that, every single one of these kills that nobody is getting, kind of is not great, you know. But either way, that is really the first opportunity that they've had. That was an incredible flash to be able to blind Kong there, take him off of that op line, and that's incredibly important. EDG actually popping a timeout here off the back of that round loss, and they're the ones that are ahead, so they really want to prevent anything from happening here. And you know, obviously on the flip side, it's also going to allow Trace another opportunity to, you know, for the coaches to talk to their team.
Yeah, but like, I think a lot of the times you'll see Can get flashed in that position and then use his dash to get away or at least take a pop shot. He kind of just stood there and absorbed it. And then when you see Chichu start to get his side taken when they're pushing down on boats, he's standing out in the open worrying about a different angle. That's not normal for EDG. That's definitely not the discipline that we're seeing. And to me, that just reeks of a little bit of overconfidence that usually you see be like over pushing, but in this fact it was just complacency and not fully thinking it through. And I think that's why the coach has called this, just to reinforce what's on the line for this team and to put them almost back in check, almost the opposite of calming the nerves, right, and just being like, guys, let's lock back in, take it seriously. Yes, it's 5-3, yes, we only lost pistol in round 2 and now obviously round 8, but there's still a long way to go. You can't be giving Trace opportunities to come back into this, especially when their defense is starting to loom.
I think complacency is the perfect word to describe what we just saw, especially in that last round there. So let's see what happens off the back of EDG's timeout here. Kong posted up with this op line in top mid. Kai, a little bit of a dangerous position, but does actually get caged out and is allowed to cross because of that. The dart is not too shabby. Another potential flash here as well. And chooses not to actually throw it here. Another cage, actually.
And the look where Spike is. Spike's on its own here. Sitting just down in tiles. Has to cross at some point. And as soon as this cage drops, Kang should maybe be able to find something, but just gets unlucky with the reposition. So Spike does manage to catch up with its friends and start to make its way onto A.
Yeah, this Hunter's Fury is so good, and it gets chip damage, but doesn't actually find a kill for like the first time in forever. But the rest of the EDG players are 5v2 now, and last player spot out off the back of the neural theft. They can see Luo King pushing up, still manages to actually get one. Paranoia is good as well. It's gonna force some of the players back. Nobody spamming over in mid. Nefkey actually finds one.
It's doable. It's certainly doable. 8 health for Kang. Has to shut the door, has to try and reposition. Looks up into main to make sure that's not a contested point, but Spike's still lying dormant outside A. 12 seconds. Needs to go now. Needs to be now the smoke off to allow them to come through. But Smoggy spray somehow doesn't connect. There's 4 seconds. You need to get the plant down. You need to time!
There's no time for the plant! Wait, what?
There is a split second. He's got it down, and it's a 2 versus 1. Kang with the op on 5 health, FK with 30, Spike down on site, Chichu almost full, just has to wait on Kang getting in position, but FK reveals the spot, and it's Chichu with the cover fire that gets the kill, and the defuse is so easy.
Oh my goodness, that's actually utterly insane to me. The fact that they were even able to get that spike down. I'm pretty sure that was like millisecond, like less than a few. Oh my goodness, what is that angle from Kong? Yeah, all right. But either way, I mean, like the fact that they were even able to get that spike down is insane to me. Either way though, they play it cool, calm, collected. Chichu with 3 on the round there, closing it out, and EDG right back to their winning ways after faltering for a single round.
Yeah, I mean, it was messy. The timeout. It was messy. It wasn't the cleanest that they want to do.
No, certainly the case, and they, you know, honestly, a smart idea to pop the timeout there.
Okay, buddy.
That's just disgusting. That's just disgusting from nobody. And that is the paper thin ascent map that we all know and hate. Anyway, looks like a little bit of a B lean here. And the trip gets popped. Some actually already ahead of it. It just gets broken virtually instantly. Flash is good as well. Chichu backing off towards the site. Paranoia is good as well. And here comes the spam. Kai looking to get in there real quick. Kong has got something to say though. He's on it. Looking for the kills. Can't get more than 2 though. Another one found. Last guy spotted out towards main, and it's going to be Fang. Sorry, Fung Fung, who is booking it towards A.
Yeah, he avoided those paper-thin walls and started the run, making sure that he doesn't break his Achilles. Wants to get there fast, gets a spike. But EDG are so close to this. They're right on top. Hiding behind Dice, looking to see if he can get the gamble right. But the drone will spot. The first contact comes in. But there's the double swing. That's good enough for Jenny. And that was a very well recovered 3 versus 1.
Yep, great first round. First kill, rather. Sorry. Great first kill, but double swing at the different elevations was fortunately just not really... didn't really do much to defend against that. So another round of the books for EDG. Op recovered as well, and that's just unfortunate there. Kong able to just dip right over into the site and defend along with Chichu, help out his teammate. And that right there is kind of, in a nutshell, what part of what makes EDG so good is that they are really apt at kind of helping out their own teammates very quickly. They play very reactive. Kong is so good at knowing exactly where to be at the right time with that op, and it provides, that's part of the reason why it provides so much value.
Yeah, you can see Trey's very scared of the value that could provide. The drone at least opens up mid, forces Kang all the way back, will prevent a little bit of space opening up. They will take advantage of that, but they split here on towards A. Paranoia primed and ready. Flash comes on through, but Kai's ahead of it.
What a kill. The Paranoia is good, but it doesn't even matter. Kai finds a kill. Kong, he's on the case. Finds Kai and is going to look for more, as could see a swing out for main. He's holding it, and a rare miss from him. But the shots from nobody are good. But so are they from FPX. Incredible job from both players. That was insane. Crazy spray transfer. We got to see that replay. Kai with an excellent opener. He even gets the second.
Oh, I don't think he knows about the second, man. He doesn't.
Yeah, that's just insane.
He gets it, but I mean, all of a sudden, you're looking at 7-4, potentially 8-4. That's really not a bad attacking half on Ascent. They're in an actual much more potential spot. Granted, 2 of those rounds came right at the very start, but it doesn't really matter how you get the rounds as long as you get them. Kang stuck in this cage, can't go back, can't go forward, doesn't want to reveal that position, so we'll just pause temporarily. Now can release and start to focus on these other angles. Try and trap Trace down.
I mean, he's trying desperately to live and manages to get another to boot. That's actually going to force Kai off of the position in top mid. They're going to go ahead and just rotate over towards B. And, you know, they've sort of guessed right, to be perfectly honest. That is sort of the weak side of the map, but of course the op is still sat towards bottom mid right now. They've got to be incredibly careful of what they choose to swing, because this guy is absolutely insane. Manages to get one and then falls afterward, but still secures man advantage for EDG. Nobody sat on the B site and looking for the kills, manages to get another, and another swings out as well. 2v2 now.
It's a huge one. Comes into this 1v1.
Oh yeah.
Smoggy versus Feng. Site acquired. 14 seconds. Recon out just to try and secure a little bit of positioning.
And rifle recovered. Oh my goodness. Fung with an incredible 4 kills to manage to, like you said, make it a not that bad attack half. You got to give a lot of credit where credit is due. And now this is where the real work begins, because of course, EDG, knowing how good they are at like when they tend to get aggressive, it is going to be sort of an uphill battle on this attack, knowing them. But at the same time, Ascent is of course known generally as a defense-sided map. So theoretically, they have kind of an advantage here. You know, it's doable. It's a lot more doable than it initially seemed to be.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the rounds up against BPL at EWC, they were only able to get 2 on their attack. Granted, against RRQ, they managed to get 5, but they're going to need that 5 once again if they want to be successful. They're going to need to channel it, and I think it's going to come down to Kankang. Like, I feel like we've said that the whole way, and we've been showing that nobody can carry a game, but especially on Ascent, it's your Jet that needs to have that biggest impact in terms of opening up the space, allowing the avenues to be peeked at for the rest of your team to explore and exploit. But for Trace, they can almost just resort to normality, knowing that a 9-3 gets them across the line, and that is so achievable here on defence. But the concern is you look across the stage and you've got Kankang just chilling, having a conversation with, well, that's probably someone in the crowd, by the way, just talking, hitting someone up and like, yo, what's going on, what's good, I'll see you in 10 minutes when this game's done, you know.
Yeah, you want an autograph? Yeah, you probably, yeah, I mean, like, you know, like, I'll be signing autographs mid-game. That would be crazy. Oh my god. That would be crazy. But I mean, yeah, all in all, they are cool, calm, and collected, locked in. They're more or less unbothered by the fact that, you know, yes, of course, EDG are up right now. However, they are unbothered by the fact that objectively, that was not a fantastic defense half for them.
No, definitely not. There was certainly a lot more potential, but I need to just hark back to it. 2 of those 5 rounds come from the pistol, so if you can take the pistol away from Trace here, then you start to find that snowball yourself. But if Trace managed to equalise this one up at 7-7, all of a sudden you're touch and go. You start to sketch out what that third map looks like, Sunset being the decider, somewhere that I don't think any of us thought we would see, but all of a sudden it is on the horizon. Sun will start to rise. It has to be off this first contact, and there comes Kankang, assaulting the site already.
Oh yeah, and he's doing an incredible job at just drawing those crosshairs, but Del B is doing an incredible job at staying calm and collected throughout all of it. Chichu stuck in logs, only able to get 1 before getting traded, but nobody's so good, hits a kill through the wall, and it's a 2v2 now. Smoggy, 23 HP, but of course FK at 49. Spike finally coming down, and both players walking towards lane. Spotted out. And Luo King finds the kill. 1 found. Trade is instant. And that is the second pistol in the bag for Trace.
Like we said, now things start to get a little bit scary for the side of EDG. Thought they were rolling, thought they were rocking, thought they had all the movement in this series, but all of a sudden, Trace are back. Before you know it, this could be tough. Could just find their way through, starting to show the exploits that EDG aren't the strongest side that we thought of. Breeze, just a thing in the past, a one-off occasion. Maybe the rest of the map pool isn't as strong as you would believe.
That's the thing. I mean, if EDG end up falling on this map, it proves to Trace at least that the Kings can bleed.
To the rest of the teams in the group as well. It's a signal sign of weakness. Trace, I mean, bottom of the pack, managing to take blood off EDG would certainly get the backs up of everyone else.
Would be absolutely incredible, but EDG this round gonna look to go ahead and just walk up. Look at the location. Look at where the Spike is, completely alone on the A site. Look, this fight on B is just, it's an absolute brawl right now. But this Spike is just literally, look at this. This is absolutely insane. I don't know how this has gone this way. It's a 3v4. Spike's going down on A, and it's a post-plant situation. It looks like, to be perfectly honest, Trace is going to just look to death ball, but Kong Kong is looking for a rewrap here.
Yeah, trying to see if there's a weapon that could be collected to use. Unfortunately, it's a stinger, so not from America, so won't find it the greatest use of long range, but really could be a dagger in the back here, especially with Smoggy off-site as well. Will get smoked off, but as the players loop in towards Heaven, it's going to be the gods that will have to be on EDG's side. But the first kill falling to nobody. Maybe made this closer, but now position revealed. Spike being stuck. Kang, not a hope. Yeah. I mean, yes. I like the idea though, right? I still think the spike should have probably got planted a little bit earlier, but I actually start to now believe that maybe it was a delay to make it more believable that the rest of the team had rotated through to allow Kang into that flank position right at the very end. But just so unfortunate that it's the stinger that's dropped and can't really do much with it.
Right. I think nobody, what his actual plan was there was to, just because of how crazy the mid fight was, to just completely rewrap and try to get a kill. But eventually I think he just doubled back and realized, hey, you know what? It's probably just a smarter idea to go ahead and get that spike down. And that is what they did. I mean, they made it a good round. Don't get me wrong. EDG did quite a good job, and it's going to force Trace to only really be able to, what do we have? Like a Spectre, got a Bulldog, we've got a Bucky.
A Vandal coming in though.
Yeah, certainly. Kai able to maintain that Vandal, so not too bad.
Hot hands on that Kai, 14-12. But it's Kang on the opposite jet that needs to be the executioner here. We'll find the space up on towards site, but it's F key, a recurrent theme in this series that finds the kill, and there goes the jet difference once again.
There you go. You're talking about being the difference maker there, but actually overheats. Kai swings dry into some of those players, and that right there is a crucial blunder. You can't be doing that there.
Spike doesn't know where to go. They've not really cleared out anything on side, so they're kind of at this cross point of there could still be numbers on site. Of course, we have the advantage of knowing that there's two waiting there. A is the logical choice, but we'll choose to challenge in towards it. And we think getting that first kill, it makes this so much tougher. The retreat needs to be the call, but it's too late.
And it's 27 seconds left, so time's starting to tick down, get real low, and some absolutely insane shots from Fung, who gets 3 on the round, and that is going to be the bonus in the bag, and also lead taken from Trace.
And it's the indifference in knowing what to do. I feel like they had to have an inkling that there was players. As soon as that Silver Dart gets shot, I want them repositioned. I want them trying to fight over towards A instead. You know there's players there. Why take the gunfight when you don't know the angles? Put yourselves in this tough spot, and now you're getting forced up into stingers. It's starting to reek a little bit of desperation and lack of ideas.
Absolutely. Yeah, now of course they're in a situation where they literally just have stingers in a dream, and they're pretty much just gonna have to try to guess right, more or less. So if you look here, both players on Trace are kind of bolstered up towards tree, and the rest of them are literally just sitting mid. They're getting info, and due to the lack of info, really not really seeing anyone, it's going to prompt a rotation. So now A is the strong side. EDG is going to go ahead and start backing off. They're going to avoid the 0 point, but it's not really going to do a whole lot here, as EDG's likely going to just swing into most of them. Molly is out. Here comes the entry. But these players are already so low. Kong finds one. But the position's being held.
Man, it's just a ranked game to play this, to be fair. It literally just reeks of, like I said, little idea on what to do. Just throwing the kitchen sink at it and hoping it lands. So, unfortunately for them, it really doesn't. Jenny's positioning will get held here. Can hear the steps, can hear the bunny hopping. Will be able to just swing and get the easiest kill of their life. 9-7 reading the scoreline was certainly did not think that was a possibility given where we were in sort of the mid-round stage of this map. EDG starting to really look like they have a lack of concept on Ascent.
Yeah. I mean, this has generally been a very snowbally game. For most of these rounds, it's been each team has gotten like 3 or 4 in a row or more, and that's kind of just been the story of it. I mean, straight up. At this point, Trace has found 6 in a row, which is incredible, and they're going to look to continue that streak here as we get into round 17. Their mid default. 0 point being thrown over towards market, and you can see these EDG players, there's 2 towards spawn, ready to fast rotate to where at whatever side of the map needs to be rotated to.
Waiting for that wall bang as well, off the camera, gets the information, question mark raised. G2 will be taking this fight against Kai, and it's always going to be the same. The rinse and repeat. Kai, the standout for Trace, wanted the big performance, and the big performance we will get, but there's the equalizer.
Yeah, Hong Kong managing to find an early kill, but that Odin spam is absolutely deadly. So was Kong Kong though. He's on the angle, looking for more. Odin spam could be potentially dangerous with both players there, and it absolutely is. Smoggy, the last one left here. No spike, no anything, no from the shadows, no chance.
No idea, man. I'm starting to get tilted at the EDG side myself. Really struggling to find anything going on. They're getting caught in the crossfires. They're allowing Trace to play their own game. What happened to this side at Breeze? How does this go so wrong? When that kill gets into the shadows, gets a spike, will plant it down, a 1 versus 3, but cancels it, worrying about the angles, cancels it again, and now the time is going to run very much against you. Gets that first kill, but the inevitability stays the same. F key smashing all F4 for the side of EDG.
Absolutely. And to be perfectly honest, I think FK has done an incredible job this entire game. It's just, I don't know, the aim has been on point. And this guy has been locked in this entire time, and Trace was actually very prepared for that push-up over into spawn. They kept it very cool, calm, and collected. Gonna force the second timeout from EDG. They're just gonna talk about what to do here. Of course, their first one was fairly successful, so they're gonna hope it's the same story here. They've got to work something out, and quick.
Yeah, there's not much time left. 3 rounds is all it's going to take for Trace to get that third map on the horizon. 10 rounds, the most they've been able to pull up in all 3 series that they've played so far. EDG really giving them an opportunity. But there's still certainly time for a comeback. You mentioned the snowball that we're starting to see from Trace with 7 rounds in a row now. Well, that's all it would take for EDG to win and more. They're certainly capable of pulling that one through. I think the problem is going to be the money that they have should probably see Trace get on to 11. And then you start with your backs up against the walls. How's your ult economy looking? Who's in the best point of cycling? And really, what do you have that can flip the sides? You're starting to see not such a confident side. Maybe a little bit of worry on this EDG's face.
Absolutely. I mean, they now understand very well that this team, you know, they can do some damage. So they've got to get themselves into high gear. Of course, this is their eco round, so it's a round that they expect to not come out on top of, but who knows?
Got to be concerned about the power weapons Trace starting to pick up. Op in hand of Kai, Odin remaining in the hands of Feng Feng. Difficult to get past. These are often the difference makers on Ascent. The real sort of winners and losers stand on who has the most time with those in their hand. And it makes it a real challenge for EDG to know where to go. You mentioned the paper thin walls, very prevalent over towards B. Mid and A, so often watched by that operator. You have to get the timing right, and that's exactly what will happen with Kang Kang. The right click of doom.
Absolutely insane, and here comes the Odin spam. He's got it in his hand, and FK is more or less just stuck in his position, but the op from Kai bails him out. In free sight right now. It's gonna allow EDG to go ahead and get the spike down, but I mean, the retake is a whole nother beast right now. They've got to get this thing going, and the neural theft is going to confirm the positions of all the EDG players on the site. That's a decent start from Smoggy. Shots exchanged. That's good. Smoggy with 1. Jetty ready with the trade. Kai holding position. Chichu's good for it as well. And it's only going to be Kai to stand at 1 health. And he's going to be forced to save EDG. Managing to get incredible value off of their eco. And I managed that I said that they would have to manage to get one in order for them to stabilize here. That's exactly what they do. 8-10 the score. Now 2 behind.
And 2 big ults taken out of the hands of Trace as well. Cypher and KO both utilised to try and keep that in tow. It's going to be difficult. That's a lot to prevent a site take coming in. EDG starting to maybe feel the tides turning back in their own favour. The huge impact from that timeout. Clearly the coach providing its value. But we still have the questions if it can be rinsed and repeated, right? We need to see more. It can't just be that one-off as we face into the same threats of the Operator and the Odin in the same hands. Kai peeks out, gets a kill, but is instantly traded down. Open up an avenue like a can of worms onto this A site.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, I love the way during that eco round that they played the close angles. What is that from Kong Kong? He knows where they are! He's got 3, he's looking for more! Kong Kong on the chase! And so is nobody! Fung Fung manages to save his teammate's life there, but Del B, the last one to stand in a 1v3. Neural Theft is good, Spam is out, but the other players are back and forth. And it's another one in the bag. Only 1 behind now. And Kong Kong has had enough.
Yeah, that was more like it. That's the star power that we expected to see from this roster. I mean, selling the fake so hard over towards A, and then you get the kills, and you have the wherewithal to know that nobody's walked all the way up the site. It's free once again. We've seen that so much earlier on. It was round 2 where they managed to evacuate onto a site knowing that an over-rotate from Trace is likely. Clearly identified a flaw, so they will keep trying to hit that and punish them, and all of a sudden it's Trace that are stuck with the lower weaponries, and 10-10 should be the optimal outcome of this one, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, we know what happened just a few rounds ago, so it really is all in Trace's hands. Spread here, be the strong side for Trace at the moment, but ED, and that is exactly where the spike is leaning at the moment, so Ty hoping to get some sort of valley with this Blade Storm. Spotted out though, so now they know that Sova and Jet and Cypher are towards B. They're just going to rotate over towards A. They understand that perfectly. They're going to just go ahead and leave.
Yeah, the problem for them is they head into the flashers and the sides of Keo and Omen. But yeah, they've gone. They've done this over rotate once again. They needed to go with the gamble stack given the poor lack of weaponry. So that'll open up a path once again for EDG to take advantage of. Still trying to clear everything out, making sure they're methodical with time. And Chichu posted up in mid, waiting for the right time.
Absolutely, and here comes the pulse, or rather the retake attempt for Trace. I'm not really sure what they're going to be able to do here, but they are more or less just going to have to all play together here. 0 point getting popped. It is going to spot out a whole lot of players over in the heaven area. And I mean, this retake is just looking just a little bit rough right now. It's covered. The paranoia is good. So is the flash. Unfortunately, Kong Kong spotted out, but nobody has got him covered. And so does Chichu. 3 on the round for him. And I mean, look, again, pretty much what we expected, but it's dangerous now because the score, we're all even.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at even the fundamentals there though for Trace were pretty good, right? They had the double flash to try and open back up on site, I should say. So there's definitely signs of improvements for this squad. The coaching staff obviously needing to call a timeout to stop this free fall that they see coming out their hands, so close to grasping the sweet taste of victory, but it's looking like that L is about to appear once again. But we know the impact that these timeouts can have. The problem is, like you've highlighted before, is that the EDG coach now, Autumn, gets a chance to just say exactly what he said at the timeout that started this rebound of wins.
I mean, of course, I think honestly, every single one of EDG's timeouts have been successful. I mean, they haven't really had to do many. Obviously, that wasn't really necessary on Breeze, but you know, on this map in particular, every time they popped a timeout, it has been, you know, they've certainly gotten value from it, and they've pretty obviously changed the way they're playing enough for, you know, for it to change and have success. So I really think it comes down to how quickly Trace can adapt to what EDG is doing and the changes that they're actively making, and vice versa. Of course, after this timeout from Trace, you would expect them to change something or do something different than they are now. And, you know, in that specific situation, hey, like, you know, what can EDG do to change things around, make themselves difficult to adapt to?
Yeah, they just need to hold their ground a little bit more. Stop trying to send everyone to the same site. Over rotating has been deadly and costly. And that's what they were trying to do there a little bit on B. You've seen the numbers start to draw stuff out. Yes, Spike is there, but 2 players walked up catwalk. We'll get a trade. G2 flashed off, but doesn't get taken down for the woes. And all of a sudden, Kai needs to backfill this space with the operator in hand. Caged off. Noise still coming out. And it's just a free fall.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the trade is there, but Kai is ready and waiting with that op. He's gonna peek. Ooh. I'm not sure what that was from Gianni. That was ambitious, especially knowing that the op was there. Potentially thought it might have been unexpected, but certainly was. And now a 1v3. Got so much work left to do. Misread, but Del B is already there, waiting to receive. And Trace, their timeout works in their favor as well. They managed to push the score to 11.
I think a lot of that's the overstep from Jenny, trying to re-swing onto that operator, catch them off guard. I mean, Kai does a fantastic job of just watching the lines, and then the adjustment just to flick the op up to get that kill as well. But in reality, an opportunity that should never have been granted in towards their hands maybe starts to find an avenue for Trace to exploit, to find themselves 2 more rounds. This is a huge one coming in. Hunter's Fury available for nobody. We've seen the impact this can have. Nothing else really on the board across for both teams. We'll start to see as they come in. We're due an Overwatch round where these start to all fall together. But it's going to be a slight death ball push over towards this B side. But Kai is here and willing and ready.
Yeah, I think the big thing that I want to see from EDG that Trace didn't really do very well was getting info before entering. And what in the world is going on right now? They'll be low as can be and manages to fall. And I think what's going to happen is they're going to just fight completely into their spawn, knowing that there are 2 players stuck on the site, and they're just going to go A off of that.
Yeah, that's a great call. We've seen this not happen round about the start, and it was deathly costly for EDG. Learned from their mistake, moved on. The problem is Leo King is here quite early, and EDG still haven't really cleared out sight or even managed to get a body on it yet.
Yeah, they had scanned him, but doesn't end up being much of a problem. Leo King will fall, and Gianni will plant that spike, and it looks like realistically the play here is to just go ahead and save. Smart idea from Trace, but it is going to equalize once again, so we are going to be sitting at 11-11. Let's see some issues start to arise here in terms of the economy.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it costly.
Yep. Last player in main, flashes there, and no one on EDG falls. A flawless round for them, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered.
That's brutal for Trace. Brutal for them. As soon as they start to think there's maybe an opportunity to win the map, their chances are just falling far away. Need to see what I mean. He just gets shot through the door, man. He's trying to be in the right place, but as you can see, money really not there for Trace. EDG have been clinical when it comes up to these ecos, so it's going to be Feng Feng that's going to have to go huge with this hero Guardian, the only rifle in tow. Mistakes maybe to be punished from EDG, but we've not seen that many, especially when it comes to respecting the lower buys. If they want to stand a chance, they need to cause a little bit of damage.
Absolutely, and really TP up to try to just get some info. Isn't really going to get much, but you can see Trace, 2 of the players over in spawn as well, kind of doing something similar to what EDG did, ready to fast rotate. Nobody gets a little bit of chip damage. Not much else though.
Chip damage is so stop.
But wait a minute. Huge from Kai to get that first pick, and now the expectation is going to be the B hit. He's going to insert himself into the corner, but do they clear him? We're not particularly sure. They do. So he gets 2 before falling, and now it's a 3v4. EDG though should still have access to the site. They might try to flood though.
Yeah, they use the Into the Shadows to be safe.
Oh, yeah.
Molly gets 2! Oh, the impact, the value. It's massive, cannot be underestimated.
Absolutely incredible, but now it's a 1v1. Feng manages to land the kill, and shots are coming out. It's a 1v1 situation. Feng at literally 27 health, and it's spammed down! Match points for EDG! 12-11! An utter heartbreak for Trace as they came so close to managing an eco round. Kai with 2 incredible picks, but Gianni lands 2 with the molly. And not a moment of respite left. No timeouts on the board for a single team. It is do or die. It's overtime or nothing for Trace.
Big moments require big players, and they're certainly going to need that out of this squad. We've seen it from Kai, we need to start seeing it from the rest of the squad. And EDG are not relenting. They push forward, they activate fast, but the Hunter's Fury will equalise.
It's too good, and there's still 2 more players towards the site, towards the side. And they're just gonna leave. They're making noise. Like they're out. The drone is going to clear out the rest of the players, but they're actually going to re-hit through mid. This is an insane play! Nobody! It's certainly somebody today! And there goes the From the Shadows. It gets popped as a desperate act, a last-ditch effort to try to defend this site against the onslaught of EDG players that are now here. Paranoia is there, but it's being held. Smoggy with the shorty, and it's all down to FK. You can't do it. EDG find the 2-0 victory, 13-11. It was scary for them, but they managed to come out on top. A valiant effort from Trace.
Yeah, valiant effort on Ascent. All things considered, they certainly put up a better show than what we were expecting. They can hold their heads up high for that map at least. Some signs of life for the rest of the stage, but you have to imagine playoffs are very much out of scope. Maybe something to build up for next year. It feels difficult saying. It's really tough to go through a squad that full of potential don't manage to find too much success, but for EDG to restore normality, they get an expected win, albeit difficult on that final one, but slow starters often finish faster, and that seems to be where EDG find themselves once again.
Absolutely, they managed to, like you said, they managed to find their first victory, so 1-1 on that record. Of course, in turn, that means Trace fall to 0-3, and I mean, at this point, it is going to be so difficult, if not outright impossible, to even be in playoff contention anymore, just given the fact that it's a situation where only the top 2 teams will directly go into the playoffs, whereas you have other teams, of course, every other team will go into the play-ins and play that. So, you know, it's a situation where they're going to have to, regardless, it is going to be a barn burner for them of a stage. There needs to be some improvement and fast. I will say that much. But obviously there is clearly a glimmer of hope given what we just saw on Ascent, because to be quite honest with you, Veggie, I think they played extremely well. And yes, that was their map pick, but awesome stuff. Go ahead and get to our interview though.
Hello， 大家。
恭喜你们赢下了比赛的胜利，因为从巴黎回来确实是非常短的准备时间。那这段时间
It's been a tight turnaround since coming back from Paris. What were the key points that you guys focused on in this time?
之前我们搬掉的空岛和新地图上面吗？
He says they put it a lot on their previous bands and like the new map.
就是有备而来的，能感觉得到，而且这一直是他们的一个强图。但是我知道你们之前在巴黎的时候，也一直针对这张图做了很多的准备以及设计。
TE was clearly strong on Ascent, but we know you guys put in a lot of effort for it during Paris and in general. So, how do you think it went? And he said they didn't get enough on defense, and on attack it was a little bit of a struggle, but they got it in the end. And then she asked, what were your comms like in the end, like toward the end of the game? He says they couldn't get into B, and they used an ult, and he called for them to just all go mid and then go through B, and that's how they won.
你真的像一个战神一样，无论是对于局势的预判，还是个人瞄准的发挥。
Map 1 Breeze, you were insane. Even like shooting through smokes, you did really well. So why did you perform so well today? He says it's the new year. Basically, he got lucky. And he wanted to go home. He says he wanted it to end as soon as possible so they could go home and rest.
一直等到了现在，等你们的比赛的胜利，你们也真的不负众望，最后赢下了这场比赛。要不要跟粉丝们也说两句话
？Anything to say to the fans?
谢谢大家这个等了这么晚，然后今天来看我们比赛。
Thank you everyone for waiting up so late to watch our game. It's been hard work for everyone. Thank you.
因为我们发现最近都是 Autumn 教练去斗牛嘛，这是谁的主意呢？
And recently it's all been Autumn going to skirmishes. Whose idea was this? He said it was Autumn's. And also he can win sometimes, so he goes. What do you rate his skirmish performance? And he says he's doing well. He's very satisfied with it. You guys have said that your previous goal was to make it to top 2 of the group, so to get into playoffs easier, and now you're getting closer to that. What are your expectations for the next games? He says getting into top 2 shouldn't be an issue for them. That's the end of the interview. They're going to take a picture, and then it's time for the prize draw.
You know what? I completely agree with you, nobody. I am I think everyone there, I think everyone here was, we just gotta get it done, just get the job done as fast as possible. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty obvious that the entirety of EDG were kind of like, all right, you know what? Let's just get this over with. Let's get our rest. Especially because of the fact that objectively, EDG had less time to prepare than a lot of the other teams in this, in this stage because of the fact that they were at EWC. So, it was certainly there's a big difference. That's been a big point that I've been trying to make for honestly all the teams that have gone to that event in VCT is they just objectively had less time to prepare. They've had less time to anti-strat, less time to scrim, and less time to rest. So it's definitely a point to keep in mind as the stage continues, because that's going to ultimately probably come to fruition, right? Like especially maps like the new map like Summit. Teams that didn't go to EWC will realistically have way more practice on that map than teams who did not, just given that it was not in the pool at that event. So, it's a situation where, those things will probably play a factor. But I mean, we get into the highlights here. Absolutely insane stuff. This time, it's a little less one-sided. We're seeing some really cool clips from both teams.
Yeah, there was a lot of fighting back forward to it, but I just want to kind of hark back to what you were saying about EWC. It's not even just that, it's the deeper run that EDG had at Masters, right? A lot of these teams from China had that bigger break in between to focus up and reevaluate what's going on, but EDG have literally went from zero break to coming into what is going to be the biggest stage this year. Granted, they are at the top with champ points and should almost be locked in for champs, but there's still work to be done for it. And this is a side that ultimately, if they aren't at champs, they've failed the year. There's no messing around on that one, and they definitely deserve to be there, right? If China wants to have that best representation, then they will be there. But let's have a look at how they want to win this map.
Let's go, let's go, let's go！ 到时候又一个，小心一点，再往中路来带啊！这小有烟啊，看不见。然后转阿普卡，花园小心，来阿普卡，可以阿普卡，只能走中路阿普卡 ，A 小来不了。白小青，小又在补烟 ，A 小刷了 ，A 打2个。 人等人接力，小心小。来了，还有小可能有个塞法。还有甩吗？球啊？没有。我们二楼可以打，铁箱2个。来打。二楼可以直接打来。A 大1个，铁箱2个。A 大，铁箱。哦。我难受。我一脚给这个 A 大的踹飞了，兄弟。你们 A 可以，我跟你说，你可以封这个自保烟。你封这个自保烟，他一开大，或者你们有一个站 A 小，我可以给你们设这个箭。好的，我到时候站 A 小，我到时候补 A 小，然后我这边还有个线。我不一定能封的，我第一时间要跟兄弟双架，兄弟你兄弟要被闪的，你兄弟在2楼被。我这边有动静，你就赶紧把那个烟封了。我知道。确定我来得及我就封，行吗？是啊。来不及我就死。你现在说这个人是你兄弟，那个人觉得你是他兄弟吗？我躲，要送帮啊！我躲了，被黑了刚才。没清没出，我被白了。铁箱3个。哦。我真的好惨啊！拿到人头喽，我拿了3个人头啊。
And honestly, from those comms, it seems to me like they were a lot more cool, calm, and collected than I have seen them before. Trust me, they can get hype. I you know, we all know. So, I mean, I just kind of seemed like, all right, something light, you know?
They've had a long day, that's for sure, waiting on everything before this match comes up. I think they were probably expecting it to be a lot faster in the final score, similar to how I was going. But like you said, there's a lot of times where they're hyped up, there's a lot of times where they're panicked as well, but clearly they've had to have a lot of work on their discipline and their structure to make sure that they're not falling apart and they're not getting too snowbally in the opposite direction. But I still think there's worrying signs there. Like, as much as I've said that this is an EDG side that are very, very strong, there's certainly signs for the rest of the group. The teams like Nova, the teams like TYL, obviously having previously beat them as well in that first matchup. There's certainly opportunity for them to make sure that EDG aren't reclaiming that throne.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. There are a lot of chances, to be perfectly honest. So, and that's part of what makes this stage, or what has made this stage so exciting, because number one, you have a lot of matches in quick succession. We're seeing just a lot more matches across the week overall. And then number two, of course, we're seeing teams that we didn't initially expect coming out on top. So, you know, we mentioned this before the entire series started. Nova has been doing an incredible job. They have a 2-0 record. And they're going to look to probably continue that. Of course, Nova being a rebuilt team, you know, that's certainly something that a lot of people didn't expect. So props to them. But of course, you know, the expectation is still, you mentioned it earlier, that EDG will go to champions. That is the expectation. Yep. And if they don't, then it's just weird. Like, it's weird to not see them at an international event. It's like they're like the paper Rex of VCT CN. Yep. Right. So genuinely, that is how it is. So, but overall, excellent map. Kai on the opposite end, Kai did an incredible job on Trace as well. We saw him getting, honestly, matching like Kong's like energy, the amount of like value he was getting with his op shots was awesome at times. That one eco round that they almost won, he ended up getting 2 huge picks and almost saved them the game, to be honest. So incredible job on their part, and but unfortunately not enough. And as you can see, EDG come out with that 2-0 victory.
Yeah, and I think Kai's one of those players that I do feel the most sorry for on Trace. Been there basically from the start, has always shown the huge potential. I've always talked this player up, but just can't quite get the job done. And it's someone that I would like to see be able to, I want to say step it up, but it's not really them step it up. It's the rest of the team need to step it up and give Kai what he deserves, right? That you can only be as good as what the rest of the team are, and unfortunately it just seems like they aren't able to step up to the plate. The only positive to kind of spin it back for Trace is that they've played probably the 3 hardest games in the group. They've played up against EDG now, they've played TYL earlier on, and they've also played up against Nova. So it's JDG, I think, that they have exactly in that next match, who's the other team that's down 0-3. So there's still like a potential, like a positive that you can take from it, especially when you look at how Ascent went. So it's like you've been bullied by the big kids, so now you have a chance at sort of the smaller leagues, so to speak. So you have to take that opportunity, and I think if they lose up against JDG, then it's probably going to say it's Jover. But that's definitely a chance for them to show a little bit more of what they're made of.
Absolutely. And with a game as close as this Ascent one was, I really do think that they have a lot to look at in terms of what they want to fix. A lot of like kind of knowing what they need to practice going forward. Obviously, a little bit more of a longer term thing. So, you know, it's not like you're just kind of going to fix things and be perfect by the next match. But yeah, they at least will have a little bit better of an idea. And it's a tough loss for sure. But, you know, they can come out stronger. Just depends on the amount of work they do. But that is about it. That is going to be the day for us. And we actually, wait a minute, we do have, never mind. We do have
yeah, we've got a little bit wrap up to go.
But a little bit more wrap up.
We can still waffle a little bit more about what Trace can have to improve. And I think one of the easiest marks of improvement that this team and an organisation can have is it's just ban Breeze. It's genuinely simple. We've played it 2 weeks in a row now, and you've lost it 13-3 both times. It either means that your insta-ban is insanely bad, but just put it out. If you're coming into every series 1-0 down, you're going to be finding yourselves in really tough spots. And like, I know that sounds really disrespectful to say that, but like, if you come into a best of 3 1-0 down, the win percentage is massively against you. So you need to do what you can to flip that in your favour, and taking out a map that you clearly have very little idea on how to execute and to make it as smooth as possible, then that's got to be done.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think ultimately the thing about Trace that I really want to highlight is the fact that I just don't really think they're playing to the strength of their comp very much. Right? We saw on their that Ascent map, they were playing that bog standard, you know, like the comp that everyone plays. And in reality, in their attack half, I didn't really see a whole lot of defaults. I didn't see a whole lot of splits. They weren't getting enough info to really know who was on what site. And that resulted in them getting punished over and over and over again for it. No mid control, no splitting the site. None of that equals just, you're just getting shut down a lot of the time. So I really want to see them like kind of taking a better look at, hey, like, this is what our comp is. Let's go ahead and play, like, use this play style at the end of the day. So yeah, here we go. There's our end of match graphics. And here it is. So yeah, Nova end up coming out 2-1 against JDG, who, like we discussed, are the other 0-3 team within the group. TYL 2-1 FPX. That was a barn burner of a series, I'll tell you that much. And then of course, EDG come out on top in this series as well.
Yeah, I mean, decent day, and I think this is the first potential three series, and thankfully for the production team, it doesn't go all the way to the third map on the third game. I think a lot of people might have been expecting this to be a little bit faster. I think JDG getting a map against Nova is probably the worrying sign for Trace, as that is the first map they've picked up against, but once again against another team that is sitting pretty 2-0 at the minute. So a lot of work still to be done, a lot of things to look at it. But the biggest takeaway for me is EDG have certainly got themselves back into a spot where they're starting to look favour, but still not quite managing to get themselves at top of the board. I mean, I thought nobody after map 1 was going to be absolutely clear as day ahead, but there you go, Swagzor in Series 1, the player, the standout of the day.
Yeah, and it really comes down to the average. Of course, nobody in Kong Kong are number 2 and 3 simply because of that first map. But of course, Swagzor had a better overall series, and so that's probably why he is top 1. But incredible job. Average KD, average between the entire series of 1.98, and that is utterly insane to me. But of course, nobody in Kong Kong did an incredible job, so you got to give them credit where credit is due as well. And updated standings here over in Group Alpha. Like we said, TYL, Nova, FPX, those are going to be your top 3. EDG sitting 1-1, and of course are going to look to continue to get some more victories so they can get their way to the top, but you know, our bottom two are it's going to be rough for them.
Yeah, and I mean, it's JDG that's up next for EDG as well, so they'll be feeling confident that they can take advantage of a JDG side that started to look like they maybe had a little bit about them on that last sort of stage over back on stage 1, but quite clearly having fallen off with, I mean, what, minus 28 round differential. That's quite brutal to go through. But we now get to look at tomorrow, back to Group Omega on normal times. Titan Esports taking on Billy Billy, All Gamers taking on July Gaming, another team looking to kind of really show that they have what it takes. Struggled coming back from Masters and EWC as well, but certainly found their winning ways yesterday. And All Gamers seem to be that kick-off stage again, not quite reaching the same heights, but a little bit of flavour could certainly turn them up a tone.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm excited to see what XLG have in store. Honestly, that XLG and All Gamers game is going to be really, really entertaining. Yeah. I absolutely can't wait for that one. Especially just because I really do think that XLG are also one of the best teams in really the entire league, in the entire CN league. So I can't wait for that. But that is for tomorrow. Thank y'all so much for tuning in today. It has been honestly really entertaining. We've seen every match go all 3 maps except this one, and even the second map Ascent here was really, really entertaining. Honestly unexpected, you know, for a lot of the time. We mentioned that before the series, so it was wonderful to watch. Thank you all so much for sticking around. We really, really appreciate it. My name is Nobi. That is Veggie over there, the GOAT, and we'll see you soon. See you tomorrow.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. But like a wildfire, dying on myself. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying a miser.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemies are road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets cause real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force of blood in. If you start shit, you be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm dead.